And Mr. Speaker, that on 17th, after the ADR, Alternative Dispute Resolution, mechanisms had failed, the union resolved to call a strike. And thereafter, Mr. Speaker, they came to us as the Senate. Mr. Speaker, our recommendations are as follows. Let me go straight to that. One, Mr. Speaker, the committee made recommendations along the petitioner's prayers that the Senate A directs the Ministry of Health and all counties to pay clinical officers under internship. The Ministry of Health in the submission stated it had gotten approvals to pay the clinical officer interns, diploma holders a stipend of 15,000, and the union confirmed that after this intervention by this House, they are now being paid. The second issue, Mr. Speaker, was to ensure that the Ministry of Health and all counties conclude the CBA agreement negotiations with Kenya Union of Clinical Officers, and that the negotiations be registered and implemented. And to give us timelines, Mr. Speaker, all parties concerned were part of the process of conciliation being spearheaded by the ministry, and we recommended that the conciliator be appointed, hastens the process and resolves the remaining 20%. That is what is left, which is still in contention, within the next 2 months. Mr. Speaker, we recommend that the negotiation process should be completed by the end of September 2020, and we've directed that we get a report as a Senate on this by September of 2020. Thirdly, on the issue of the Ministry of Health implementing the return to work formula of 5th October 2017, including matters on promotion and redesignation of clinical officers, the ministry confirmed in the submission that this was being worked on and they had already received approvals from the National Treasury on funds to implement the promotion and redesignation. The committee has recommended that the county governments factor these promotions and redesignations in the current and supplementary budgets to allow for implementation. And finally, Mr. Speaker, the issue of compelling the Ministry of Health to rectify the clinical officers reviewed scheme of service 2018, as was agreed on 5th October 2017. The Ministry of Health schemes of service have been reviewed and had been taken to the Public Service Commission for final approval. We are looking at this, and we undertake, Mr. Speaker, as the committee, to follow up on the schemes of service with the Ministry of Health and the Public Service Commission within the next 2 weeks. Mr. Speaker, the report has all the minutes of the meetings and all the proceedings, and we want to thank the petitioners for seeing it fit to come to the Senate to get this matter of theirs resolved and addressed. Mr. Speaker, on the last one, I'll just go straight again to what the issues were. I know this is of interest to a number of senators who also appeared and who spoke to the committee. Mr. Speaker, the emerging issues really were that employees of the County Assembly of Machakos with signed contracts that ended in August 2017 following the 2017 elections got an extension of their contracts for 2 months, September and October 2017, through text messaging, Mr. Speaker, on phone communication. Then this was terminated on the 23rd of October through the same mode, through SMS. Upon termination, the petitioners did not receive their full benefits. That is despite engaging the County Assembly Public Service Board, and they also engaged the Labor Relations Court in Machakos on the matter, hence the case is pending. Other efforts had not yielded a favorite outcome. Mr. Speaker, this one, we quickly dealt with it. There was an illegality that we noticed. I will not go through all our observations because that will take time, and members here look very keen on dealing with other issues. Mr. Speaker, the committee recommended that one, on the petitioner's prayers that the Senate enacts legislation to address any possible legislative gaps, that the Machakos County Public Service Board adhere and apply in total the existing laws and regulations guiding employer-employee relationship in general and county-wide representative staffs, particularly the partisan staff, in particular to ensure fair administrative action and to safeguard public resources. Mr. Speaker, on the second prayer, that the Senate intervenes to ensure the petitioners are duly compensated. Mr. Speaker, sadly, unfortunately, we noted that the aforementioned illegalities outlined in Chapter 3 of the report, any additional compensation to petitioners will result in a further illegality because they're supposed to, the contracts end when the MCAs stop being MCAs, the same way senators, staff, and members of National Assembly. On the prayer that the Senate intervenes, of course, we have embarked on a process, Mr. Speaker. We're looking at each and every county assembly to make sure they're all following the law in respect to compensation of staff, of ward representatives, so that they're not being paid arbitrarily and illegally once the members of county assembly have ceased to hold office. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the paper is, the petition is on the table of the House for members to scrutinize. Thank you, sir.
Okay, the supplementary order paper is now uploaded. You can check it. In the meantime, let me allow Senator Cheriot.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for exercising your authority under Standing Order number 232 to allow us to make a few comments with regards to this petition that this particular committee has dispensed of expeditiously and returned very reasonable verdicts, in my opinion. It is my sincere hope, Mr. Speaker, that once the petitioners get to receive copies, because that's what is expected of us as a House, that once they get the copies of the response of the committee to the petition, they shall be able to use the force that is due to them and ensure that all the entities that have been mentioned comply with those requirements. The issues of public health workers in our institutions since devolution and even before it, Mr. Speaker, are very difficult and challenging. Mr. Speaker, this House, if I haven't lost count, has handled close to 10 petitions with regards to how healthcare workers are treated in various county governments. You know, the Kirinyaga issue that was here recently before this particular petition now with Machakos and the rest of the counties. And it's really encouraging. Perhaps had I taken time to present before the committee, and maybe I didn't get Senator Sakaja's presentation quite clearly, is that the answers that the petitioners will get be applied actually in a cross-cutting manner such that it be the standard across all the 47 counties, that it can be referred to that the Senate has, by way of response to a petition, requested of county governments to ensure that issues of human relations of healthcare workers in this country, Mr. Speaker, are respected and given the due place, the rightful place in our counties, Mr. Speaker. Because these particular officers, these public servants, play a critical role, especially in such a time as now, as we battle such a serious pandemic. When you move across various of our counties, I spent last weekend, Mr. Speaker, visiting healthcare workers in my county, and I could see the struggle and the challenges that they go through on a daily basis, on a daily basis, trying to ensure that our citizens receive the healthcare that is due unto them. I hope this puts this matter to rest, and in the foreseeable future, Mr. Speaker, we shall not be receiving any further requests or challenges in terms of petition on what is happening to our healthcare system. Finally, Mr. Speaker, this is also a challenge to the various county public service boards, because where this problem avails from is actually when county public service board refuses to honor some of these agreements when parties are warring. There is nothing as discouraging as when two parties are warring, that is the employer and the employee, and they end up filing, say, an agreement before the county public service board, and the public services board refuse to honor and say, oh, we were not party to such negotiations, Mr. Speaker. Such erode the confidence of our healthcare workers. And in future, when there is a dispute, what will be the trust, or what will be the basis that healthcare workers will use to return to work if the agreements that they enter into are not honored? Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I appreciate what this committee has been able to do, and do hope that this is the final time that we get to hear this kind of disputes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Haneri, what's your intervention?
Mr. Speaker, mine is a point of order, and rise pursuant to the provisions of our standing orders, in particular Standing Order number 232, paragraph 2. I'll be seeking your guidance. Mr. Speaker, if I remember very well, we adjourned last week on the motion for the formula for resource allocation. If I remember very well again, we were supposed to have broken off last week until September. The only reason we are here is because we did not complete debate on that particular motion. Mr. Speaker, I therefore want us to treat this session today almost like a special sitting. I see there are quite a number of petitions and quite a number of statements listed on the order paper. Mr. Speaker, Kenyans are now glued to their TVs this afternoon, watching the proceedings of Senate. They want to see if we'll get a solution to the stalemate that has been there for the last couple of weeks. Mr. Speaker, I know Standing Order 232, paragraph 2, gives you the discretion. Although at the beginning of the standing order it says whenever a petition is committed to a standing committee, the committee shall in not more than 60 calendar days from the time of reading the prayer respond to the petitioner by way of a report addressed to the petitioner or petitioners and laid on the table of the Senate, and no debate or in relation to the report shall be allowed. It says no debate shall be allowed. But it gives you some leeway, Mr. Speaker, and I can understand why they made this provision to give you a leeway to exercise the discretion of allowing a few comments. Mr. Speaker, in this particular case, we want you, as you exercise your discretion, have in mind that some of us, all our minds and energies are focused on the formula. We know we are supposed to be on break now, not discussing petitions. Mr. Speaker, allow us to go straight to the motion that brought us here today. We can do these petitions and statements when we resume. Mr. Speaker, I plead.
Okay, maybe I just didn't alert you, but they were still uploading the order, supplementary order paper. So I thought instead of just sitting here and looking at each other, we can allow one petition so that then we proceed. So let's close debate on that. Clerk, let's go to the next orders.
Order number 5, papers. Order number 6, notices of motion. Order number 7, statements.
Statements are suspended, deferred to the next sitting. What's your point of order, Senator Faki?
I had a condolence statement to make on behalf of my former member of parliament, the late Ramadan Seif Kajembe, who passed on Friday last week. If we are to defer to September, I think it will be a bit late. Thank you.
I think I'll only allow that one, and there will be no other comments. So I know people would have wanted to contribute, but I think that is important. Senator Faki. Proceed, Senator Faki. What's your point of order, Senator Sakaja? And I still want to encourage that we observe social distancing. These groupings and all that, please, let's avoid. Yes, Senator Sakaja.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I appreciate that you've allowed Senator Faki to give condolences, and I know it is to a leader we've lost. Mr. Speaker, I will just ask as well that you exercise discretion after we're done with order number 10, because 2 weeks or 3 weeks ago, there's a statement I brought on the same, and clearly the condolences will expire. And it was a tribute, a long tribute from the committee on Charles Bukeko, Papa Shirandula, as well as Lady Maureen. So if we finish with order number 10, please also allow us to go to that, Mr. Speaker. Kindly, I ask, in the same spirit of expiry of condolences.
Senator Mtula Kilonzo Jr.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. I am of the view that due to the exigencies of time, Mr. Speaker, on our behalf, a formal condolence can be issued by you after the statement by Senator Faki to the family of the late Kajembe, Mr. Speaker, so that you can accommodate the views of other members and other members here who have worked with this good gentleman. Thank you, Speaker.
Yes, Senator Faki. Oh, you're from outside. What's your point of order? Let's avoid, like I said, these groupings and Social distancing, please.
Mr. Speaker, I'd requested to raise a point of order on the statements. Mr. Speaker, if you look at the order paper, there are 20 statements. And out of the 20 statements, 15 are raised under Standing Order 48.1. These 15 statements discuss issues that are urgent. I have a statement that's talking about a strike by health workers in Homa Bay County, and it has been pending since last week. Mr. Speaker, because statements under 48.1, by the time they come to the order paper, the Speaker has reviewed, the Speaker has approved, and the Speaker has decided which committee it shall be referred to. May I request, Mr. Speaker, just to ensure that these matters are dealt with the urgency that they deserve, that these 15 statements under 48.1, you refer them to the relevant committees. Because reading the statement on the floor of this House is just a formality. And if we go by past trends, Mr. Speaker, those 15 statements can take this House close to 3 hours. May I request, Mr. Speaker, if not all the 15, but my statement on the state of healthcare in Homa Bay County be immediately referred to the Health Committee so that they can start looking for a solution to the issues that have been raised therein.
That's okay. I think I'll do that. I'll refer, as we continue, I'll look at those that need to go to committees and refer them to the committees to work on them. Senator Faki.
Asante Mheshimiwa Spika kwa kunipa fursa hii kutuma rambirambi zangu na za familia na za watu wa Mombasa.
Order, senators. Senator Whip, Senator Wamatangi. Please, I am pleading with you, let us take COVID seriously. These groupings and movement around, please. Okay. What's your point of order, Senator Wetangula?
Mr. Speaker, increasingly I've been hearing the chair pleading with members. There's no provision in the standing orders for the Speaker to plead. The Speaker directs, rules, and orders. So if there is any breach of the standing orders, Mr. Speaker, I want to encourage you and urge you to order and direct rather than plead, because every time you plead, people just think it's a child's game.
Okay. What's your point of order, Senator Kangata?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I seek your indulgence that your rules concerning social distancing be given a little bit of exemption to whips, because they need to go around to talking to members.
No.
Thank you, Mr.
You're
Speaker.
out of order. No. No exemptions. Senator Faki, continue. Senator Kirinyaga, what's your point of order?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker. The other day, we left this house at 9 p.m., Mr. Speaker. We broke the law as it stands. Mr. Speaker, if we start these side shows, which Senator Kanili has drawn your attention, Mr. Speaker, I think we are likely to be here long. And as Senator Kanili said, and we all know, this country is in suspense. It is in an emotional state. They are waiting for a decision from this House. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, I would beseech you, I know you have a kind heart. I know your heart is wide. But Mr. Speaker, for now, narrow your heart to one item, discussing and concluding this matter today.
Senator Faki, in fact, I only gave Faki, the more we talk, the more time we are consuming.
Asante Mheshimiwa Spika kwa kunipa fursa hii kutuma rambirambi zangu pamoja na familia yangu na watu wa Mombasa kwa familia, marafiki na ndugu wa mwenda zake marehemu Ramadhan Seif Kajembe. Mheshimiwa Spika, Ramadhan Seif Kajembe alizaliwa takriban miaka 76 iliyopita katika mji wa Mombasa, ambapo baadaye aliajiriwa na shirika la Kenya Cargo Handling Services, ambapo alihudumu mpaka miaka ya 70, ambapo alichaguliwa kama diwani katika wodi ya Jomvu Kuu, wodi ya Mikindani katika baraza la mji wa Mombasa. Mheshimiwa Spika, Mheshimiwa Kajembe alihudumu kama diwani kwa muda wa miaka 15. Baadaye mwaka 1997 alichaguliwa kwa mara ya kwanza kama mbunge wa eneo bunge la Changamwe katika mji wa Mombasa. Mheshimiwa Spika, mwenda zake Kajembe alihudumu kama mbunge kwa muda wa miaka 15 pia mpaka mwaka 2013 ambapo alistaafu siasa na akawa
Samantha ends up abhorring Anna. How dare you involve my family in your insanity? You deserve worse than rotting in prison. You can't prove what you're saying. I hope your grandmother dies too. You deserve worse than my grandma.
Did you know there's a laundry bar soap that can help save you time, water, and money? You save by not having to use multiple products. And you only rinse once. For a laundry soap that can help save you time, water, and money, try Whitewash Extra. Brand power, helping you buy better.
Change can be disruptive, but Business Daily has got you covered. Get evolving market trends, ingenious business ideas, content, market dynamic, exciting lifestyle content in the new normal environment. Business Daily, more possibilities.
She is not really well. Anna, get back Hillary to her family at once.
All health facilities within Nairobi County. It includes facilities under the mandate by the Nairobi Metropolitan Service, private facilities, and also GOK facilities manned by the national government. And from this assessment, what we have found out, and this is very crucial to note, is that 99% of the current bed occupancy in Nairobi County is attributed to facilities or is attributed to beds outside of the NMS service facilities. And what this means is that really we need to step up in terms of our preparedness. We have good reports coming in from counties, but it becomes important to note that many of the cases that we are handling within Nairobi County are actually from referrals from outside Nairobi County. And it is clear, without collaboration between the private and national government sector, Nairobi has to put more effort in being able to meet the 300-bed minimum requirement. And there are interventions to ensure that this is underway. We remain pleased with the efforts that have been put in place by the NMS team, who are looking to improve facility coverage and projections so that they can close the gap of these beds. We do recommend continued partnership, as I've mentioned, particularly in NMS with our private sector facilities. We do know in terms of provision of care in Nairobi, there's a 50-50 balance with provision primarily between private sector and public sector, and therefore partnerships become crucial at this point. It is also important to note, and like I have said, this assessment is ongoing. We continue to have officers currently deployed to undertake it, that it becomes important to ensure that all 47 counties ramp up their levels of preparedness, especially because the local transmission of this virus is now spreading fast. Whereas counties have been recording low infections compared to others, it becomes also important to also focus on sensitization. We've long said, and personal responsibility is very in the fight against COVID-19. And so we are asking county governments to also sensitization of the people in the particularly in in counties like Mombasa, where they once had a high rate of infections, and there's been a steady decline. A few surges here and there, but a steady decline in the recent days, which is attributed to the strict adherence of containment measures there and efforts particularly that are geared towards behavior change of the population. Over the last 4 days, the Cabinet Secretary has been able to visit 4 counties, particularly Kisii, Kakamega, Kisumu, and Kericho, to assess the level of preparedness of these counties. And the report coming back is that we are impressed by the measures put in place by the county governments in those areas. And we continue, therefore, to urge each and every county to really take responsibility. Talk to the county next to you, find out what is happening. We're extremely pleased, particularly with the Lake Region counties, who will soon be deploying a Lake Region block COVID-19 response. And this is what we're advocating for as we move forward with our COVID-19 pandemic response. Now on to the statistics. Today, 497 people have tested positive out of a sample of 4,171 tested within the last 24 hours. This now brings our total count of cases in the country to 27,425. It pushes our cumulative tests to a little over 350,000 to 362,501 cumulative tests so far. From the tests conducted, 467 are Kenyans, whereas 30 are foreigners. 312 are male, 185 are female. And the youngest is a 6-month-old infant, and the oldest is 80. In terms of disaggregation by the counties, as we've mentioned, Nairobi continues to lead today with 236 cases. Kiambu has 45, Kajiado has 26, Mombasa has 19, Machakos 19, Laikipia 18, Trans Nzoia 17, Kisumu 17, Murang'a 11, Nandi 11, Nyeri and Busia both have 8, Bomet has 7, Uasin Gishu, Kericho, Kilifi, Nyamira, West Pokot all have 5 cases. Garissa, Kirinyaga, Kisii, Lamu, Meru, Wajir all have 3 cases, whereas Nakuru, Embu, and Kakamega, Kwale, and Turkana have 2, and Marsabit and Makueni have 1 case. We have provided for you a disaggregation in terms of the different counties by sub-county, and we'll provide this in the released press statement. On a more positive note, we have 372 patients that have recovered from the disease, and from this number, 315 are from the home-based care program, and we continue to celebrate the success of this home-based care program, while 57 have been discharged from various hospitals, bringing the total number of recoveries to 13,867. We would like to thank our healthcare workers for the good work that they continue to do in terms of helping us get good recoveries. Unfortunately, however, today we've lost 15 patients from the disease, bringing our fatality to 438, and out of the 15, 11 of these cases have underlying conditions. These conditions continue to be those that we've spoken about in the past. I think we have a large proportion of them today have been diabetic hypertensives, and then we also have others who have other conditions such as kidney failure. Our sincere condolences go to the families of friends and loved ones who've lost their loved ones at this time. Thank you. We'd now like to invite questions. No questions. This is a different day, indeed.
My name is Helen Aura from NTV. My first question to you is, we're really trying to sensitize Kenyans in terms of avoiding stigma regarding the virus. But is there really a better way now that we can bury our COVID-19 patients? Because when we see how these patients are buried, we see the healthcare workers who are handling the body are coming all dressed up full gear. So when you take the bodies to like the villages, stigma surrounds that village now. Is there a better way that now we can be able to bury the dead and leave a good image in the families? My second question is, now that Russia has established already...
As amended by resolution made on the 17th March, 14th April, 2nd June, and 4th August 2020 respectively, the Senate is scheduled to proceed on recess at the rise of the Senate today, 11th August 2020, until Tuesday, 8th September 2020. On Tuesday, 8th September 2020, the Senate Business Committee will meet to schedule the business of the Senate. The Senate will consider bills scheduled for second reading, and those are the committees
on burying of COVID-19 patients. Indeed, Helen, that is a concern. It does look very intimidating to to have people donned in full PPE gear during the burial of a loved one. However, it becomes important to note at this point the policy position remains that it is very important to ensure those who are coming in direct contact with the body, with the coffin, should indeed be donned in full PPEs. And really this is because we want to protect those people and not take any chances. What we have determined, however, in terms of how we can further demystify this stigma is we're engaging with different communities to see, is there a possibility where we would be able to actually have community members, the loved ones of the person who's deceased, actually conduct, that process and be trained in terms of donning PPEs, so they themselves are the ones who are handling the body and, are then therefore, sensitized on the importance of the PPEs. This is not yet fully endorsed in terms of our protocols. We have our case management team reviewing this to see how family members can further participate in that burial practice and perhaps be the pallbearers as opposed to the medical, clinicians, which can be intimidating and which can bring issues when it comes to closure. And so we are working on that, and I must emphasize this is not a final position, but we are reviewing how we would be able to then roll that out to, this family during the last rites. And then, of course, when this is ready, we'll be able to deploy it and we'll be able to define the mechanism through which that can take place. With regards to the question on Russia and the vaccine, yes, we've seen reports. We, through the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, shall engage to find out, what exactly, what vaccine has been deployed. Is it working? It becomes important always, every time you have a new vaccine, to test it. And I'm sure Russia itself is probably going to be conducting, studies even as they deploy their vaccine to ensure that it is actually effective. But we are very proud of our scientists. Yes, Kenya is participating. We're in the second phase, and we have teams that are working, and we'll continue to appraise you in terms of our progress back here at home. And also, if it should be necessary for us to then plug into the Russian vaccine, that will happen in the laid down protocols and regulations of us being able to access that vaccine. The last question on recovery rates is a good question. We have a study underway to be able to really look at our critical cases within the country and to be able to define exactly what a recovery rate looks like. It becomes important to note that when you're, say, diabetic and you have COVID-19, you may recover and turn negative at a point, but further assessments are required to see, are there any longer-term effects of you having contracted COVID-19 and had another additional comorbid state. And so there's an assessment underway, and if you give us time, we'll be able to share with you what has happened retrospectively in the country since 1st March, so that we can be able to tell what exactly is the prognosis of our recoveries, particularly those who have additional conditions, the diabetes, the hypertension, the renal failures, the anemias. Those are the main ones that we are seeing. So thank you so much. I'll ask Dr. Kibias to add on if he wants to add on at this point.
Thank you, Cass. I think it's very important to note that the prognosis is poor in those who have comorbidities and those who are 60 years and above. So, and the mortality attributable to comorbid and 60 years and above accounts for about more than 40%. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Senator Mwaura. What's your point of order, Senator Cheriot?
Mr. Speaker, at any point in the rules on procedures of our debate, when a matter is allowed before the House, amendments are allowed. I would understand the reason why you'd want us to proceed in that way, but maybe for the comfort of the whole House, it will be good if you gave guidance at what time Senator Lenturi will be allowed to move his amendment, especially in light of the fact that his is a further amendment to the proposal by Senator Sakaja, and it appears to be having the consensus of most of the members. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, it will be good if you grant it as direction. Sorry,
order, senators. I think for order. Okay. Order, senators. I want to propose that Senator Mwaura continues. In the meantime, I will give guidance on at what point the amendment will come on. So, Senator Mwaura.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as I said 2 Tuesdays ago, I rise to oppose this motion. Mr. Speaker, the amendment motion is amendment motion. Kindly allow me to prosecute my case. Mr. Speaker, if you look at this country, it is true that we have inherited a colonial state that actually is extractive in nature, and the first extraction was to the Crown in London. And when you look now to where we are today, you will see that the same arguments that were in 1963-65 are prevailing between a central government and devolution, and between the people and landmass. Mr. Speaker, if you refer to the 1965 session of paper number 10 on African socialism and its application in the planning of Kenya, you will clearly see a contestation between a country that wanted to concentrate its resources so as to galvanize the country, and the failure of Majimbo, and the advice that was given to KADU through its lawyer, who was actually hired from Switzerland, where they have cantons. Cantons that are divided, 7 of them, and which produce a rotating president every year for 7 years. And coming back to this same idea of a session of paper, it is very interesting to note that there was also another session of paper in 2012 that was actually put in place ostensibly, Mr. Speaker, to slow down the horse for the donkey to catch up. And this session of paper, championed by Waziri Muhammad Elmi, is not actually being flagged out as a key determinant of the current second generation formula that actually has caused an illegality and injustice to many Kenyans who deserve to be properly resourced in terms of the monies that are going to counties. And why am I saying so? If you look at the Sakaja amendment, it seeks to freeze the population of this country to the 2009 census. And Mr. Speaker, I beg to disagree, because we have new data in 2019, and I want to give an example. In the county of Mandera, there were, the 2019 census has demonstrated that the population reduced by 15%, Mr. Speaker. And when you look at that, in the 2009 census, the same population had more males than females within the same variance. And yet, the norm is there are slightly more females than males. If you combine the population of Wajir, Mandera, and Garissa, you get a total population of 2,490,000 people. And you compare the same to the population of Kiambu. We have 2,417,735 persons. Now, the cumulative allocation of those 3 counties is a record 25 billion, Mr. Speaker. And yet, the allocation for Kiambu County is 9.4 billion, with actually a wage bill of 8 billion, Mr. Speaker.
What's your point of order?
Is that really fair?
What's your point of order,
a county with the same number of people gets 16 billion.
Order. There is a point of intervention from Senator Mazayo.
Asante, Bwana Speaker. Hoja yangu ya nidhamu, hivi sasa tunaongea mambo ya ugavi wa pesa zinazokwenda katika kaunti. Ndugu yangu Mwaura ambaye namheshimu sana anasema sasa watu wa Mandera waume ni wengi, wanawake kidogo. Anasema watu wa Mandera maeneo yao ni pakubwa, hawana watu. Yeye aongee vile anavyotaka kupinga ile hoja ya ugavi wa pesa ambao umeletwa na ndugu yetu Sakaja, kuliko kutupeleka katika njia nyingi 2, 3, 4, 5 za kusema wengine wanazaa zaidi, wengine hawazai zaidi. Hasa akisema kwamba watu wa Kiambu wanazaa wanawake wengi, wanaume ni kidogo, inamaanisha nini katika ile hoja yake anatuletea hapa? Nafikiria Bwana Spika, ingekuwa vyema uweze kumwambia atulie katika kile kitengo ambacho anataka kusema, badala ya kusema kwamba wakina mama wa kutoka Mandera ama sehemu zozote atakazotaka kuzitaja. Ni makosa sana kuambia kwamba mama zetu hawazai waume, wanazaa wanawake, ama wanazaa waume wengi na wanawake hawazaliwi.
Okay, Senata Mwaura, uchunga usiende kwa details zingine ambazo zinaweza kuleta taharuki.
Mheshimiwa Spika, na niwie radhi lakini lazima niseme ukweli uliopo, kwa sababu kila mama ana uwezo wa kupata mtoto na watu wa Kiambu ni wengi. Kwa hivyo lazima niongee kuhusu takwimu ambazo ni rasmi, sio mambo ya kufikiria, na sidhani Mheshimiwa Spika hiyo ilikuwa hoja ya nidhamu, hiyo ilikuwa kuchanga. Na ninakuomba Mheshimiwa Spika, tafadhali uweze kunikinga kutokana na hoja zisizo za nidhamu za rafiki yangu Mheshimiwa Mwadzayo. Na Mheshimiwa Spika, niseme pia kuna watu ambao wanafikiri kwamba wao lazima wazungumze, wengine wasizungumze. Nitazungumza. Mheshimiwa Speaker, let me go back.
You started in English, so we go back.
Yeah, let me proceed. I was just using Kiswahili because we know it also. Mr. Speaker, if you look at the county of Kilifi, there are 1.4 million people with a current allocation of 10 billion against my county of Kiambu with 2.4 million people getting 9 billion. And Mr. Speaker, this is the injustice that we are talking about when it comes to debating about the revenue formula. Mr. Speaker, there has been an argument, Mr. Speaker, that the formula so proposed by the committee on which my good brother, Senator Sakaja wants to amend.
What's your point of order?
Mr. Speaker, sir, I am baffled by your directives in this House. You've directed that we comply with the Ministry of Health guidelines on this COVID pandemic. My dear brother, you can be emotive as you want, but we must protect other people who are here. When you speak without a mask, you're on the dispatch, which is what our dear colleagues from the other chambers will be using, is putting their life at risk. So, Mr. Speaker, sir, I would really plead with you that we focus, and then we remain relevant on the issues. There's no point of being emotive on this matter. Let's follow the Ministry of Health guidelines, and let's not also point at our colleagues from Kilifi when he just spoke, and then our dear brother goes directly. There's no point of trying to antagonize each other. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Okay, order. I'm directing that if you'll speak without a mask, I'll order you to sit down. I can see a point of order from Senator Mohamud.
Mr. Speaker, sir, is my good friend, Senator Mwaura, in order to be talking about Kiambu, Kilifi, Mandera, while actually he represents special interest. He does not represent Kiambu.
Okay, Senator Mwaura.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, that is the most frivolous point of statement that has come from my former chairman, because I am in the Kiambu delegation. I am born and bred in Kiambu. I represent the people of Kiambu here. I vote for them many occasions. And even in Kiambu County, Mr. Speaker, there are so many people with disabilities. And so therefore, I will not allow to be pigeonholed because of this debate. Mr. Speaker, let me proceed.
Order, senators. Order, senators. Order, senators. I want to ask you that let us debate soberly. Those who watch media saw the Senate being discussed last week about being rowdy and saying we are degenerating. Please, let's not get there. Let us debate soberly. I know this is an emotive matter, but let us maintain our cool.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me proceed. So, as I was saying, it is actually true when you look at the formula proposed by the committee, and that is why I'm opposing Senator Sakaja's proposal, the argument that this formula is only population-based is actually not true. Because if we were to go the population way alone, Turkana County would only get 6 billion. The proposal is for it to get 10 billion. That is to mean they have 4 more billion as a headroom for marginalization. If we go the population way, Makueni County is getting an extra 254 million. If we go the same way, you get Marsabit getting another 800 million, and Mandera getting about 2.3 billion.
Senator Kinyua, what's your point of order? Let's observe social distancing, Senator Malala. Senator Cheriot.
Asante sana Bwana Spika. Hoja yangu ya nidhamu ni kusema ya kwamba nimemsikiza ndugu yangu Stewart Mazayo akisema ya kwamba Senator wa Kiambu Mwaura anakosea, lakini anaposema idadi ya watu yeye analinganisha. Anasema idadi analinganisha watu wa Kiambu na watu wa Mandera. Hakuna makosa yoyote anafanya Bwana Spika, kwa sababu huduma inapatiwa mwananchi, binadamu Bwana Spika. Haipatiwi ukubwa wa msitu, haipatiwi ukubwa wa chote Bwana Spika. Ukweli usemo Bwana Spika, kwa sababu haya maneno Mwaura anasema ukweli na ukweli usemwe Bwana Spika. Kwa sababu Bwana Spika ni kusema ya kwamba alipokuwa akiongea Mwaura alikuwa akilinganisha na hizi county ziko katika nchi ya Kenya. Spika Mwaura ni senator wa nchi ya Kenya. Ana uhuru wa kusema ikiwa ni county ya Laikipia, county ya Kiambu, na haya maneno yote anasema iko katika idadi vile watu walivyohesabiwa. Ni katika idadi ya vile watu walivyohesabiwa. Ikiwa watu ni wachache, waambiwe ni wachache Bwana Spika. Na ukweli Bwana Spika.
Hoja yako ya nidhamu ni gani?
Ni hajafanya makosa yoyote kulinganisha Kiambu na Mandera Bwana Spika. Okay. Haya ndio maneno Bwana Spika.
Okay, asante. Senator Wario, what's your point of order?
Asante Mheshimiwa Spika kwa kunipatia fursa hii. Mheshimiwa Spika, nimesimama hapa kideti kama milingoti kuleta hoja ya nidhamu ambayo, na hoja yangu ya nidhamu ninaelekeza kwa rafiki yangu Seneta Mwaura. Seneta Mwaura amelinganisha kaunti ya Garissa, Wajir na kaunti ya Mandera na ile kaunti yeye anatoka, akisema ya kwamba kaunti hizo hazina watu, kwa hivyo rasilimali kidogo iende pande hiyo. Bwana Spika, je, mimi nauliza nyumba, Mwaura yuko katika taratibu gani wakati anasema jimbo hizo zote hazina watu na hazisiende pesa? Na sisi vile tunavyojua, jimbo ya Kiambu kitoka dunia ya Kenya ianze, viongozi wametoka pande hiyo na Kiambu inaendelea kujengwa. Pesa mingi inaenda Kiambu. Na sisi tulileta mambo ya ugatuzi na pesa ya equalization fund ilipelekwa ili kaunti hizi za Mandera, Wajir na Garissa ili ipate kujengwa. Sasa kuna makosa gani watu ya Garissa, watu ya Mandera, watu ya Tana River na upande hiyo? Kwa hivyo hoja yangu ni nidhamu ni ya kwamba hayuko katika utaratibu yoyote, kwa sababu pesa zinaenda kujenga sehemu ambazo hazijawahi kuendelea. Na tunaelewa ya kwamba Kiambu tayari imeendelea. Wacha pesa kidogo iende huko na pesa mingi iende pande ya Garissa. Asante Mheshimiwa Speaker.
Those I'll be giving, who want to stand on points of order, be careful not to debate. Just a leader of majority.
Speaker, just to help with that matter, Speaker, I think once a point of order goes beyond 1 minute or 2 minutes, it's no longer a point of order. The Speaker, a point of order should be in a question form. Is so and so in order to do such and such? But if it is not there, Mr. Speaker, there's no need for that person to proceed. Because we are trying to find out what is out of order in the House. And so, Mr. Speaker, I just ask that we really ask people not to use the pretext of points of order to debate or to argue. Thank you, Speaker.
Okay, Senator Maura, proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, those are points of arguments. They are not points of orders. And I'm very glad because my good friend Senator Wario has just confirmed what I have been saying, that the whole idea of the second generation formula was to punish certain counties because of their population, ostensibly because they have produced presidents and they are developed. Senator Wario, I want to invite you to come with me to Kiambu County. And you see the kind of squalor and poverty where land has been divided to the point that it is not viable anymore. When you see people, like where I come from in Ruido constituency, with a population of 490,120 people, getting the same CDF as you, yet actually our one constituency has more people than even some counties. So that even when you are getting bursary, you only get 2,000 when your counties are giving over 100,000 or 30,000. This is the inequality that we are talking about. And we cannot engage, Mr. Speaker, in some form of tortuous, convoluted, retributive justice, where you want to cure one form of marginalization by creating another. I don't believe in that Kenya. I believe in a Kenya that is fair, that says yes, there could be some historical injustices, but they can be cured through the proper operationalization under the equalization fund. I believe in a Kenya where there is equality of vote, so that senator does not represent 2.4 million people and another senator is representing 143,000 people. I believe in a country where everybody has got equal opportunity, and that those who come to equity must come to equity with clean hands, that they may not want to perpetuate the very barriers that kept them at the margins. This formula is not about torturing others because of perceived historical injustice. And let me put it very clearly, Mr. Speaker. If the chairman of the cattle dip in area comes from your village, does that mean all your cows do not have ticks, that they are all healthy? Mr. Speaker, I want also to give another example. When you share food, do you share food according to the number of people or the size of the dinner plate? I think we share food according to the number of people. We have an ideological underpinning that is fomenting this debate. And this debate is being fomented on the basis of either nationalism or countryism. And we must ask ourselves, what is exactly the design of our devolution? Because, Mr. Speaker, when I look at the Bombers draft, it had proposed to have 14 regions and 74 districts. But the current formula divided further to 47 districts. And so therefore, to 47 districts in 1991, which became the counties. And so therefore, Mr. Speaker, it has not been able to resolve the issue of the allure of the presidency. And that is why you heard my good brother, the Senator Wario, saying that because you have the presidency. We in Central Kenya would want to tell you here and now that having the presidency is not a panacea to the common problems of Wanjiko, Mwaura, Otieno, and Kaleche. That you still need to have a better Kenya, where equal opportunity is not about a tribe, it's about the population. When you talk about the people of Kiambu, I'm not talking about Kikuyu people. In actual sense, Mr. Speaker, 7 out of 10 people in Kiambu are Kikuyu, yes, Mbomberu, but 3 are not. My neighbor who died in mysterious circumstances, Cyrus Omondi, was our MCA in Kawendani. Kalpesh is a MCA, he's an Asian, he's an MCA in Juja. So when you're talking about this formula, I would want us to disabuse the notion that we are giving money to certain tribes. Because even in Turkana, they are Kikuyus. Even in Mombasa, they are Kikuyus. We are talking about one nation on the basis of fairness and equity. But the journey that we have started, Mr. Speaker, we must always remember that no matter how antagonistic we are, this Senate is required to rise above parochial, provincial tendencies because of the nature of politics being local to come up with a solution that is going to benefit this country. Mr. Speaker, let us just face the truth. If the national treasury had increased the allocation to about 350 billion, Mr. Speaker, we would not be here. Mr. Speaker, we are here because the governors decided to join hands with their counterparts in the executive, and they refused with us. And the National Assembly was actually used, and my good brother, my senior Senator Mahmoud was there, I was his vice chairman, was used to countermand our demand for more resources that were actually scientific, that were actually rational, and I want to say without fear of doubt that this Senate cannot therefore support the formula of Senator Johnson Ada Sakaja, who was voted overwhelmingly by the people of Nairobi, majority of them who come from Mount Kenya region, to actually come up with an arbitrary figure of 270 billion to freeze the population of this country, and therefore the roads, water, health, electricity to our people who need it most. Mr. Speaker, as I conclude...
Your time is up. Senator Kabaka. What's your point of order, Senator? Yes, Senator.
Mr. Speaker, I just wanted to remind you that you had earlier given directions that in the course of Senator Maura's contribution, you'll guide us on at what time Senator Leturi presents his amendment.
Yeah, I'll still guide. I've not forgotten. I just want people to have a feel of what the Sakaja amendment was. Then I will be allowing at an appropriate time the amendment by Senator Linturi. Senator Kabaka.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity also to support Senator Sakaja's statement, amended statement. Mr. Speaker, sir, having said that, you are going to rule maybe after I speak or maybe relative thereafter to Lintuli's amendment, which I've seen, and I won't debate until it is formally introduced. I wish to say that I thank Senator Sakaja, and I pray to God that he protects him as a young man for trying to bring sanity to this country since independence. I don't want to repeat what has been said here, but it's very sad that senators who are entitled to their views and opinion want to mislead the country, that there are certain part of this country which is not needed. We want the government of Kenya this afternoon to come out very clear and loudly to the international communities and tell us which part of Kenya is not needed in Kenya, so that those people can exercise their international law, what we call self-determination. I can see Senator Wako very keen on matters of international law, which is an expert therein. Any Kenyan who is oppressed, or any group of Kenyans or tribes who are oppressed, they have the right to secede. This is not trespassers. These are not the old dark days when anybody who would bring a view to that extent of trying to move like Pwani or Kenya would be threatened with arrest. Those days are gone. I mean, senators, I know we have the role, a global corporate role of visiting our regions. It is the high time that this Senate have a kind of a program where they would visit those bushy, the so-called bushy, sandy, non-productive areas to see the reality on the ground. People have suffered for many years. Mothers, pregnant mothers, and children walking distance to get their daily endowment. I really thank all the senators in this house, especially the lady senators, for having worked so hard, for having gone to school to the level of the leadership they have here. And yet you are competing with a child from Kiambu or Nyeri or those aparts which are well endowed with the natural resources. What am I saying? I'm saying I wish it were possible, and this is the question I'm going to put before I rest. I wish it were possible to exchange the population of Kiambu, for example, which gets a lot of money, with the population of Mandera, so that the people, citizens of Kiambu, goes and live for 1 day, not 2 days, in Mandela, where there is no water, there are no infrastructure. In fact, it's a big shame. Some of these counties are overdeveloped. How many times are they going to do roads after roads? Why can't they be Kenyan, patriotic, and bequeath those funds to areas which have no resources of water, infrastructure, and so forth? It is very sad.
What's your point of order, Senator Wamatangi?
Mr. Speaker, I seek your guidance. Is the Senator for Machakos, Senator Kabaka, a renowned lawyer and a very knowledgeable man. And I remember Senator Kabaka the other day, Mr. Speaker, telling this House
Senator Mwaura, please
how qualified he is, Mr. Speaker. I remember Senator Kabaka stopped short and he said it on the floor of this House that he could even go and bring his certificates for people in this House to know that he's just not a nobody. He has got a PhD and other qualifications. But Mr. Speaker, is he in order to make the kind of remarks he's made, Mr. Speaker?
What's out of order? Yes, sir. Is on a point of order.
I'm on a point of order. Mr. Speaker, Senator Kabaka refers to the people of Kiambu one as adopted. Speaker, Mr. Speaker,
he's on a point of order.
On a point of order. And Mr. Speaker, I think it's a high time senators also learn not only to be patient but to be courteous. I'm on a point of order. At any one time, any senator can raise a matter. I'm the senator for Kiambu, elected by the people of Kiambu. I know the realities of the people of Kiambu. And so, Mr. Speaker, I have a right to correct any senator who puts facts wrong, Mr. Speaker.
Order, Senator Wamatangi.
The people of Kiambu are equally
Senator Wamatangi.
Needy like any other.
I want to order, Senator Wamatangi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I want to repeat. When you come here, tell me what is out of order. You will get an opportunity to put your case. Everybody has an opinion. Let us respect. You may differ with the opinion, but I'll give you an opportunity to disagree on the floor of the House from where you are. So when you come on a point of order, tell me what's out of order. So let's proceed. Are you through? What's your point of order, Senator?
Mr. Speaker, I just sat down to give you time, Mr. Speaker, because you ordered me.
So what's your point of order?
No, my point of order was very simple, Mr. Senator for Machakos is misleading the House, that he is giving information that he is not privy to, that he does not know about, Mr. Speaker, that he is just making insinuations and innuendos to hype emotions, Mr. Speaker, but not on facts. He must be factual, and when he says that people are endowed, the least he would do is to prove that they are, Mr. Speaker.
Order, Senator. Senator Wamatangi. Yes, Senator Murkomen, what's your point of order? Okay, let me give Senator Murkomen, then I come to you.
Mr. Speaker, I don't know if I'm in order to request you from your chair, Mr. Speaker, to regulate the debate in the House from turning to be a tribal conversation. Mr. Speaker, the rest of the country is watching. We are beginning to talk about our tribes, where our tribes live, what our tribe is getting. And Mr. Speaker, we are contributing to the polarization of the nation. Am I in order, Mr. Speaker, to request you from your chair to give firm and clear directions and stop a senator who may want to direct us to this conversation about Giriamas, Somalis, Kalenjins, Luos, Kikuyus, and all those. And Mr. Speaker, just speak about what is devolution and what it means for our counties, so that then we carry everybody along as a country and we become the sober house we have always argued that we want to be.
Senator Ledama.
Mr. Speaker, mine is to try and assist the House in moving forward. And I rise on point of order number 93, which is on the procedure of a point of order. Mr. Speaker, sir, I'd like to beseech you that whenever any senator rises, for him to note the point of order that he's standing on, as stipulated by Standing Order 93, which, if you allow me, I'll read. Any senator may raise a point of order at any time during the speech of another senator, stating that the senator raises a point of order and that the senator shall be required to indicate the standing order upon which the point of order is based. So, Mr. Speaker, sir, once we follow that, we'll be able to stop all these shenanigans of interruptions, of gagging people from saying what they want to say. And I think we can be able to conclude the debate today. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, and that's what I've said. Senator Kabaka, finish.
Thank you. Let me finish. I didn't get, Honorable Speaker, where I was out of order. Other than that, I have a lot of papers, academic papers. I have seen no correlation coefficient to that extent. Mr. Speaker, I want to state my opinion, and it's a fact that Kiambu, anytime, whatever variation or permutations of the formulas which I've seen, all the time it is gaining. And a lot of money. And that's why I'm saying, in my own opinion, I don't have to move the senator for Kiambu, with due respect, but in my opinion, that county is overdeveloped. It doesn't need all this money, which, they want Kenyans to believe. Mr. Speaker, the issue of equalization fund pursuant to Article 204, which everyone keeps on saying, oh, the losing counties will be given, they will be cushioned by that. Everyone knows that. There is no law which has operationalized this, provision on equalization. This, today it's about, we know the lifespan of the equalization fund is 20 years. But today, since the inception of devolution in 2010, it is 11 years. The government has done nothing.
What's your point of order, Senator Dulo? You're off mic. Okay.
Yeah, Senator Cherargei is just walking to the other side and walking back. Is he in order? Can he go back?
He's actually out of order. I didn't see that. If you did that, can you go back and do what you're supposed to do? It is so ordered.
Mr. Speaker, to summarize, I would say that it is not only Kiambu which we are talking per se. I'm saying all those counties which are gaining. And there are many. The 28 at the expense of 18. It's the high time we need to revisit our morals. And we push together this nation. There's no way we can say we have devolution when some of our counties are losing. So let us work out these amendments of Nituri to see whether actually it is reasonable to the circumstances of other counties, so that we don't mind some counties, losing a little and sharing with other brothers, so that we move. Remember, it is not the intention of the executive in this republic for devolution. The executive all the time want to kill the devolution, for whatever reason. Remember, we are only fighting for 15% of the 3 trillion. Nobody comes here and questions the 85%. What is the criteria of sharing development funds for the 85% in this country? We don't know. This one is left at the discretion of the executive. And that's why the issue of the presidency in this country attracts a lot of attention. But if we can have variables equivalent on development, equivalent to the ones we have here for the devolved formula, then it will be very easy to demystify the presidency. I support Sakanja's amendment. Thank you.
Senator Margaret Kamar, then we'll have Senator Wako from the other chamber.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me an opportunity to also contribute to this. Mr. Speaker, I've been listening very carefully to what my colleagues have said. I've taken time to study and to look at why devolution in the first place. Because it looked like these 7 times of failing to pass, we have opened other issues. And I looked back and looked at the different formulas that have been used, Mr. Speaker. Because I was in the 10th Parliament, and in November 2012, we came up with a formula. In the first formula, Mr. Speaker, we got a report from CRA, which we are all aware of the role of CRA, which according to Article 2015, which is established under Article 2015 of the Constitution, that CRA is to make recommendations to us. The recommendations we received in the 10th Parliament gave us only 6 parameters. Mr. Speaker, we had a population parameter of 45%, an equalization share of 25%, a poverty gap of a poverty index of 20%, land area was 8%, and the fiscal effort was 2%. What happened thereafter, Mr. Speaker? In 2016, the second formula, which was done by the first Senate, actually that Senate did nothing. What they did was to change only the equal share, increase it by 1. So population remained 45%. The equal share increased by 1% to 26%. Also, they reduced poverty by 2, to actually 2 areas they touched. They reduced it from 20 to 18%. In their own wisdom, poverty seemed to have been going down. Land area remained at 8%. Fiscal effort remained at 2%. And they introduced an element called development at 1%. Mr. Speaker, what happened last year, we received from the CRA a recommendation on time. On the 30th of April 2019, the report was laid in the House, and it stood committed to the committee. When it came, they made changes. CRA had made changes. And in the changes that CRA brought, they actually crushed population to 18%, so that I keep wondering why we are talking about population when population has actually been reduced by half in the formula that came. Because it's very important that we understand where all this is coming from so that we are able to cure. They say unless you know what the disease is, you will not be able to treat. Mr. Speaker, the equal share was reduced from 26 to 20. The poverty was reduced from 18 to 14. Land area remained at 8%. Mr. Speaker, fiscal effort remained at 2, divided into prudence and effort, 1%, 1%. Mr. Speaker, development was knocked out. But there is something very new that CRA brought in, which is very important for us to look at. They went to the Constitution and looked at Schedule 4. And when they looked at Schedule 4, they introduced what population is actually all about. They broke the population of 45, which was inside the first and the second formula had given 45, reduced it to 18, and gave 17 to health, because health is almost 90% devolved. Agriculture was given 10%, the same 10% that is internationally acclaimed, and introduced something for urban areas, which is 5%. What the committee has done, Mr. Speaker, is to then go and vary. They did not vary anything population. They started varying again from population. They did not touch the equal share. They did not touch the poverty. They did not touch the area, it remained 8. They did not touch the fiscal. They reintroduced a figure. They varied the figures of health, agriculture, and urban. I strongly support what the CRA proposed. Why am I supporting this, Mr. Speaker? I'm supporting this because when devolution took place, and this was discussed all the way from Bomas, for those of us who attended the Bomas, we wanted functions to go closer to the people, and we wanted resources to go to the people. Now, in calling it population of 45, it has blinded all of us so that we are worried about population. What it's actually saying, what CRA actually did, was to break this down and tell us, actually, your functions, the functions that were devolved are this, and your resources, and the resources must follow the functions. So they started analyzing each of the items that were released, which to me was a first step. And I think this will be the first Senate to actually give a formula that has a relationship with devolution. Because the first one that we gave, we only gave as a proposal so that the first Senate looks at. But the first Senate did not do anything. They only changed one small area and left all of it. So for the first time, Mr. Speaker, CRA is reminding us that there were items that were devolved, and that those items that were devolved must be followed with resources. Mr. Speaker, we have had very painful discussions between ourselves. We have even almost hurt ourselves. I like the idea that was raised that we don't need to talk about tribes, because I come from Uasin Gishu. Mr. Speaker, in Uasin Gishu, my population is 1.163. Of that population of 1.163, only 40% are in the dominant community where I come from. The others are from completely different communities. I have everybody in Uasin Gishu, Mr. Speaker. I have people from all corners of the country. So when we talk of money going to Uasin Gishu, it is not going to the Kalenjin. It is going to the people. So I support that statement that came from Senator Murgomen, that we really need to run away from mentioning the tribes. Now, when you look at Uasin Gishu again, Mr. Speaker, 1 square kilometer of Uasin Gishu has 381 people. Now, for us to run a dispensary, we would need dispensaries in almost every 5 square kilometers. What is the area of Uasin Gishu? 3,399 square kilometers. So the number of dispensaries that we need would definitely be higher than any other place that doesn't have that kind of density. These are the figures that CRA used. Mr. Speaker, I want to persuade my colleagues that we are tearing the country ourselves. It is not somebody from outside. It is this Senate that is giving the wrong information. It is this Senate that is miscalculating what was calculated. The role of CRA is a very important role. CRA was supposed to have given us advice, and we needed to have interrogated what CRA gave us. Instead of interrogating what CRA gave us, we seem to have been swayed by something called gainers and losers, which is the thing that is really hurting all of us. Because it reaches a point that you are saying, so when I'm talking on behalf of the people of Uasin Gishu, a population that I don't think I would like to call Kalenjin because they are not, when I'm talking about the people of Uasin Gishu, I'm trying to rob somebody else to give them anything. That is not true, Mr. Speaker. I think we are looking at resources following functions. And these functions are outlined in the Constitution. Mr. Speaker, there is something else that we really need to note, which has been read and we know very well in Article 2 or 3 of the Constitution. There was a limitation that the amount of money to be devolved should not be less than 15%. Why? Because a minimum of 15% of the functions were devolved. And we are looking for resources to take care of that area. Mr. Speaker, if this Senate does not recognize the fact that we are fighting over 15% instead of fighting over 85%, then we are going to go wrong. For the first time, I told myself, if BBI is going to give us this 35%, then BBI be the root. Because we need to have more money devolved. The reason devolution was articulated, and I remember the late Ndimama articulating it. He said, we are not going to go to Nairobi to look for roads. We are not going to go to Nairobi to look for water. We will not go to Nairobi to look for schools. We want everything to be devolved. And for us to do well in devolution, we must start recognizing what resources exactly we have devolved. Mr. Speaker, it is for that reason that I strongly support what was raised by CRA. The modification of the committee, I still support to some extent, and I will not support a new formula that says formula number 2, which was actually formula number 1 of the 10th Parliament that I belong to, except for 1 point, plus another formula. I think we need to rise to the occasion as a Senate and look at the functions and tell ourselves as Kenyans. And I'm very glad because about 7 senators here have properties in Eldoret. They are not from Uasin. They are senators of various corners of the country. They have their properties. And I want to say, Mr. Speaker, that we need to start being Kenyan ourselves from inside here. Because if we don't become patriotic from inside this room, then we will not be able to do. Mr. Speaker, I rest my case. I oppose any amendment that changes, that diverts very strongly from CRA, because CRA is recognizing the functions that must be devolved. Thank you.
What's your point of order, Senator?
Mr. Speaker, sir, is it in order for the Deputy Speaker to misinform this House? Because we all know very well that the committee proposal is not the CRA proposal. Her submissions have been that she's opposing every other proposal which deviates from the CRA. What is on the paper, what was tabled by the committee is not the CRA proposal.
Yes, Senator.
I said I will only support the amendments of the committee to the CRA proposal, but I will not support the new amendment by Sakaja. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think I'm clear now.
Okay, Senator Wako. Naomi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for allowing me to come from the other chamber, extended chamber, because for quite some time now, Wako with the queue has not been heard because we have been marginalized in a way. But today you are really taking or putting that into consideration. Mr. Speaker, sir, I stand to support Senator Sakaja's amendment simply because it is the only amendment that I have seen so far that
What's your point of order, Senator Chorargi?
I wouldn't want to interrupt Canon, but Speaker, did you hear what Senator Wako with the Q said, that it is as if you are marginalizing other senators, and that is the narrative I've seen in some of the mainstream media. It is important that this is corrected, because she said it looks like it has been long to be heard from her, and it is an answer that they have been marginalized. So Mr. Speaker, I think it is important we don't allow this to spill into public that there is marginalization, because there are also senators in extended chamber, and I've seen you have been giving fair chance to all of us. So we can't allow that perception to go into public.
Senator Sakaja, what's your point of order?
Mr. Speaker, I want to
raise a point of order from Standing Order 93 again. And this is in congruence with what my distinguished uncle, Senator Wetangula, said. Mr. Speaker, I urge that as you guide the House, because this standing order was used on me only last week, but it's okay, that if any member rises on a point of order, let them say which point of order it is. And then, Mr. Speaker, that is 93.1. 93.2 says that person who was speaking resumes their seat. And then the senator shall do likewise. And number 3 says the speaker then shall give direction, a decision on the point of order forthwith, or announce that the decision is deferred for consideration. Mr. Speaker, these rules are here for the orderly conduct of this House that has existed since before independence. I urge you, Mr. Speaker, because this is a very important debate. We want to hear everyone. In fact, many of us have not stood on points of order where people are mentioning our names. Kindly just guide us in this manner to give that face that you're saying yourself that the country needs to see. So whoever stands again on a point of order, let them say which one it is, and then you rule. Don't just let it go when they're finished speaking. I urge you, Mr. Speaker, kindly.
You know, I'm not the only one hearing. I hope that I'm presiding over a house of people who are intelligent, who have read the standing orders, and that they will be able to follow the standing orders. Really, it's unfortunate if I have to keep repeating or reminding people, and everyone has a standing order before you. Why don't you just look at what it says and follow it? So let's observe our standing orders. Senator Wako, proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I said, I support Senator Sakaja's amendment simply because it carries the spirit of 2010 Constitution. Mr. Speaker, some of the counties that we feel are losing are the counties that for many years have been left behind in terms of development. Mr. Speaker, it is unfortunate that today when we stand as senators, and Senate is supposed to support devolution, it is like each one of us supports the county he or she comes from. Mr. Speaker, the 67 of us are supposed to support the devolution and see how we can grow devolution. Mr. Speaker, many have criticized some of the counties that are losing because they have less population, and said that those counties have less people, and so much of the money or the finance needs to go to where we have highly populated people. Mr. Speaker, this will still take me back to the word that I have always avoided to use in my life, and that is still the word marginalization and discriminating others. Why I'm saying this is because if you look at these counties, Mr. Speaker, service delivery is something that is just too hard for even the county executive to think about. A good example is Marsabit County, where I come from, where...
What's your point of order? But you are not on mic.
I'm standing on point of order 113, Mr. Speaker. They are running away now, which states that except when passing to and from his or her seat or when speaking, every senator when in the chamber shall be seated. You can see Senator Maura and the whip. They are standing everywhere and moving everywhere, Mr. Speaker. Look, this is not right.
That's exactly what I was saying. You know, proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I said, service delivery in most of these counties is a nightmare. A good example is my own county, where the county headquarters is in Marsabit. And for a woman in Ileret, which is about 700 kilometers from Marsabit town, to receive her service, we need to travel for almost 12 hours or more on a rough road and with all the challenges on the road. So when people stand here and kind of mock the places we come from, Mr. Speaker, it is unacceptable because it is like others have never seen and had experience in some of those places. When they say that the area you represent, we cannot serve food because of the vastness of the area on the plate, Mr. Speaker, it is very unfortunate. When God created us, He created us and gave us different places to occupy. So even if you are in Kiambu, even if you are in Machakos, even if you are here in Nairobi, you have no right to accuse others who have been put there by the God who created them. And so, Mr. Speaker, when we talk of service delivery in these areas, as I said, the counties use a lot of money. Many people have criticized us because we have not developed our areas for the last 7 years. You cannot compare the development of devolution in the last 7 years with 55 years of growth in many counties. Other counties have been developing and growing their areas. The leaders have been growing and developing their areas for the last over 50 years. And just because through devolution, counties have been receiving 15% of what the country gets, people already feel that we are overfeeding or over-supplying. And some of us don't deserve what we are getting. Mr. Speaker, that is a very wrong notion, which I believe as Senate we should overcome. My good friend Senator Mwaura spoke passionately about Kiambu and some of the places we come from. I have always supported him because we are good friends. And he has always stood with the people who are marginalized in a way. But when he stands and speaks that way, Mr. Speaker, it touches some of us because we always support one another in different areas. So it is time for Kenyans to stand with one another and be our brother's keeper. Mr. Speaker, in this debate, what we have lacked is oneness, unity, because everybody stands to defend where he comes from. Let us look at every part of this country as one country. We are one people, one nation. That is the spirit we are lacking. That is the spirit we are lacking.
What's your point of order, Senator Mwaura?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise on standing order number 115 on irrelevance or repetition, which says the Speaker or the chairperson of committee, after having called attention to the conduct of the senator who persists in irrelevance or tedious repetition, either of the senator's own argument or the arguments used by others, senators, in debate may, after first warning him or her, direct that the senator discontinue in her speech. Mr. Speaker, I listened to my good sister, Senator Naomi Wako, who we fellowship together in the Bunge Fellowship, and we share a lot. When she says that because I stand for marginalization, and she repeats that very well, that she may think otherwise or otherwise. Yes, Mr. Speaker, the irrelevance is you cannot cure one form of marginalization by creating another one. I don't think those are the Christian principles that my very good Senator Reverend Canon Naomi Wako stands for.
You're out of order. You're out of order. She was just expressing her opinion. Proceed, Senator. I think you should pray more.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, sir, when we argue here and debate, we are here to enhance oneness and unity in this country. When people feel that some areas do not need to grow and that whatever little money they have been getting needs to be reduced so that other areas can be grown, Mr. Speaker, that is very wrong. We have leaders, we have people who have struggled to be here. Mr. Speaker, in Marsabit, to date, women track for 10 kilometers or over just to fetch 20 liters of water. That is unfortunate in our today's world. We have students who study under trees. It's not that we have not been planning and we do not want to develop our areas. It is because we have lacked resources. So those resources are that is why we are fighting for resources now, so that we can also catch up with the rest of the country. Mr. Speaker, when Senate stands here and everybody supports where he or she comes from, what will happen to the areas that we come from that, have only the county governments to support them? Others can brag and say we have ministers, we have CS, we have CAS, we have well-educated people, we have all this. But in some of these areas, we cannot talk of those things. So I support Senator Sakaja's amendment simply because it carries the spirit of 2010 devolution, the Constitution. And again, it is the only amendment that I have so far seen that carries the entire nation on the same level. I support it and will continue supporting so that all Kenyans will feel that we are united and that we are part of this country. Mr. Speaker, sometimes when we talk of equalization fund, some people say that equalization fund is there to support you. Unfortunately, we have never tested that. It has never been effected. So we cannot grow our hopes or build our hope on what we have not seen. And that is why I support Senator Sakaja's amendment and say that reason needs to guide us, and reason is the only thing that can help this country and support even the people that cannot be here today. Mr. Speaker, the issue of population, we cannot use that against others, simply because some of us are less populated today, but who knows, 5 years from today, things may be different. God is the only person, God is the only one who knows what will happen in future. So for population, we should not base so much on that. Let us put all the other perimeters into consideration and see how best the whole country will benefit. Mr. Speaker, I support Senator Sakaja's amendment and stand with that so that our country can be united. Thank you.
Okay, honorable senators, I think we've had a discussion on Senator Sakaja's amendment. Now I call upon Senator Linturi to move his amendment, and you know the process. Then we'll discuss, then take a vote.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I am begged to move an amendment, the amendment by Senator John Sakaja, MP, an amendment by Senator Sakaja, MP, on the report of the Standing Committee on Finance, Budget, on the third basis criteria for allocation among the counties, the share of national revenue for financial years 2020, 2021, 2024, 2025. And Mr. Speaker, in the interest of time, I beg you to allow me to move this amendment by stating that the amendment be, or Sakaja's amendment be amended by deleting Part A and replacing it with the proposal, or this proposal, my proposal, captioned on page 703, 704, 705, and 706 of today's order paper, so that, Mr. Speaker,
we do not waste a lot of time because the amendment is a 5-6 page amendment, and because every senator has the opportunity to check on the under paper, may be able to follow clearly the proposals I'm making, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, allow me say or state that today is the 8th time we are trying to unlock the stalemate around the basis of allocating resources among counties, and we have a big challenge in that resources are always limited and there is no free lunch anywhere when it comes to public resources. Hence, the difficulties in resource sharing, which will always involve trade-offs in the sense that when accounting gains, another must lose. However, honorable senators, allow me to bring a very important aspect in horizontal resource sharing. Global experience indicates that in any resource sharing sphere, there is need to hold harmless. Mr. Speaker, this approach of determining revenue allocation assures the existing level of service delivery is not disrupted. Indeed, there should be no drastic reduction of revenue to the county governments in order to hold them harmless in respect of their mandate to deliver their assigned functions. This will ensure that the county governments will have the ability to restructure and rationalize their budgets and operations, while at the same time have the requisite resources to perform their assigned function. Mr. Speaker, developing a formula for sharing resources must be guided by equity. Equity is not about equal portions for everyone, but getting what you deserve. Mr. Speaker, there is need to remove ambiguity and complexity when developing a formula, and most importantly, there is need to address the political realities of the day. Inasmuch as formulas have the advantage of being transparent and consistent, they can also have disadvantages because they are based on a small set of factors which may not take into consideration all the reasons why counties are different. Mr. Speaker, there has been the notion that there are some disadvantaged counties and they need more funding, while there are some disadvantaged counties and therefore need less revenues. This is not the case because a county may have fairly good roads or access to water, but very, very poor health services. On the debate of one man, one shilling, I want to acknowledge that population and land area are both measures of fiscal need. The more population a county has, the higher the service costs. Equally, counties with larger areas have higher costs occasioned by the vast land mass. In trying to address the county sharing resource stalemate in the country, as well as ensuring that the existing level of service delivery is not disrupted at county levels, Mr. Speaker, is the reason I seek to amend the motion by Senator Sakaja. With my proposal, Mr. Speaker, the loss and gains nearly balance out since there is no drastic reduction in the county allocation from the baseline of 2019-2020. For instance, the highest loss, which is for Mandera, stands at 245.26 million, while the highest gain for Kiambu County stands at 160.8 million for illustration. Mr. Speaker, I would like to inform the House that currently there is no provision for the involvement of Senate in evaluating the indicators used in the parameters. To avoid the stalemate and divisiveness experience of the past couple of months, the Senate should be involved on the indicators that are selected when coming up with a formula, and the evaluation of the same should be approved by the Senate to capture the development changes happening in the counties. Mr. Speaker, as I conclude, I want to imagine, Mr. Speaker, that as we sit here as leaders of this country, we must not forget that home belongs to a one indivisible nation called Kenya. And time has come when we must be able to speak as Kenyans, as patriots, just like the fighters for independence, the Mau Maus did, Mr. Speaker. I cannot really fathom a situation, Mr. Speaker, where a county that I represent, by the name Meru County, and my nearest neighbors are Isiolo and Tharaka Nithi. Mr. Speaker, if Tharaka Nithi is not comfortable, if there are no resources in Tharaka Nithi, if there are no resources in Isiolo, one thing I must always remember in my mind, that I have people from Meru living in Isiolo, people in Meru living in Tharaka Nithi. And even with all the money that I may get, Mr. Speaker, it means that all the proliferation of people moving to Meru County to get medical services, as an example, in our level 5 hospital, will continually increase because such facilities will not be found in Tharaka Nithi or in Isiolo just because we were not able to agree we are not able to agree by sending some ground for them to have adequate or maintain them at a situation or at a place where they can be able to support themselves and be able to cater for their own needs. It is on this basis, Mr. Speaker, that made me think twice. And when I remember the pain that I also one time, as a legislator in this country, because I remember very well, vividly, what happened in 2008, in January, immediately after the post-election violence, when we had to sit very late in the night, Mr. Speaker, to prepare an account to accommodate the opposition or people that had lost in an election that time, for us to bring Kenya together so that there would be no more fighting, so that there would be sobriety in Kenya, that we had to do it for the greater interest of a country. Similarly, Mr. Speaker, I feel that those members or counties that by application of this formula, if my respective senators agree to bring it on board, must be willing to give something small to their own brothers. The others must that were losing or may have lost so much must also be willing to cede ground so that we have a compromise, Mr. Speaker. It is on this basis, Mr. Speaker, that I plead with the House that today let us rise to the occasion because Mr. Speaker, the constitutional responsibility of determining this aspect of sharing revenue is on the senators. I don't want too much time, Mr. Speaker. I beg to move and ask my great brother from Narok, Senator Lendama Olekina, to second. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I thank you. I rise to second the proposed further amendment to Senator Sakaja's motion or proposal. Mr. Speaker, sir,
sorry, what's your point of order?
Still speak from here, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I raise under Standing Order number 63. And Mr. Speaker, pursuant also to the provisions of the Constitution, Article 2172, Mr. Speaker, a few weeks ago, you gave directions from the chair. And the directions you gave was that any senator who is willing or who wants to bring any amendments to the committee's report, which is a derivative of the report that was submitted by the Commission on Revenue Allocation to this House, Mr. Speaker. And you ordered that any senator who wants to make amendments should also make available permutations, Mr. Speaker, for perusal by senators so that senators can be well attuned and well informed on what those amendments are, Mr. Speaker. So first, my point of order is, have those amendments that are sought, Mr. Speaker, been circulated? Number two, Mr. Speaker, is I'll be seeking your direction, Mr. Speaker, and indeed your determination, Mr. Speaker, because in Article 217.2 of the Constitution, Mr. Speaker, the Senate is not allowed by the Constitution to just anyhow or from anywhere, though we are senators, come up with a resolution as the basis for sharing of revenue. It says clearly
that, Mr. Speaker, and if you permit, I could read what that says, Mr. Speaker. It's a point of order, Mr. Speaker, and on a point of order, and Mr. Speaker, I've sought your permission. Mr. Speaker, 2 says that in determining the basis of revenue sharing, under clause 1, the Senate shall, and the word is shall, Mr. Speaker, request and consider recommendations from the Commission on Revenue Allocation. And it is request and consider, and the word is shall, Mr. Speaker. The direction and determination I seek from you, Mr. Speaker, 1 is this. When the Commission on Revenue Allocation made its recommendations to this House via the report that was brought here, the CRA based their report on the latest data available on 1, the population, 2, poverty levels, Mr. Speaker, and also in compliance with the Statistics Act, Mr. Speaker. And the direction I seek from you then, Mr. Speaker, is this. Those permutations that have been brought to this House and the amendments under Standing Order 63, Mr. Speaker, have you determined or would you direct the House if those amendments should comply with that requirement that the data used to play the different permutations must be what the CRA has done? It has got to be the latest data available and usable by government in compliance with the Statistics Act, Mr. Speaker. And so, Mr. Speaker, if Mr. Speaker, we are going to be admitting any amendments, I would seek your direction that would allow or then disallow that to the inconsistency of the Constitution, then any senator can bring any permutation using any data or any information other than the government's own and the members of the public's own data that's available, Mr. Speaker. And that is the latest 2019, Mr. Speaker, population and the 2016 poverty levels, Mr. Speaker, data. That is the clarification I seek from you, Mr. Speaker, whether those permutations should be in compliance with the law, with the Constitution, or they should be non-compliant with the law, Mr. Speaker.
Order, members. Before the amendment was brought, it was brought to my office. It was taken to House Business Committee, who approved them, and that means that they went through the procedure that we are talking about. And it also went through the Parliamentary Budget Office.
Mr. Speaker, sir, may I proceed?
Okay, Senator Linturi, just a minute, okay. Let him, I've given him a chance, then I'll give you.
Mr. Speaker, with a lot of respect to my chair rules, Senator Wamatangi, I would suggest, if you allow, Mr. Speaker, to kindly request the Secretariat of this Honorable House to assist Senator Wamatangi be able to go through the e-order paper to check the simulations he's talking about are captured on page 706 of today's order paper. That's what I clearly see. So they are there. And on the aspect of the recommendations of the CRA, Mr. Speaker, it is true the Constitution talks about consider recommendations. The recommendations have been taken into account. What we've just done in this formula is to vary where, for example, population or where CRA recommended the error of 20, we have varied to 119 to accommodate the political realities in the country. We do not live in a vacuum. We are leaders. We hear the people. And that is why this important house, or the House of Representatives of the people, owns the sovereign will and the power of the people, and that we must exercise this for their own good. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Mohamud, just a minute.
Mr. Speaker, sir, you have ruled, but my good friend Wamatangi referred to Article 217.2. In fact, in Article 96.3 and 217.2, the word is Senate determines. Senate determines the allocation between counties. Mr. Speaker, sir, I happen to have chaired that committee that time. The proposals that came from CRA was subjected to public participation, and we did all through. Where we are now, we are at the Senate determining the basis of allocation between two counties. I will beg my friends not to delay us and take us back. Thank you.
Senator Matangi, order. You know you also have an amendment on the order paper. There is also leader of minority who has an amendment on the order paper, and I've gone through the same process. So why don't we proceed? You will have an opportunity at the end of it to take a vote.
Thank you. Thank you.
I
Thank
have
you,
ruled,
Mr.
Senator
Speaker.
Matangi.
Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker,
Okay,
sir.
what is it, Senator Matangi? I hope it's not on the same. I hope it's not on the same. Just an order. I hope it's not on the same what I've already given a ruling, Senator Matangi.
Mr. Speaker, with tremendous respect, and you have said to all the senators, Mr. Speaker, a few minutes ago you said every senator given permission by yourself has a right to speak. There is absolutely no reason why Senator Murkomen and others should be mobbing while you have given me the opportunity to stand. Mr. Speaker, all I sought, Mr. Speaker, with your permission, is simple. Because it is your rule, and was your ruling that you said that senators must provide simulations in advance. Mr. Speaker, the only thing I sought from you, because we are required to do our simulations around what the CRA has made, Mr. Speaker, the question, Mr. Speaker, I've posed to you is very simple, Mr. Speaker. If a senator, Mr. Speaker, then just gets any figures from where, anywhere, Mr. Speaker, are those allowed to be permutations, Mr. Speaker, or should we be in compliance with the law? Otherwise, Mr. Speaker, we shall be coming up with permutations that are illegal, Mr.
Order,
Speaker.
Senator Matangi.
That are unlawful, Mr. Speaker.
Order, Senator Matangi, please. I have given a ruling on that. Let us proceed. You will have an opportunity to make a vote on this. Senator Matangi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. May I now proceed to second this further amendment to Senator Sakaja's proposal? Mr. Speaker, sir, as I agreed to second this proposal by my dear friend from the great people of Meru, I did so because I want us to have a way forward. Mr. Speaker, sir, in Senator Sakaja's proposal, we had a formula which was Y equal A plus B. Mr. Speaker, sir, if you may protect me.
Order, senators. Let's consult in low tones.
So, Mr. Speaker, sir, I've looked at the proposal which have been suggested by my good friend, and it gives us a way forward. If you look at the amendments, or rather the proposals by the committee, they were creating a huge disparity in this country. Mr. Speaker, sir, when some of us were bringing in our own amendments, we wanted a situation and to ensure that we are one nation. Mr. Speaker, sir, if you compare, and I have a lot of respect for Senator Matangi, and I had him quoting the Constitution and looking at the parameters. What we are doing in this House is that we are taking into consideration the proposals given to us by CRA, and we've made changes to them. Mr. Speaker, sir, if you go through the parameters, and this is why I feel greatly honored to further second the amendments brought by Senator Linturi, is because they have reduced the disparity. Mr. Speaker, sir, where a county was losing 2 billion, a county is now losing 177 million. This will help that county continue with their services uninterrupted. Mr. Speaker, sir, where Narok County was losing 853 million, with the proposal brought by my dear brother here, I'm now only losing 130. Mr. Speaker, sir, Article 217 talks of a basis. It doesn't even talk of a formula. It talks of a basis. And that is why we came with the base and say, what Senator Linturi is now proposing is that we have a base of 270 billion, which should be shared with all the counties. And then the different, the 41.6 billion, be applied using the following parameters. Where CRA, or rather where the committee had proposed that we consider the population with 16%, Senator Linturi has maintained that parameter. Where he said health at 20%, Senator Linturi has gone down by 1% to 19%. Mr. Speaker, sir, where it has actually helped us a lot is really squarely on the land parameter, where the committee was bringing it down to 5% and capping it down and also introducing a square root. Senator Linturi has gone further and now said, let us maintain what the CRA recommended. Mr. Speaker, sir, when I hear us talking about the issue of data, statistics. I wonder which country in the whole world that promotes devolution, that reduces a county into a square root, into a circle. Mr. Speaker, sir, that data does not exist. So when my dear friend and colleague talks about data, I think I would be very happy to see a data that is brought into this house that says reduce the size of Narok from a 17,000 square kilometer to 146 square root. Mr. Speaker, sir, this proposal is giving us a way out. One of the reasons why I agreed to support Senator Linturi is because when I looked at the recommendations by CRA, they had a rider. They said government to apply another 15% to cushion counties. That advised my amendments, which are still on the order paper, which I may now consider once we are done with this, took about 10% of that to cushion counties losing. But what Senator Linturi did is that he said, we don't want people to say they are losers and they are winners. Let us use this base of 270 billion, and the 46 billion, let us use so that those ones who are gaining so much gain just a little. Those who are losing, lose just a little. And Mr. Speaker, sir, those numbers are here. If you look at the county that loses the most is Mandera, which now loses only 245 million shillings. And the county that gains the most is the county of Kiambu, which my dear good friend, Senator Wamatangi, comes from, which now gains 160 million shillings. Mr. Speaker, sir, I've listened to various arguments. I've listened to arguments of population. And it really begs the question. If population equals the amount of revenue that a county generates, why is it that only 5 counties out of the 47 counties only raise revenue above 1 billion shillings? So, Mr. Speaker, sir, this is an issue that we all must be willing to lose some and win some, gain some and lose some. This is the way forward. This is a position for us now to also relax our position. Mr. Speaker, sir, the best option was Sakaja's option, where no county was losing. Every county was gaining. But now when they bring in the other issues of population increase and everything, we said, okay, fair enough. Let's do this. We are willing to recede our ground and say, let us now admit what my dear brother, Senator Linturi, and I thank the people of Meru. And I want to tell the people of Meru that they have a senator, a leader, who clearly reads Article 96 of the Constitution, that is here to protect the interest of counties and their government. Mr. Speaker, sir, I raised issues. When I came into this house, the first thing I said is that this is indeed the House of Union. Because it doesn't matter how many you are. There's only one delegation, one vote. So, Mr. Speaker, sir, what Senator Linturi is doing to this country is giving us a way forward. Because those who are supporting the committee report are doing so not knowing, or rather knowing, that they'll create a huge disparity in this country. What Senator Linturi has done is something honorable. And that is why I stand here today proudly to say that I second his further amendment to our position because it unites this country. A child in Mandera, whose governor has already made a budget to ensure that the child in the farthest part of Mandera...
What's your intervention? Is it now? Okay, I can see you.
Of order after he finishes.
Okay.
I don't want to interfere. Yes, sir. Mr. Speaker, sir, a child in Mandera deserves everything that a child in Kiambu has, or an opportunity. It saddens me when I hear debates where people keep on talking about, forgetting about them. If we are indeed genuine, what we should be doing is to make sure that A child in Mandera can be able to say, I have a brother in Meru. I have a brother in Narok. And that brother in Narok or Meru can be able to get access to the same services that I have here. Mr. Speaker, sir, Senator Linturi's proposal, and I want to tell Kenyans this, now softens our ground. Because we were of the opinion that since there's no more revenue being collected because of COVID and other circumstances, which also include corruption, what we can do now is, since we cannot continue getting the same amount of money that we are getting in the last financial year, since that one is making other people think that, no, it's not the way to go, or there are more Kenyans than others, those who are gaining, gain a little. Those who are losing, lose a little. Mr. Speaker, sir, in my proposals, actually, it was only going to cushion counties that were losing. But when I saw Senator Linturi's proposal, then I said it's a win-win situation for everyone. And that is what even our other leaders outside there have been talking about. Win-win. Everybody should be happy. We all go home. So, Mr. Speaker, sir, as I finalize, I want to beseech my dear colleagues from both sides of the aisle for you to think about this country as one, not as those who have and those who have none, but as a country that can be able to accept that change is the only thing which is constant, and that since we cannot be able to raise more revenue, let us go with this further amendment brought by Senator Linturi, who is from Meru, so that the Marians in Narok, who are doing great business there, can be welcome there. And they cannot be seen as if you guys are coming here to make money from us, but when we generate more revenue, you do not want to support us. So, Mr. Speaker, sir, as I finalize, I really want to remind all Kenyans, and particularly the representatives in this House, that unless we can be sober and agree to respect the doctrine of separation of powers as leaders, we will not be doing anything. It is about time, Mr. Speaker, sir, that this House stands as a Senate of the Republic of Kenya, make decisions which are solely sound and supported by facts.
Okay.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I second.
Senator Orengo, what's your point of order?
Sorry.
Okay, order, senators. Order. You will have an opportunity. Honorable senators, I now propose the question, which is that the amendment by Senator Johnson Sakaja MP to the motion on the report of the Standing Committee on Finance and Budget in the third basis for allocating among the counties the share of national revenue for financial year 2020-2021 to 2024-2025 be amended in the manner proposed by Senator Mithiki Linturi, MP, as appears in the order paper. Senator Orengo.
Mr. Speaker, I am grateful for being given this chance. Mr. Speaker, on the floor is the motion by Senator Sakaja to amend the motion coming from the Finance Committee. And right now we're debating an amendment to that amendment. I beseech you, Mr. Speaker, to give some directions about time so that we limit debate on the motion on amendment to the amendment, and then on the motion to the amendment to the motion. Otherwise, the business which is before the House is the substantive motion. So we may be thinking that we're doing some business, but the serious business before the House has not been touched. So although I would want to say some things about the particular amendment to the amendment, but I think you need to give us like 3 minutes each. No, I think 3 minutes. Because there's amendment to the amendment, 3 minutes, and then the amendment itself, and then the motion itself. So I think 3 minutes is sufficient.
I'll give 3 minutes because the interests are many. And like I said, we are debating this amendment, then there's amendment to Sakaja's, then there's the motion. And then you will need to vote. No, we are all saying the same things. But 3 minutes. Senator Malala. What's your point of order, Senator Wamatangi?
Mr. Speaker, my point of order is now that, and you may rule me, Mr. Speaker, either out of order or whichever way, Mr. Speaker, but my point of order is, now that it has been clarified by the seconder of the motion by Senator Linturi, and he has clarified to this House that what Senator Linturi seeks to do is to create a base of 270 billion to divide revenue using the old formula which used the old data, Mr. Speaker. That's my question. Mr. Speaker, the question my point of order is, Mr. Speaker, to be ruled by yourself, Mr. Speaker, whether, Mr. Speaker, that is what you sought as the Speaker of the House when you invited for permutations and simulations to this motion, Mr. Speaker. My question, Mr. Speaker, is your direction. Your direction, Mr. Speaker, whether because now it has been clarified that what Senator Linturi seeks to do is to create that base as 270 billion to divide that revenue using the old formula and the old data, Mr. Speaker, is that what the Speaker of the House of Senate sought when he told members to bring simulations and to bring, Mr. Speaker,
keep it short,
their own ideas, Mr. Speaker, about how the formula should be made. And my problem, Mr. Speaker, if you understand me, is because I believe I cannot just go and fish figures from anywhere and say this should be the formula. So we need direction from you. Is this what you wanted when you invited for permutations?
Okay, order, Senator Wamatangi. Senator Dulo.
Mr. Speaker, I think Senator Senator Wamatangi is out of order because he's challenging your ruling and your decision. And that is my position.
I think I gave direction on that matter. So I think I propose that we proceed. I'll give each 5 minutes. If you can finish, maximum of 5. So that you also condense what you want to say. Senator Malala, then Senator Kajwang from the other chamber should be coming closer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I stand to support the amendment by Senator Sakaja and Senator Linturi, and my argument is premised on the following argument. Mr. Speaker, when we promulgated our new constitution in the year 2010, we celebrated specifically Article 174 on the objects of devolution. Part G, Mr. Speaker, specifically addresses the issue that we need to ensure equitable sharing of national and local resources throughout Kenya. Mr. Speaker, today, Senate is at a stalemate because of 15% of the national resources, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the big question should be, where is the 85%? People are advocating here for 1 vote, 1 man, 1 shilling, Mr. Speaker. I wish they transfer the same spirit to the 85% that is remaining at the national government. Mr. Speaker, I want to remind this nation that in 2013, I was the writer of a play called Shackles of Doom. Shackles of Doom addressed issues of an equal distribution of resources in this country, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, when you go to Turkana County right now, they have immense minerals, but the people who are benefiting from Turkana minerals are not the Turkanas, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, when you go to Taita Taveta, they have immense resources in terms of gemstone, but the people benefiting from Taita Taveta are not the people from Taita Taveta. Mr. Speaker, when you come to Ikolomani and Rostaman in Kakamega County, we have immense of gold, but the people benefiting out of the gold of Kakamega are not the lawyers of Kakamega. And therefore the spirit that you are pushing of 1 man, 1 shilling, 1 vote should be translated to the 85% that remains at the national level. Mr. Speaker, it is sad. Kakamega County is being dangled with a carrot of 400 million. Yet, Mr. Speaker, the Kakamega Lurambi Navaholo Road, C41, has taken 7 years to be completed, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we have a road from Ibokolo to Shianda to Malaha, which has taken 6 years. Recently, we saw a project in one constituency in Kiambu County costing 11 billion, taking only 1 year, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there comes a time when the real people of Kenya must rise to the occasion and defend this country, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as we speak right now, in Western Region, Bungoma County, Busia County, Kakamega County, Vihiga County, we have no flagship project that has been initiated and finished within these 10 years, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, our industries are on our knees.
What's your point
I
of
will
order,
only
Senator
accept,
Wamatangi?
Mr. Speaker.
There's a point of order there. Give him the mic. Okay.
No, Mr. Speaker, on two issues, because according to our standing orders, Mr. Speaker, it behoves a senator to substantiate if he makes one allegations or makes any claims. Mr. Speaker, it is important. When Senator Malala claims that he has seen a project in Kiambu worth 11 billion taking 1 year, it is the responsibility of the senator, Mr. Speaker, according to our standing orders, to substantiate. He should be able to substantiate, otherwise withdraw, because there's no such project, Mr. Speaker. And number two, Mr. Speaker, it's also, Mr. Speaker, we have the standing order on relevance, Mr. Speaker. Is Senator Malala in order, Mr. Speaker? Because what he's just going to do is to hype emotions and look political and suave in speaking. But he should speak to issues, Mr. Speaker. But most of all, let him pinpoint which project is it that he saw in Kiambu that took 1 year. But I want to inform him, because he came to the House the other day, Mr. Speaker, that as the chairman of roads, Mr. Speaker, I am the one who inspected the project in Kakamega, that of the road that starts from Kisumu to his own county, Mr. Speaker, which has been finished in less than 2 years, Mr. Speaker.
What's your point of order?
Mr. Speaker, my point of order, I said very clearly that Senator Malala should substantiate the projects he said he saw taking 1 year worth 11 billion, Mr. Speaker, but also to inform him, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. Okay, Senator Malala, you have the order. Let's consult in low tones. What's your point of order, Senator Murkomen?
Mr. Speaker, you have been very strict on point of orders, especially when I raise them. And you've seen, Mr. Speaker, I've been very careful not to raise any point of order. I've even been reprimanded in this House by Senator Orengo, who said that when people are making these kinds of debate, we should not entertain too many point of orders. Senator Wamatangi has taken over 20 minutes, Mr. Speaker, since the beginning of this debate on point of orders. Can you, Mr. Speaker, bring the House, and all of them are not point of orders, they are point of debate. Can you, Mr. Speaker, because we are now operating within 5 minutes, can you give a chance to every senator who will have an opportunity to speak, Mr. Speaker, to speak without these unnecessary interruptions?
Okay, order, members. I'm happy, order. I'm happy that that observation is coming from Senator Murkomen. Order. Can you take your seats, Senator? Order, Senator Orengo.
Mr. Speaker, I just wanted to take on from where Senator Murkomen has left. Normally, by General Convention of Parliaments, a point of order that takes more than 30 seconds to prosecute is not a point of order. We should be short, precise. But having said that, Mr. Speaker, I think it is important that the rule applies universally. Yeah, so that when somebody stands on a point of order, you should be like a missile, 30 seconds. Otherwise, the debate will not be a debate. It will be points of order. So I seek your indulgence, Mr. Speaker.
That is going to apply from now. Senator Malala.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm sure they wanted to derail my thought process, but I am steady on this matter, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I said I will not take a mere 405 million shillings for Kakamega, yet our farmers in Kakamega, Bungoma, Busia, our sugarcane farmers have not been paid, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we want, Mr. Speaker, to think nationalistic, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it is a high time that we derive our argument from our national anthem and our first three lines on our national anthem. O God of creation, bless this our land and nation. Justice be our shield and our defender, Mr. Speaker. I want to remind our colleagues, Mr. Speaker, that leadership comes from God. And the same God in the Bible, Proverbs 31:9, says, open your mouth, judge righteously, and defend the rights of the poor and needy. Mr. Speaker, it will be immoral and ungodly for me, the senator of Kakamega, who got my leadership from God, to take away money from Turukana and bring it to Kakamega. It will be ungodly for me, the senator for Kakamega, to take food from a hungry child of Marsabit and take it to Bungoma County. It is ungodly, Mr. Speaker, for me to take medicine from a patient from Tana River and take it to Kiambu. Mr. Speaker, as I finish, I want to remind...
Your time is up.
I want...
Senator Kajwang. No.
Leadership, Mr. Speaker.
No.
30 seconds, Mr. Speaker.
No.
Mr. Speaker, I'm in leadership. I wish...
Order, Senator. Order, senators. Order, take your seat. I'm on the floor. I don't think you will say what you have not said in 1 minute. So take your seat. I want to be fair to all senators, and I'm going to be strict. Take your seat. Senator Kajwang.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to oppose this amendment. Mr. Speaker, because there are many Kenyans who do not understand where we are and what we are dealing with. I am opposing Linturi's amendment to Sakaja's amendment to Kibiru's amendment. Mr. Speaker, we have confused this nation. The Kibiru formula was at some point called the Linturi formula because it is Senator Linturi who introduced the square root, which had an adverse effect on numbers for certain counties. Mr. Speaker, the report, the parent motion that these amendments seek to amend were done by Senator Linturi. Now he has brought a further amendment, bringing a different basis for consideration, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Senator Ledama Olekina, my friend, who has seconded this motion, this amendment, has an amendment on the order paper. He wants to amend the Kibiru report. Now he supports Linturi's amendment of Sakaja's amendment of Kibiru's report. Mr. Speaker, this is not the manner in which you're supposed to do a formula that is supposed to drive this country into the next 5 years. If you ask people how we ended up with 47 county governments in this republic, no one will give you the basis. Because people sat in a smoke-filled room and started haggling and trying to find out how they're going to balance interests. And so we said, let's have 47 counties instead of 9 counties or instead of 30 counties. This is the same method that we are using to determine a formula for allocation of revenue. Mr. Speaker, I oppose this amendment because Homa Bay County is bound to lose 29.14 million. And a conversation where there are winners and there are losers is a conversation, Mr. Speaker, that is not healthy for this country. I want to disagree with those who believe that Senate determines the formula or the basis at the exclusion of the public. Mr. Speaker, there is no decision that we are mandated to make without reference to the public and the people who gave us the opportunity to sit in this house. That is why the first article in our constitution talks about we the people. How can people go and sit under a tree and come up with a formula? And Mr. Speaker, this is the 10th formula, and this is the 8th meeting. How do you sit under a tree, bring an amendment to this house that will determine how money is shared without subjecting it to a process? Why did we establish the Commission for Revenue Allocation? If Senator Linturi is the expert in these matters, let's abolish the CRA and let's have Senator Linturi running the CRA. Mr. Speaker, this being the 10th formula, I want to assure you that if we continue this way, I will also come up with a formula. They have said one man, 1 shilling. I am going to say 1 fish, 1 shilling. Because this formula, Mr. Speaker, does not take into account the interests of fisher folk. And that is why Mombasa County gets only 40 million on agriculture. That is a Kibiru formula. And yet the people of Mombasa are fishers. Mr. Speaker, Homa Bay has the largest share of Lake Victoria. The fishing community has not been taken into account. Let us sober up. Otherwise, I'll be talking of 1 fish, 1 shilling, so that we have one that is fair.
Senator Cherargei.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Speaker. From the onset, I want to oppose all the amendments from Linturi, Sakaja amendment, because there are 2 things that are important. One, there is no public participation that was done. These were numbers that were done through Mandazi Moni's discussion somewhere. We don't have the basis that is already there. Number 2, Mr. Speaker, I have had many people misleading the country. Marsabit, Turkana, and Wajir form 33% of land in this republic. 8% as provided for out of 316 billion, Mr. Speaker, goes to 25.3 billion. A third, which is Marsabit, Turkana, and Wajir, get 8.3 billion.
Senator Wambua should start coming. 16
billion are only left to 44 counties. Madam, Mr. Speaker, we will be lying to country. We have said money follow functions. And that is why some of us have said population. In Nandi, for example, per square kilometer, Mr. Speaker, is 310. In Marsabit, which is the largest, has 6 kilometers per square kilometer, Mr. Speaker. So what do you do when you have more people that is needed in Nandi? And Mr. Speaker, secondly, as we talk today, the entire of North Rift, the 2016-2015 poverty index in Rift Valley and Masoi North Rift has gone up. Why, Mr. Speaker? Because agriculture is in ICU. And when we talk about agriculture, it is about livestock and fisheries. Fisheries is part of blue economy, Mr. Speaker. No, Bado?
Oh, continue. Is it?
No, it's not. I did not see the... Yeah? Mr. Speaker, finally, I want to say this. Whether you want to intimidate...
Oh, this time is not yet up, please.
So, Mr. Speaker, the issue on agriculture in North Rift, especially in Nandi, is ICU, in the ICU. Tea sector, coffee, maize, and dairy. That is why poverty in Nandi is very high. And that is why, as the Senator of Nandi, I will not sit back and cede ground for 1.4 billion that was meant by Nandi to be taken away. That is our rightful share. The reason I was is to push for the interest and cushion farmers that today the farming business in North Rift is in the ICU. The poverty index is very high. Finally, Mr. Speaker, I want to conclude by these remarks. When the results for 2019 census, which Kibiru, which Linturi and Sakaja are telling us used 2009 census, yet we have 2019 census. They are telling us you were 209 poverty index, yet we have 2015-2016 census. Mr. Speaker, when the results for 2019 census exercise were released, they confirmed that Mandera and Turkana counties do not have as many people as poor or marginalized as the frontline census of 2009 had shown. The same results also show that the true headquarters of poverty and marginalization in Kenya oscillates in the areas around Bungoma,
Busia, Kisumu, and Migori. Tragically, despite all these statistics, has managed to establish these statistics. Our colleagues have managed to establish a Team Kenya outfit in the Senate to do its bidding for more resources at the expense of the truly poor people of Kenya. So I want the senators of Bungoma and Busia to listen very carefully. Poverty and marginalization is more in Western than it is in Northeastern. Let us stop these lies of misleading Kenyans. Let us stop this, Mr. Speaker, and I oppose.
Your time is up. Senator Wambua.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity to make a contribution to this debate. The Speaker, from the word go, the Speaker, I will be asking that the Senator of Kitui be heard in silence. The Speaker, from the word go, I want to thank the Senator of Meru, Senator Linturi, for coming up with a motion on further amendment to the amendments by Senator Sakaja. The Speaker, before these amendments came, and I want to state very clearly that I am in full support of the further amendments. The Speaker, before these amendments came to the floor, the committee motion was inviting the Senator of Kitui County to pass a formula or basis for sharing revenue, which will occasion a loss of 432 million Kenya shillings from Kitui County, Mr. Speaker. And that is not even the problem. The problem, Mr. Speaker, is a comparison that I want to give on the floor of this House, so that, Mr. Speaker, we disabuse this narrative about one man, one vote, one shilling. Mr. Speaker, Kitui County has a population of 30,496 square kilometers. A size, land size. Compare that size to the size of Kirinyaga County, which is 1,400 square kilometers. Kitui County, Mr. Speaker, is more than 20 times, in terms of land size, bigger than Kirinyaga County. When it comes to population, I have a population of 1.14 million people. Kirinyaga County has a population of slightly above 800,000 people. So my county is also almost double in terms of population compared to Kirinyaga. But, Mr. Speaker, you can never explain what formula the committee brought here that tells me with that land size and that population compared to Kirinyaga, I am supposed to lose 432 million Kenya shillings, but Kirinyaga gains 762 million shillings. Mr. Speaker, it's a fallacy. It's a fallacy, Mr. Speaker. And I want to restate what Senator Sakaja said when he was moving the motion. Perhaps if there was a motion on the floor of this House, Mr. Speaker, on one man, one vote, one shilling, I could have brought an amendment to that motion and say, okay, fine, let's do one man, one vote, one shilling, 1 kilometer. So that what counties lose in population, they gain in land size. And what counties lose in land size, they gain in population. But there was never that proposal on the floor of this House. The Speaker, the drafters of the 2010 Constitution, they were inspired by a deep desire to correct the mistakes that were visited on the people of this country by the sessional paper number 10 of 1965 by Minister Tom Mboya on issues to do with development. Mr. Speaker, it is not the mistake of the people of Marsabit. that the colonial railway line does not pass through their land. It is not the mistake of the people of Kitui that we receive erratic rainfall. You can't make a decision on development and allocation of resources based on parameters that people have no control over. The Speaker, Article 61, 1 of the Constitution, states very clearly that all the land in Kenya belongs to the people of Kenya as a nation, as communities, and as private individuals. The people in Marsabit are Kenyans just as much as the people of Nairobi are Kenyans. And the Speaker, we can never elevate the issue of population over and above all other parameters to the extent that the people who have suffered marginalization over the years continue to suffer. And lastly, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the senators who have stood for Kenya. Senators who have said, although they are gaining money, they will make sure that no county will lose any money. Mr. Speaker.
Your time is up. Senator Kangata.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm only opposing this motion for only one reason, not two, which is, once we pass this motion or this amendment, Mandera County is going to lose today 245 million. Kwale County is going to lose today 177 million. Wajir County is going to lose 175 million today, not tomorrow, not next year. Marsabit County is going to lose 156 million, not tomorrow, today. Kilifi County, Kilifi, my brothers in Coast, you are going to lose today 153 million. Mombasa County, you are going to lose today, not tomorrow, 135 million.
Where are your mask?
Narok County, Mr. Speaker.
Where are your mask?
Narok County. Narok County is going to lose 130 million. The seconder of this motion is telling the people of Narok, I want to lose 130 million today, not tomorrow. It's not tomorrow. In Makueni County is saying, I want to lose 107 million today, not tomorrow. Murang'a County, they want to make Murang'a County to lose 15 million today, not tomorrow. I wish, by the way, you agree to my motion, which was proposed in at least 2 years. Surely, I'm sure Makueni people where you are seated, you want money to build their hospitals. Your budget is going to be disrupted.
What's your point of order, Senator
if this motion passes today.
Order.
The people of Narok, you are going to lose.
Senator Kangata, it's a point of order. And let it be a point of order. Okay.
Mr. Speaker, is Senator Kangata right in misleading Kenyans? Because when he's talking of losing, in comparison to what? He needs to explain that. Thank you.
Senator Kangata.
No, Mr. Speaker.
Okay,
Mr. Speaker,
there's another point of order.
Allow me to finish.
Senator.
There's a habit, and you know, Fatuma Dulo, Senator, is the deputy leader of the majority. He has stood up on a point of order. She has stood up on a point of order. Now, what was the basis of that point of order? I mean, it was an argument. Yeah, it was an argument. And this is why I'm pleading. Actually, I'm pleading that we allow everybody to say what they have to say, and then we proceed.
Okay.
Mr. Speaker, sir. Yeah. Mr. Speaker, sir, we had so many amendments to this motion. This is the only motion or amendment that is going to make senators to lose money today after we pass it. I wish, by the way, you pass my motion, which was giving 2 years grace period. But now, this one passes. Narok, the second of this motion, you lose money today, not tomorrow, not next year. I don't understand. Makueni loses money immediately we pass this one. It means the people of Makueni are going to lose resources which would have gone to build hospitals today,
which would have gone to assist the people of Makueni today, not tomorrow. Mr. Speaker, sir, I better even prefer Sakaja's motion than this one. I swear, if I was because now for the first time, Murang'a County is going to lose. The move of this motion wants to make Murang'a people lose 15 million today, not tomorrow. If I was to be told, can you choose this one and Sakaja, I would go with Sakaja. But this one, Makueni brother, you're being told to lose money today. This one, by the way, I better go back. I better go back to Sakaja, but not dare touch this one. Unless you want the people of these counties which are listed here to lose money today, not tomorrow. Thank you.
Senator Murkomen, what's your point of order? We said we minimize points of order so that we're able to contribute. Okay. Yes, you are not on mic.
No point of order.
Mr. Speaker, you know I rarely, if ever, stand on frivolous points of order. Part 17 of our standing orders are about rules of debate. I've had 3 senators now. I think Senator Kangata, Senator Cherargei, and others shouting, when passing their point. I know it's an emotive issue, Mr. Speaker, but would you just advise members, because Mr. Speaker, many times your volume is conversely proportional to the point you're making.
Order, Senator.
They're just raising emotions for no reason. We have rules of decorum.
Order, Senator Sakaja. Order. What is your point of order? Huh? What's your point of order?
Of course, you know the point. Volume and sense don't many times go together. Add the strength of your debate. Mr. Speaker, kindly just moderate the House, because Kenyans are watching. It's an emotive issue, and you're raising emotions for no reason. And many points that Kangata said I agree with, but I don't agree with some. That doesn't mean I need to shout him down. So please, Mr. Speaker, we need decorum in this House. This is a House that Kenyans are looking up to.
No, but order. Let me say this.
I'll finish.
You cannot control somebody's volume. And people have made differently. There are people who will whisper. There are people who will talk differently. Those are personal human attributes that continue, Senator Murkomen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, from the onset, I want to say...
In the meantime, Senator Ochila Yako from the outer...
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. From the onset, I want to say I support the amendment of Senator Linturi. And Mr. Speaker, my support is necessitated by the spirit of give and take, because, Mr. Speaker, the ideal position would have been to go with the amendment of Senator Sakaja as it is, but because, Mr. Speaker, some counties wanted to start earning, Mr. Speaker, higher allocation based on the new formula, and that we needed to mitigate the losses that the other counties were getting, Mr. Speaker, I support this amendment. Mr. Speaker, the promise of developmental devolution, Mr. Speaker, in our Constitution is based on equitable distribution of resources. Devolution, Mr. Speaker, was to bring the areas that were called ASAL areas, Mr. Speaker, back to the center. Devolution, Mr. Speaker, was supposed to stop this idea that when one left Lodwar, Mr. Speaker, to come to Nairobi, they usually used to say, I am leaving Lodwar to go to Kenya. Mr. Speaker, the Constitution wanted to create an environment where Wajir County, Tana River, Mr. Speaker, someone in Hola, Mr. Speaker, someone who is in Mwabingu, Mr. Speaker, in Taita Taveta, or someone, Mr. Speaker, who is taught in Elgeyo Marakwet County, would feel, Mr. Speaker, that they are part and parcel of the country called Kenya. Mr. Speaker, I wish the debate about, Mr. Speaker, allocation of resources was being done somewhere in Wajir County, or in Garissa, Mr. Speaker, or in Tana River, or somewhere, Mr. Speaker, in Samburu. Mr. Speaker, it's unfortunate that we are doing it in Nairobi, very beautiful place and its environs. And there's a reason why Nairobi has the highest population, Mr. Speaker. There's a reason why Kiambu has the highest population. There's a reason why Uasin Gishu has the highest population. There's a reason why Mombasa has a high population, Mr. Speaker. The reason being that these are areas that are greater promise because the government from colonial times invested in these areas. Mr. Speaker, the Constitution through devolution, wanted to open up new areas of development, Mr. Speaker, so that in future the population of Isiolo will increase, Mr. Speaker, because opportunities have been created in Isiolo. Mr. Speaker, I have been asked many questions about why I support, Mr. Speaker, this motion, and why Elgeyo Marakwet is gaining money. And I'm opposed, Mr. Speaker, to a formula that makes the other counties lose 2 billion. Mr. Speaker, I want to reiterate what I said already to the public. The people of Elgeyo Marakwet sent me to the Senate, not, Mr. Speaker, to fight for resources with my fellow counties, Mr. Speaker. It was not so that I can go back to them and tell them, behold, I have brought you money that was meant for Tana River. I have brought you money that was meant for Taita Taveta. I have brought you money that was meant for Isiolo or Samburu, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the primary responsibility of this House under Article 96 should be to fight for greater allocation to the county government, Mr. Speaker, so that then the cake that goes to the county government is higher, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there has also been this argument that has been presented that insofar as devolution is concerned, the people who are in higher population areas are the ones who raise more money. That's not true. Mr. Speaker, Mombasa County perhaps generates higher revenue to this country than, Mr. Speaker, many of the counties that are boasting of higher population. Narrow County, which was supposed to lose under the Kibiru's formula and the committee formula, Mr. Speaker, almost $1 billion. Mr. Speaker, generates more money through Masai Mara, Mr. Speaker. And yet we want to sit here and say we want to deprive the people of Taita Taveta, despite the fact that Savo National Park feeds the national, Mr. Speaker, treasury a lot of resources. That's why I stand here to say, because injustice anywhere, injustice everywhere, it's my responsibility to exercise my duty as a national patriot that, Mr. Speaker, if more money have to go to Elgeyo Marakwet County, it should not be at the expense of our sister counties that are missing development. And if national government really loves Elgeyo Marakwet County, why give us 300 million and steal from us Arora and Kimware Dam of 63 billion, Mr. Speaker? And, Mr. Speaker, marginalize that county because the argument has always been it's a smaller county, we should not give them bigger development. If national government want to show their love for Elgeyo Marakwet County, let them implement Arora and Kimware Dam. Mr. Speaker, I support.
Senator Ayako, just hold yourself a bit. I would like to give this opportunity to Senator Haniri.
Madam Speaker, I rise to move a procedural motion. Madam Speaker, you realize that we have amendments on top of amendments even before we get to the main motion. And we anticipate that we may not be able to conclude debate at the rise of the House at 6:30. I therefore rise to move that pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order number 31, paragraph 3A, the Senate resolves to extend its sitting until conclusion of business listed as order number 8 in the order paper of today. Madam Speaker, my intention is that I believe we have to conclude this matter today. We have procrastinated this matter for far too long, and in the meantime, counties are suffering. We have to conclude on this matter either way. Let the losers, let the majority have their way and the minority have their say, but somehow we have to conclude the matter. Madam Speaker, also, last time I moved this kind of motion, it was approved by the House, but then the Speaker was in the chair adjourned before we concluded the matter and before even putting the question to the House, if they wanted to adjourn. My understanding is that if the House resolves and passes my motion, we have to sit until conclusion. If not, then the House has to resolve again that we adjourn, not the Speaker. That's my understanding. I stand to be corrected. I beg to move, Madam Speaker.
Second. Okay, Senator Orengo.
I wish to second the motion, but just add that we should conclude the business in order number 8 that is on the formula. Because if you look at the order paper, the business is expansive. Yeah, order number 8, that I accept. That I accept. But I also want to put to you, Madam Speaker, that because of the regulation, the health regulations, let's finish, but try to finish before the curfew. I am quite in agreement that we should finish, but let's finish before the curfew, so that anybody who is contributing, including myself, should be aware of those guidelines. And I'm not saying this because I don't want the business to be finished, but I think it is a good example that we can be able to do this business and finish it. Even me, I'm tired. I want this thing to be over today.
Honourable Senators, I now propose that pursuant to Standing Order 31.3.1a, the Senate resolves to extend its sitting until the conclusion of business listed in Order number 8 in today's order paper. I put the question. Unless it is added. We can add it. Honourable Senators, I now put the question that pursuant to Standing Order 31.3a, the Senate resolves to extend its sitting until the conclusion of business listed in Order number 8 in today's order paper. May as many as are of the opinion say aye, and those of the contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it. Senator Chilo Ayako.
I'm just about to scoop. I'm waiting for Speaker to call.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me an opportunity to oppose the motion that has been brought by Senator Linturi. I oppose it on the basis that, Madam Speaker, if you look at the Constitution of Kenya, Madam Speaker, it is very clear at Article 201 that it is important to have public participation. It's also important to have many activities under that particular proviso as it relates to matters public finance. Madam Speaker, I am in doubt whether Linturi's formula had the benefit of public participation. Having said that, Madam Speaker, I want to go on record that what we are debating here is false. What we are debating here is mischaracterized. What we are debating here is a fallacy, and this is the fallacy. We are debating a decision that Senate must make under Article 217 of the Constitution, the formula or the basis upon which revenues collected nationally and shared between national government and county government should be shared among counties. Madam Speaker, my county of Migori is 7 years old. Mandera County is 7 years old. Busia County is 7 years old. Nairobi County and all these counties are 7 years old. I have heard words and phrases being bandied around here that one county has marginalized the other. We are age mates. We have been given birth to and we have been made effective by the Constitution of 2010. The marginalization that is being talked about here is an issue that is older than counties and cannot be addressed in this formula. This formula must be a fair formula, must be an equitable formula, must be a formula that addresses our ages, addresses our populace, addresses our level of development, But we cannot introduce issues of marginalizations that were started by the colonialists, started by the national governments of times before us, and convolute this debate and make it a fallacy. The counties here have no capacity. Kiambu has no capacity to marginalize Migori. Mandera cannot marginalize Migori. Mombasa can't marginalize Migori. So I am deeply saddened when I'm accused of marginalizing any county. How do I do it? I just want a simple formula where each county would get something that under that formula is the basis upon which they should be having their money. So, Madam Speaker, when we introduce marginalization, we are talking a fallacy, we are distorting facts, and we are distorting so many things. And just to talk about marginalization, Migori County has a place called Kuria that only recently received the first kilometer of tarmac road. Nyatike in Migori County, sub-county, has never had tarmac since the advent of this country. In Migori County, we have only one tarmac from Rongo to Hispania. So, but that is not blamable on any county here. So this fallacy that we keep on talking about which county has marginalized the other is wrong. The right thing is that we have a numerator that has not changed. The money shareable has not changed, but we are being asked to change the denominator. And once we do that, the numerator, if it doesn't change, then monies allocated to counties are going to change. We like it or we don't. So, Madam Speaker, I want to invite my colleagues to come back to reality. Let us restrict our debate to counties and what is available for sharing. If national government has been taking our counties, after passing this formula in the manner the committee proposed, let us collectively approach the national government to help us change the numerator. Let us not fight among ourselves. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Senator for Tharaka Nithi, Senator Kindiki Kithure.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Madam Speaker. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I support the amendment brought by the Senator for Meru, my neighbor, on the motion or the amendment brought by Senator Sakaja, my friend. And both these two senators, my colleagues, have shown that the future of this country is bright. These are fairly young members of this House, but looking at the future of our country very carefully. Madam Speaker, the reason why I support this amendment and not the previous ones is because all the previous proposals were based on a wrong principle. And the principle was you must remove money from County A to be able to benefit County B. That principle is wrong. That principle is wrong. We will continue preaching this until they hear. That is the wrong principle. In the Bible, a man called Nathan, the prophet, gave David a story about a man who had 100 sheep. And when this man who had 100 sheep received a visitor, instead of slaughtering one sheep out of 100, he went to his neighbor, who had a poor man who had one sheep, and took away the one sheep forcefully and slaughtered it for the visitor. That is the principle we are trying to introduce today, that you must rob one county to be able to benefit another county, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, what the counties of, Madam Speaker, what the counties of Kenya should be doing is to gang up as a bloc and negotiate and deal directly with the national government to release more monies to the counties. Going forward, the battle should never be about County A versus County B. It should be the counties of Kenya versus the national government, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, a lot has been said about the Equalization Fund. How I wish the Equalization Fund was 100 billion shillings, because that is the kind of money that will see highways and water and electricity to the marginalized areas. Madam Speaker, I want to say as I end that the future of this country lies in developing the untapped, expansive counties of this country. That is where the future of Kenya lies. Tomorrow, we will be able to solve the developmental problems of this country if we develop Mandera, Marsabit, Coast Province, and other marginalized counties. And I want to exemplify my point as I end, Madam Speaker. After the Second World War, the Americans decided to put a bit more money for infrastructure, for electricity, for the transport system in the hitherto called the Wild West. And for that reason, Madam Speaker, today, California, which is in the middle of the desert, is the 5th largest economy in the world. Today, Las Vegas, which is the headquarters of the entertainment industry, is in the middle of the desert. Madam Speaker, another example is in Australia. Much of Western and Northern Australia is desert. But because of roads, because of railways, because of power, because of water, it is a very developed area in spite of the climate. Even for security reasons, Madam Speaker, we need to develop Mandera, Moyale, and these other places, even for security reasons. The way the Israelis have developed the city of Eilat at the southern border, because it provides them with the security of the nation. So that, Madam Speaker, in such a city, it is tax-free, there are so many incentives, housing is free, etc., etc. Madam Speaker, I support.
What's your point of order? Senator Mohammed?
I rise on point of order number 104. 104. That the question about be put, because the people are repeating the same thing, so that the question we put, because of other amendments, we put the question now and move to the next step, because the process is very long.
Senator, we were just in the process of doing that, and reading the mood of the House, I would like to call upon the Leader of Majority. Senator, continue.
Yes, thank you. Madam Speaker, there is a time when ideas converge. Order now, you guys, I tell you. Madam Speaker, let me protect now. Protect me from this.
Senator, continue.
Yes.
Leader of Majority.
Speaker, this is simply.
Senator Aniri, can you just hold your cool?
Madam Speaker, this is simply to say that this was just about extending time, which we have agreed. And no, I know we did extending time, and we agreed, and now we are back on the Linturi amendment. And as I've told you, this one I oppose for some reason. One reason is, Madam Speaker, we have used the opportunity badly. Madam Speaker, when we adjourned here last week, we agreed that we are going to build consensus. This is a unilateral move. There's no consensus that was built, Madam Speaker. And then we are told, bingo, we have a solution. It is a bingo. It is a eureka moment for some people, but only one side of the House decides they have a solution. The idea, Madam Speaker, was we go and build that consensus. Number two, Madam Speaker, and everybody has a chance to speak their mind. But number two, Madam Speaker, I think the language used around this formula and the language that we design around this whole thing, Madam Speaker, when members claim that money is stolen, and using language like that, Madam Speaker, I think that's really very unfair. Madam Speaker, there is no county which intentionally gets money from another county. It is a formula that does that. And Madam Speaker, so when we tell our people in Kenya that we should not steal or remove money from one county removing money from the other, I think we're just misleading them, Madam Speaker. So I just hope
that we come to this sense. Let's put this to a vote and agree, Madam Speaker, that we are all looking for resources for our counties, and we should not, Madam Speaker, bring about emotional instability in our country by saying all sorts of things, Madam Speaker. And yet we know we are senators seeking resources for our counties. I oppose, and Madam Speaker, I just want to say we better put this thing to this test of a vote and move on. We have another amendment still waiting. We have other amendments. So let's take the shortest time, Madam Speaker, in all these amendments so that we can finish. Thank you very much.
Finally, Senator James Orengo.
Madam Speaker, I am really perturbed. We are engaged in a civil war, a cold civil war between counties. And that war is taking place in the Senate. I would have been happier if that war was taking place in another forum. But we are here now fighting with each other. Which county gets more money and which county gets more money, less money. The fight for resources, as I said in the beginning, Madam Speaker, 10 days ago, that if you are not very careful, what sessional paper number 10 did to this country in trying to ensure the development followed the railway line, we are doing it here today by having formulas coming in all sorts of formulations of winners and losers. Senate, if you read Article 96 of the Constitution, Article 96 of Article 1, the Senate represents counties. I am not here to represent Siaya. I'm here as a senator representing counties. And we lost the war when we allowed the central government to take all the money. In a 3 trillion budget, we ended up with 300 billion shillings. What a shame to this House. The war was between us and the national government to make sure that the counties got at least half of that 3 trillion. Now we are fighting each other over 300 billion. What type of people are we, Mr. Speaker, with respect? The war should have been looking at this Constitution, that we should have made sure. And I can tell you, if you had made sure that we had more than 400 billion going to the counties, we would not have this argument today. We have been sent by our counties to hunt for big game. We are sent to hunt for elephants, and we ended up trapping a squirrel. Now we are fighting over a squirrel. What a shame to us. We are fighting over a rabbit. Haniri, Senator, we are fighting over a rabbit between Siaya and Vihiga, when we should have been fighting about the elephant. So I am telling you, at the beginning, Madam Speaker had said that we needed to sober down, reason together. Because even now, even the language of saying that we are bringing money from one county to another, even going by the CRA formula, they did say we need cushioning, because the national government refused to give the money that we have proposed of 346 billion. And they said the only answer was now to find money to cushion. And cushioning was to take from Kiambu and take it to Mandera. Now I want to put this proposal. As a Senate, we have got a bigger war. Take a county like Lamu now, with the LAPSET project. What is going to Lamu in LAPSET is 100 times bigger than what they are getting from this allocation of 2 billion. And that LAPSET project is moving from Lamu to Tana River, to Isiolo, to Marsabit, and if you're asking when, you don't know that there's an international airport in Isiolo. There is an international airport in Isiolo. If you didn't know, you are asleep. You're asleep. You're asleep. I am telling you, our fight is not between us counties. Our fight is with the national government to make sure more resources go to the counties. And one of the biggest mistakes we made, we allowed the national government to take all the functions. In agriculture, a lot of the money which should be going to the counties in health are remaining at the national government. They are remaining here to be looted and be taken away. And now we are fighting over peanuts. We are fighting over peanuts. Madam Speaker, I am saying in conclusion that this motion is to be rejected. We go back to the original motion, and I'm saying the original motion, I'm coming up with an amendment to make sure that we consider pastoralism, we consider the blue economy, we consider the extractive industry, we consider the farms in Kericho, because a lot of people there don't know what those farms are doing. I am talking about Narok, where they have game and conservation. We want it to become part of the parameters. Mr. Speaker, I am asking this Senate to wake up that our fight is not between counties, but between us and the national government. I oppose. I oppose.
Honorable Senators, may I have your attention, Honorable Senators? I now propose the question. I now put the question, which is that the amendment by Senator Johnson Sakaja, MP, to the motion on the report of the Standing Committee on Finance and Budget on the third basis for allocating among the counties the share of national revenue for financial year 2020-2021 to 2024-2025 be amended in the manner proposed by Senator Mithika Linturi, MP, as appears on the order paper. I will now ask the bell to be rung for three minutes. Okay, 1 minute, it's okay, I'm okay with that. Before we take the vote, and the vote will be done by a roll call. 1 minute only. Honorable Senators, kindly take your seats. Take your seats. Order, order, Honorable Senators. Yeah. Okay, okay. Honorable Senators, kindly take your seats. we are going to vote by roll call, and you vote from your seat. Kindly vote from your seat. If you want me to put, I can. I will. Honorable Senators, can we have order? Please, let's have order. We have a long day ahead of us. A long night, yes. I would like to ask the senators within the chambers to take their seats, and we are going to vote from our seats. Can I call names? And then senators who are in the extended chamber, please also prepare to start moving towards the chamber. Kindly take your seats, keep your distance. Honorable senators. Kindly take your seats and keep your distance, please. Social distance. I would like to put the question again. Honorable senators, can you take your seats? I'm on my feet. Can I put the question again? I now put the question, which is that the amendment by Senator Johnson Sakaja, MP, to the motion on the report of the Standing Committee on Finance and Budget on the third basis for allocating among the counties the share of national revenue for financial years 2020 to 2021, 2020 to 2021, and 2024 to 2025 be amended in the manner proposed by Senator Mithika Linturi, MP, as appears on the order paper. Can we start voting?
Senator Adan Duro Fatuma, Isiolo County.
I vote yes.
Senator Ali Abdurai Ibrahim, Wajir County.
I vote yes.
Senator Boy Isa Juma, Kwale County.
I vote yes.
Senator Cherarike Samson, Nandi County.
For the sake of one man, one vote, 1 shilling, I vote yes.
No. Senator Cheruiyot Aaron, Kericho County.
It's okay, it's okay. Honorable senators.
You can allow Gerarge later, but for me, I vote yes to Lenturi's amendment.
Honorable senators, please vote from your seats. Don't move. Don't go to the dispatch.
Senator Haji Mohammed Yusuf, Garissa County.
He has not voted.
See the speaker.
He has not voted.
Madam Speaker, we want a ruling on that. Once you vote yes, is yes. You cannot retract.
That's not your work. That's not your work.
No, he did. That's it.
Please, can you move from this part?
I had not finished talking. These people interrupted me.
No, honorable senators, I will give guidance on that one. Let's finish the voting. We will give guidance on that one.
On behalf of my delegation.
Senator for Garissa. Senator for Garissa.
On behalf of my delegation, I vote a big fat yes.
Senator Harigura Godana, Marsabit County.
Senators, can you keep your cool? Please, let's be orderly and organized. We have to finish this business as soon as possible.
In order to unify this country, Marsabit votes yes.
Senator Imana Malakai
And honorable
Charles.
senators, please vote yes or no. We don't want stories because time is not on our side. Just vote.
Senator Imana Malakai Charles, Turkana County.
Yes, for the sake of Turkana, Turkana votes yes.
Senator Kabaka Boniface, Machakos County. For the unit of Kambas, I vote yes, and Kenya. Senator Kajwang Moses Otieno, Homa Bay County.
Not working. Madam Speaker, Homa Bay votes no to Linturi's amendment, of Sakaja's amendment, of Kibiru's amendment of the CRA formula.
Senator Kamal Margaret.
We have already put the question. Please don't repeat. Just vote.
Senator Kamar Margaret, Uasin Gishu County.
Uasin Gishu votes no.
Senator Kangata Irungu, Murang'a County.
Senator Inturi wants Murang'a people to lose money. I vote no.
Senator Haniri George, Vihiga County.
Madam Speaker, on behalf of the people of Vihiga, our vote is an emphatic yes.
Senator Kibiru Charles, Kirinyaga County.
Because of the lies that has been put here by Senator Wambua, I vote no.
Senator Kihika Susan, Nakuru County.
Honorable senators, let us use civil language.
Madam Speaker, I vote no because I stand for the one man, one vote, 1 shilling.
Senator Kimani Wamatangi, Kiambu County.
Madam Speaker, because the proposal brought by Senator Linturi is anti-policy. Anti-policy because it seeks to entrench. It seeks to entrench.
Honorable senators,
Madam Speaker,
kindly vote.
Madam Speaker, because that proposal seeks to entrench.
No.
Madam Speaker, a position. Madam Speaker,
you are out of order.
where,
You are
Madam
out
Speaker,
of order.
we do not use the correct census numbers
you are out
and
of
not
order.
use the right data, Madam Speaker, I vote no.
That? Honorable senators, please let us show ourselves as senior citizens of this country. And on our order paper, on our standing order 83.5, when called out, each senator shall thereupon rise in his or her place and declare assent or dissent to the question in the following manner: I vote yes, or I vote no, or I abstain, or use appropriate Kenya Sign Language. And nothing else. And honorable senators, if you are within the chambers, just vote from where you are. Don't move to the dispatch.
Senator Kindiki Kithure, Tharaka Nithi County.
Madam Speaker, I vote yes.
Senator Kirinyaga Ephraim Mwangi Maina, Nyeri County.
let me go. Thank you. On behalf of Nyeri people, I vote no to the amendment.
Senator Langat Christopher Andrew, Bomet County.
I vote yes.
Senator Lelewel Tumbesi, Samburu County.
On behalf of the Samburu County, I vote yes.
Senator Linturi Mithika, Meru County.
I vote yes.
Senator Loitiptip Anwal, Lamu County. Senator Masayo Steward Mashiru, Kilifi County.
Madam Speaker, the delegation of Kilifi County votes yes.
Senator Mahmoud Mohamed Malim, Mandera County.
Madam Speaker, I vote yes.
Senator Malala Cleophas Wakungu, Kakamega County.
Madam Speaker, for Kenya, I vote yes.
Senator Mbito Michael, Trans Nzoia County.
Madam Speaker, Trans Nzoia votes no.
Senator Mbogo George Ochiro Ayako, Migori County.
Madam Speaker, I vote no.
Senator Mogeni Eric Okongo, Nyamira County.
Madam Speaker, Senior Counsel, on behalf of the great people of Nyamira and Omogusi, I vote yes.
Senator Moi Gideon, Baringo County.
There's one here. This one is on.
I vote no.
Senator Mpaye Philip, Kajiado County. Senator Murkomen Kipchumba, Erigayo Marakwet County.
Madam Speaker, in the interest of the nation, I vote yes.
Senator Mutula Kilonzo Jr., Makueni County.
For the interest of Kenya, I vote yes.
Senator Mwangi Paul Githiomi, Nyandarua County.
Mr. Speaker, sir, on behalf of Nyandarua people and for the sake of development in the marginalized counties, I vote no.
Senator Mwaruma Jones, Taita Taveta County.
Madam Speaker, on behalf of One Kenya, I vote yes.
Senator Mwinyihaji Mohamed Faki, Mombasa County.
Madam Speaker, I vote yes.
Senator Nderitu John Kinywa, Laikipia County.
Madam Speaker, kwa minajili ya kugatua pesa kila mahali, mimi napiga hapana.
Senator Ndwiga Peter Njeru, Embu County.
Wapi makofi? Madam Speaker, Embu delegation votes no.
Senator Olekina Ledama, Narok County.
Madam Speaker, for One Kenya, I vote yes.
Senator Ongeri Samson, Kisii County.
For the sake of Kenya, I vote no.
Senator Orengo James, Siaya County.
Honorable Senators, please, can we have some decorum?
Senator Orengo James, Siaya County. Senator Outa Frederick Otieno, Kisumu County.
For the sake of this nation, I vote no.
Senator Bogisho Samuel, West Pokot County.
Madam Speaker, I vote no.
Senator Sakaja Johnson, Nairobi County.
Madam Speaker, I'm proud to be the 24th senator to vote yes.
Senator Wako Amos Siswila, Busia County.
I wish it was only Sakaja's motion because Sakaja, I knew him.
Honorable Senators, no, please vote. Just
I knew
vote.
him before he was born. I vote no.
Senator Wambua Enoch, Kitui County.
Madam Speaker, on behalf of the people of Kitui County and for the sake of the map of Kenya that looks familiar, I vote yes.
Senator Wario Gorij Juma, Tana River County.
Madam Speaker, kwa minajili ya kuweka Kenya pamoja, mimi pamoja na watu wa Tana River County tunasema ndio.
Senator Wetangula Moses, Bungoma County.
I vote no.
Senator Orengo James, Siaya County.
Madam Speaker, I vote no.
Honorable Senators, order members. We may have to take a repeat for Senator for Lamu and Senator for Kajiado. And Standing Order 84, if after electronic voting or a roll call vote has been made, it is discovered that the number has been inaccurately reported, or that an error has occurred in the names or the division list, the fact shall be reported to the Senate, and the Speaker shall direct that the necessary correction be made. And based on that, I would like to give Senator Shererger an opportunity to vote the way he would want to vote.
For the sake of...
No, Senator, just wait for you to be called. Just wait for your name to be called. Just call. Just call the three. Honorable, Senators, we are going to follow the procedure, and you'll just kindly just...
Senator Loitip Annual, Lamu County. Senator Mpayei Philip, Kajiado County. Senator Cherari K. Samson, Nandi County.
For the interest of the people of Nandi and for the interest of one man, one vote, one shilling, I vote no to both amendments.
Honorable Senators, the results are as follows. Ayes 25, nays 20, abstention 0. The ayes have it. Senators will now invite the debate as amended, the motion as amended. Senator Cheriot Aaron.
Madam Speaker, I pass this chance so that I may contribute in the main debate.
Senator Mutula.
Madam Speaker, judging from the mood of the House, I propose you put the question and the mover to be called upon to reply. We vote. We are ready to vote.
Is that the mood of the House? Can the mover be called to reply? The mover to reply. Honorable Senators, can we have some order? Please let's have some order. Honorable Senators, can we have some order? Some order, please. And now we are calling the debate as per the amendment, as amended. We want the debate as per the amendment of Senator Sakaja. Yes, as amended. What's your point of order, Sakaja? Senator Sakaja.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, you're very clear. What do you want me to use? Madam Speaker, you're very clear that now we go back to the motion as amended by the further amendment to my amendment. So that motion is the motion that was brought by Senator Kibiru. So, Madam Speaker, because he's the one to reply, no one replies, you don't reply amendments. Amendments are not replied. So, Madam Speaker, the mood of the House was that we don't seek to debate anymore. We want to go to the vote. Unless we use standing order, I think 35 or what not to ask for that. But the general mood, because members have said the same thing throughout, then we just go to the mover to reply and we put the vote.
Honorable Senators, from what I can get, there's senators who would want to speak to the motion as amended. Let me just move the motion for mover to reply. So we vote on it. Let's just be fine. Senator Kajwang.
The correct procedure.
Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, I beg that you protect me from the Senator of Narok. Please. Madam Speaker, I beg your protection and indulgence. I've been given the floor. Madam Speaker,
What's the question?
Speaker Mahenda.
What's the one?
No.
What's the
Honorable Senators, this is a house of order. Honorable Senators, order. Honorable Senators, I propose the question. I propose the motion as amended by Senator Linturi and Senator Sakaja, that the Senate adopts the report of the Standing Committee on Finance and Budget on the third basis for revenue allocation among the county governments laid on the table of the Senate on Monday, 13th July 2020, and that pursuant to Article 217 of the Constitution, approve the proposed third basis for revenue allocation among the county governments as contained in the report. And as further amended by Senator Sakaja and Senator Midhika Linturi. Senator Cheruiyot.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I support this motion as now presented before this House. Madam Speaker, we've been...
Senator, you may need some guidance. As first, we had already agreed on the limit of 5 minutes, so we go by the 5 minutes, please.
5 minutes is enough, Madam Chair.
5 minutes is adequate.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Speaker, this House has been through a very difficult journey. The last 7 or 8 weeks haven't given us a good opportunity as a House.
Honorable Senators, can you take your seats? And some social distancing, please.
Can I proceed, Madam Speaker? Good. Madam Speaker, I'm saying I support this motion because it's been a very difficult 7 or 8 weeks for us members of this House.
Honorable Matsayo, you have a point of order? Honorable Senators, please let's have some order. Senator Matsayo.
Yeah. Asante, Bi Speaker. Bi Speaker, hoja yangu ya nidhamu ni kwamba kuna watu walikuwa wamepewa nafasi wakaongea, mswada ni huu ule wakati uliokuwa umepita. Na hivi sasa ninaona ya kwamba katika hizi kompyuta zetu, Madam Speaker, kuna wengine kama sisi hatujapewa nafasi ya kuongea hata kidogo. Na mimi nakuomba Madam Speaker, ukuwe na usawa na kila mtu, manake pia mimi niko na right ya kuongea kama senator mwingine.
I have noted your concern and I'm giving you the next chance.
Asante, Madam Speaker.
Madam.
I think also what can guide us properly, Honorable Senators, can you remove your cards and lodge in again? Please remove your cards. Yes, and then... May I ask all the members, just please remove all your cards. No, I can see the names are still listed. Yes, okay, fine. Senator, continue.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the whole premise of this debate is about fairness and the desire to have a united country where, as a Senate, we are being called upon to shepherd this nation in a way that will leave us better united as a people and each and every one of us celebrating. In my honest opinion, Madam Speaker, I think we are back to Naivasha all over again in 2010. Colleagues who are members of Parliament back in 2010 will reveal to you that this is not the first time Kenya is having this debate between land and population, between 1 man and 1 kilometer. And it was the wisdom of the leaders who were present in Naivasha at that time that to strike a compromise, those who are strongly tilted towards a parliamentary system were granted devolution, and those who are heavy in terms of a presidential system were granted the same. And thus, they saved this country from dividing right in the middle. That is a difficult question that has been before us. And I'm so proud of my colleague, Senator Linturi, for having finally guided us and given us a resolution which I feel that if we support as a House will guide this nation in a better way, because you no longer have a situation where a particular county is losing more than 1 billion Kenya shillings, Madam Speaker, and others are gaining a similar amount. Senator Linturi's proposal has 29 counties gaining, but not gaining as much as has been proposed by CRA. The 18 counties that are losing, it is a figure that is manageable, close to 300 to 500 million Kenya shillings, Madam Speaker. I feel this is an extremely fair proposal.
Chief Whip.
I feel this is an extremely fair proposal, Madam Speaker, and I want to plead and urge my colleagues to support this particular motion in the format that has been brought before us by Senator Linturi. This is about justice. Madam Speaker, every time we sing the national anthem, stanza 2 of our national anthem, we sing and pray to God that justice be our shield and defender. It's not an idle song that we present as a people. How can you say that you stand for justice, yet as a senator you want to preside and stand in this house and celebrate while your colleagues are losing close to 2 billion Kenya shillings? That is not fairness, that is not equity, that is not what is demanded for us as leaders before this house. Madam Speaker, the last 2 years have taught me great lessons on justice and fairness. You know what is happening in this country, Madam Speaker. Last time, when we used to come to this house and we had our colleagues from the then NASA coalition coming before us in the house on afternoons after they have been tear-gassed, and they're coming before us as colleagues. Many of the times that we kept quiet because we thought with the comfort of government, why should I be worried about my colleagues who are being tear-gassed? Little did I know that in 2 short years, roles will be reversed and I'll be the ones who is being tear-gassed this particular time. And I want to plead with my colleagues that if you support injustice today, you never know when the pendulums of power will switch and you will be on the receiving end. Today you are celebrating because you are receiving extra money, but you do not know what the debate will be about tomorrow. It might be a different thing that your county is not favored. And therefore, I plead with you that the good book, the Bible says, all it takes for evil to prosper is good men who do nothing. All it will take for devolution to die in these countries is good senators who look as many as 18 counties are being skinned alive. There is no county that can survive a removal of more than even 200 or 300 million Kenya shillings, Madam Speaker. And therefore, I plead with my colleague that Senator Linturi has granted us a perfect opportunity. If you look at the parameters that he's considering, there are very little variations from what the committee had proposed. That's why, as a member of Finance and Budget Committee, and I've been in that committee since last time, this is not the first formula that we are handling. We handled the second generation formula in 2016. We followed close to the same parameters as being proposed this particular afternoon before us, Madam Speaker. And Senator Linturi doesn't deviate further from them. So I plead with my colleagues that finally, because the country has been looking up to us to offer leadership, finally, we have a resolution before us which, if we agree, all counties will go home happy. I've seen senators try and say, perhaps, why should you change your position and move away from your committee's proposal?
Senators,
it's a plain and simple question.
The conduct in this house, I'm sorry, Senator, but the way we are conducting ourselves in this house is very shameful. People are just, senators are just walking up and down as if we are not in the chambers. It's not acceptable. Senator, conclude.
Madam Speaker, I want to propose that all funds that are sent to our counties be subjected to this particular proposal. Madam Speaker, if we are speaking about the gains that are made to different counties, we are forgetting that even in this current financial year, there is close to 70 billion in conditional grants that are going to counties in no particular order. As a house, we have abdicated our responsibilities, and therefore, from today, because we have sent a signal to the national government that as a house, we want justice and we want equity, even conditional grants, we need to sit down and see the criteria that the national government follows in granting conditional grants to the various counties. Madam Speaker, with those very many remarks, I support.
Senator Matsayo, what's your point of order?
Order 104, closure to debate. Madam Speaker, I'd like to beseech you that we adjourn, we call the mover to reply, because look at the time now. It is going to around 7. Madam Speaker, and it will be a shame if we now start mobilizing people to seek an adjournment, because that is the intended outcome or strategy later this afternoon. So, Madam Speaker,
your point
I would like to request,
Senator, your point is noted,
that we now call the mover to reply so that we can end this and give counties money.
Honorable Senator, your point is noted. We extended this debate. We extended the time, and I think we have up to 8 o'clock, 8:30 to debate on this. So I'm going to allow a few members, because I cannot just call upon the mover to reply, yet I have so many members who would like to Senator Matsayo, let's give it a bit of time, please, senators. Senator Matsayo.
I'm not on. Asante Bispika. Bispika, nashukuru ya kwamba umeweza kunipatia nafasi pia mimi niweze kutoa fasaha zangu na mswada ulioko hapa hivi leo. Bispika, mimi nataka kusema ya kwamba haya mageuzi haya hapo awali kaunti nyingi sana zilikuwa zinapoteza pesa nyingi, lakini kwa sasa kuna afueni katika kaunti nyingi sana katika zile ambazo zinapoteza. Bispika, hakuna mashindano ya kwamba wengine watapata wengine watapoteza, lakini
You know, I rose on a point of order.
Madam Speaker, I have a point of...
I have not given, Senator Mugeni, I have not given you an opportunity for a point of order. Senator Matsai was on the floor. Senator, you asked to be given an opportunity to debate. Senator for Kilifi is on the floor. Are you on a point of order or what is it? Senator Matsayo, please continue.
Asante. Asante Bispika. Bispika, kitu muhimu ambacho nataka niseme ni kwamba katika hii maneno kila mtu atakuwa anaweza kufaidika. Bispika, hapa kumejaa points of order. Nataka pia mimi uweze kunisaidia.
Senator, just continue. You are on the floor. Just continue and conclude your...
Bispika, kwa sababu ya wengi, inasema wengi wape. Mimi nakubaliana ya kwamba tupige kura saa hii. Sasa hivi maneno malizike. Asante Bispika.
Honorable Senators, I think it is important for us to go by the rules of the House. And it is very clear that after a senator has already made a contribution on a particular matter, the same cannot move. You cannot move for a closure of a debate under paragraph 1 and 2 that may be moved by a senator who has spoken to the motion under consideration. So we have senators who would want to make contributions. Senator Sakaja, what is your point of order? And please, let's be brief with our points of order so that we can move forward.
Very briefly, Madam Speaker. Number one, I have not spoken to the motion. I spoke to an amendment, and our standing order say you can speak to the amendment. I have not spoken to the motion. Number two, standing order number 104, Madam Speaker, says that when a senator rising in his or her place claims to move, that the mover be now called upon to reply, Madam Speaker, the Speaker shall ask that the mover be now be called to reply and shall be put forthwith the question and decided, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, when that request is made under 104, it is not open discretion for the Speaker. You're supposed to put the question for senators to decide whether the mover is called to reply, and if that question passes, then the question is put on the motion, Madam Speaker. So as you've said, Madam Speaker, and I agree with you 100%, I agree with you 100%, Madam Speaker, that we go by the rules, and that is what 104, 1, 2, and 3 provide for under our standing orders, Madam Speaker.
Senator Kindiki Kithure, what is your point of order?
The same, Madam Speaker, the same points raised by Senator Sakaja.
Okay, Senator Abdullahi.
Madam Speaker, it's on the same. We just want you to rule on, to put the question for the mover to reply in 104. It will be the House to decide whether it is time for mover to reply or not.
Senator Ochila Yako, what do you have to say? Then it is the House to decide.
Madam Speaker, in response to that point of order, Madam Speaker, you had already allowed members to record their sentiments regarding the amendment. And Madam Speaker, I've been sitting here, and for my own sake, for the sake of the people of Migori, and for the sake of those with the alternative feelings, I would like to request you to treat us equally and allow some of us to say what we must say, because we cannot be locked out. It is very important for me to record my feeling.
Honorable Senators, we will use the same order, our standing orders 104, and put the question. Senator Kajwang, what's your point of order?
Madam Speaker, nobody has a monopoly on ideas in this House. And when you read Desiderata, it tells you, listen to everyone, even the dull and ignorant, they too have their story. I may be dull and ignorant, but I represent the people of Homa Bay. Madam Speaker, we are discussing the motion that has taken us 8 adjournments and 10 various permutations of formula. It cannot be rushed. Each and every senator here has a right to go on record so that his people, Madam Speaker, please protect me from the heckling. This House is becoming a Tower of Babel, Madam Speaker. Every senator has a right to go on record. And Madam Speaker, we have already passed a motion to extend time. Madam Speaker, we have already passed a motion to extend time.
Noted. Your point is noted, Honorable Senator. I will now put the question. I now put the question that the mover be called upon to reply. May as many as are of the opinion say aye. Aye. And those of the contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it. Now, I would like to call the chair, which is Senator Kibiru, if he's in the House, to reply. Or the Vice Chair, Senator Ochila Yako, to reply. Senator Ochila Yako, in your capacity as the Deputy Chair, can you make a reply?
Madam Speaker, can you ask all my distinguished colleagues to listen in silence as I talk?
Honorable Senators, can we have some order?
Can Olekina sit down so that the member for Migori can talk?
Senator Cherargei, Senator, kindly let's have some order.
Yeah, you can. There is? Madam Speaker. No, you don't have to guide me. I want to reply. You don't have to talk back. There is a point of order.
Senator. No.
On a point of order, Madam Speaker.
Okay. Senator Rengo.
Madam Speaker, if I may be heard.
Please, let's have some order.
Yeah.
Honorable members, can we have some order?
On the order paper, on the substantive motion, the motion by the Finance Committee, which is a substantive motion before the House, there are several amendments. And if you look at the order paper, this matter was before the House Business Committee. There are several amendments, proposed amendments to the substantive motion. And one of them is the amendment by Senator Wamatangi. And then there's an amendment by Senator Petronila Were. And then I also have an amendment to that motion. So, Madam Speaker, I don't know how the mover can be called upon to reply when there is a substantive amendment before the House. If you look at the order paper, it is not a matter that I'm bringing from the floor. If you look at the order paper, I have an amendment. And I don't know what the clerks are doing. Yeah, we've got to question the clerks also, because the clerks, there are amendments to the substantive motion. I appreciate the fact that Honorable Linturi's amendment to the Sakaja motion has been passed. That is no problem. Then there's amendment by Senator Sakaja. That has not been voted on. No, it cannot have been voted because it is a matter concerning counties. It is a matter concerning counties. So it cannot be voted on a voice vote. There must be a roll call. No, I am on the floor. I'm on the floor. Madam Speaker, I'm on the floor. Madam Speaker.
Honorable Senators, kindly.
Yeah, I'd ask Madam Speaker that the honorable member, Senator for Kiambu and the Senator for Muranga should not approach you. They should stay away. This is a matter of procedure. And you should go by the order paper. This is not a kangaroo Senate. And I should be called upon. I have a substantive amendment. And it has not been called upon. So I think it is important. Only Olekina has got an amendment. Yeah, and then Sakaja had a motion. So can we go by the order paper? And the clerk should advise you accordingly. Yeah.
Now you cannot be attracting my attention and you are on your feet. Can we have some order, please? Senator Whip. I'll give you this, no problem.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I rise to support the minority leader. And no, the contention that if the committee
vice chair or even chair was to be called upon to respond, Madam Speaker, the effect of that will be that you have closed debate, whereas we have several motions that exist seeking to amend the committee report. Madam Speaker, Honorable Senator Petronila has an amendment. It has not been discussed or debated. Honorable Wamatangi has an amendment. It has not been debated. Madam Speaker, I urge you uphold the point of order that has been raised by the minority leader and allow members to converse, to discuss. Madam Speaker, I make reference to the ruling that was made by Chair last time you were here, Madam Speaker. It was agreed you give each and every senator who has a motion, an amendment, at least about 3 hours to discuss each and every amendment and motion. Otherwise, that would be unfair. My motion was debated for 3 hours, and Sakaja's motion has also been deliberated for a very prolonged time. It's only fair you allow all senators to prosecute. Thank you.
Honorable senators, by shouting, we are not going to get anywhere.
To give you strong teeth and healthy gums.
Colgate Herbal.
Let's go. Colgate Herbal for strong teeth and healthy gums naturally.
Breaking news from Molfix. Let's see what they're developing right now.
Petitions for me. It really feels very comfy.
Molfix pants with anatomic fit technology. New Molfix pants, an invention from babies for babies.
You should also try Molfix.
Introducing Ndovu Home Baking Flour and Ndovu Maize Meal, now in an attractive new packaging. Ndovu flours are fortified with vitamins and minerals to provide wholesome goodness for the whole family. Milled from a blend of the finest wheat, Ndovu all-purpose flour makes the most delicious chapatis, mandazis and all other pastries. Ndovu is readily available at your nearest shop. Ndovu Tosha.
I have a well-paying job, my friend. I have a job.
Hii hapa ni Mercury. Na inauzwa 50,000.
My son is going to Harvard. I need him to take his SATs.
We can use this to get him ready as we reschedule for him.
Look here, madam. My son was born ready.
This is yours. Let's just try it. Let's write your name. Good.
Hii ni Mercury. Inatumia kutengeneza mpaka nini? Rocket.
What you have there is Graceline. Plus Mercury is not used for that purpose, my friend.
Amani Ridge, the place of peace, is taking shape. The Solomonic Gate is complete. The stone perimeter wall is complete. And the title deeds for every plot. Call us today on 0790 300 300.
Sona moja imetengenezwa kwa njia spesheli ili kupambana na maumivu kwa haraka. Sona moja ina aspirin kama kiungo. Sona moja, kitulizo kamili. Maumivu yakizidi, pata ushauri wa daktari.
Over the past few months, our country has stood together to keep the COVID numbers down. Every day, new numbers tell us the same story, that we never let what we can't do come in the way of what we can. Let's keep going.
You can now redeem your Bonga points to save for your retirement today through CPF M Pension. To redeem your Bonga points, dial *126#, select Lipa na Bonga points, input the paybill number 921125 with your ID number as the account number and the amount you wish to send. To open your CPF M-Pension account, simply dial *289# and follow the prompts. CPF, fulfilling lives.
So you think like a champion? You believe you're a champion?
Catch ESPN on channel 218 and 219 on DSTV.
Mambo mengine sio rahisi, lakini kupata 50% extra airtime ya kukona kwa SMS ya Safaricom, mambo ni 1
Pata 50% extra credo bila expiry ya kupiga na ku-SMS across networks. Piga *444* scratch card pin #. Na kama ni M-Pesa *444*2#. Safaricom for you.
This is NTV.
Ahlan wa sahlan mtazamaji, natumai ubuheri wa afya na umekuwa na siku njema, ikiwa ni siku ya Jumanne. Shukran sana kwa kuchagua NTV kujua yanayojiri. Kama ilivyo ada, na kupa taswira ya mambo yalivyo kuhusu maambukizi ya COVID-19 nchini. Visa vya COVID-19 nchini vimefika 27,425 baada ya watu 497 kuambukizwa virusi hivyo katika muda wa saa 24. Waliopona sasa ni jumla ya watu 13,867 baada ya watu wengine 372 kupona. Kati ya idadi hiyo 315 ni wale waliouguzwa nyumbani. Hata hivyo, watu 15 wamefariki kutokana na homa ya corona katika muda wa saa 24, na sasa idadi jumla waliofariki ni watu 438. Tuendelee kuzingatia masharti ya Wizara ya Afya ili kuzuia maambukizi ya homa ya corona. Tumekuandalia hayo mengine mengi pia, lakini kwanza tupate vipasho.
Nataka niwaambie hawa watu tunawangojea. Hiyo deep state tunangojea.
Naibu Rais William Ruto wajibu Watuoli na Muradhe kwa kuapa kwamba hatatingizwa na vitisho vyovyote.
It was going to be a very terrible time at that time. We had sulfuric acid, we had so many crude weapons.
Beatrice Elachi akunja virago vyake katika jumba la City Hall baada ya kujiuzulu kama spika wa Nairobi. Patashika baina ya maseneta kuhusu mfumo mwafaka wa kugawa mapato kwa kaunti yaendelea kwa siku 8.
Yule vile anashutiwa na hao majambazi akafaint. Mpaka saa hizi kwenye yuko ndo ameanza kuongea kuanzia juzi.
Na polisi waanza kuwasaka washukiwa wawili waliomuua msichana wa huduma za M-Pesa mjini Mombasa.
Mbashara kutoka jumba la Nation. Hii ni NTV Jioni na Nuru Abdulaziz.
Na karibu sana mtazamaji, na shukrani sana kwa kuchagua kuwa nasi. Andamana nasi hadi tamati. Tukianza taarifa zetu, kikao cha 8 cha Seneti kutafuta mwafaka wa mfumo unaofaa wa kugawa mapato ya serikali kwa kaunti zote kinaendelea hivi sasa katika majengo ya bunge. Hadi sasa hawajaafikiana suluhu madhubuti, ila wamejadili na kupitisha mabadiliko yanayopendekezwa na Seneta Mithika Linturi ili kubadilishwa mswada kwa ajili ya mjadala. Hebu tusikize kwa muktasari kinachoendelea sasa katika Seneti.
Because notice had not been given And because it had come too late, it was not in the order paper as was posted in the platforms that we normally use. And the House Business Committee decided that his motion must be in the order paper. That was the House Business Committee. And that House Business Committee also interrogated Senator Olekina. I didn't talk in that meeting. I talked only once. Olekina had 2 motions, and he insisted that those 2 motions must be in the order paper. And everybody agreed to it, that he should have his 2 motions. Now, Senator Wamatangi also had an amendment to Sakaja's motion. Mr. Speaker, that amendment to that motion has not been withdrawn. If any other member has withdrawn a motion, that is his problem. Senator Petronila Were, I looked at, no. You're not going to stop me.
Order, members. No, Senator Murkomen. Order, members.
Order. Stop me.
Order.
No,
Senator Murkomen. Order, members. Order, members. Honorable senators. Honorable senators, let me tell you, I sit here as your speaker. And no, some of you who are now very anxious have also been talking so much and have given you latitude. Let us respect each other. The whole world is watching. Let's give everybody an opportunity to say what they want to say. Order. Conclude.
And you know, Mr. Speaker, normally when a lot of people...
Na mtazamaji, tutaendelea kufuatilia mjadala huu na kukujuza tu zaidi mwendo wa saa 3 kamili kwa taarifa zetu kwa lugha ya Kimombo. Na tukisonga mbele, Beatrice Elachi aliamuriwa kujiuzulu kutokana na amri kuu kutoka kwa ikulu kuu ya Nairobi. Na anavyosimulia mwanahabari wetu mkuu katika masuala ya kisiasa Seth Olale, uamuzi wa kumtimua Elachi mamlakani ulitokana na mkutano maalum ulioandaliwa wiki 2 zilizopita katika ikulu ya rais hapa jijini Nairobi. Haya yanajiri wakati naibu spika ambaye kwa sasa ni kaimu Spika John Kamangu na wawakilishi wadi 7 wengine wa chama cha Jubilee wameamuriwa kufika mbele ya kamati ya nidhamu ya chama hicho siku ya Alhamisi.
Kujiuzulu kwa Beatrice Elachi kama spika wa bunge la kaunti ya Nairobi leo asubuhi ni mpango uliofikiwa wiki 2 zilizopita katika ikulu ya rais. Mkutano huo uliandaliwa tarehe 31 mwezi Julai na Rais Uhuru Kenyatta. Wengine waliohudhuria mkutano huo ni pamoja na gavana wa Nairobi Mike Sonko, kiongozi wa wengi katika bunge la kaunti Abdi Guyo, kiranja wa wengi katika bunge la kaunti Paul Kados na wawakilishi 41 wa wadi kutoka chama cha Jubilee. Imebainika kwamba viongozi hao walilaumu spika Elachi kwa mvutano kati ya gavana Sonko na mkurugenzi wa metropoli ya Nairobi Meja Generali Mohamed Badi.
If I ever did wrong within the duties that I was given, within the law that I was given, then I ask for forgiveness. And I also want to forgive anyone who I feel has done wrong to me. But I also want to tell my God, there is a time for everything. And at this time, this season God gave me, I did my best.
Aidha, vurugu iliyotokea wiki 2 zilizopita katika bunge la kaunti hiyo wakati baadhi ya madiwani walijaribu kumkabidhi Elachi notisi ya kumtaka kuondoka mamlakani ilizidisha kero, huku serikali kuu ikitishia kulivunja bunge la kaunti.
It was going to be a very terrible time at that time. We had sulfuric acid, we had so many crude weapons that day, if it was not for the security team, somebody would have lost life.
Lakini badala ya kulivunja bunge hilo alivyopendekeza Waziri Matiang'i, Rais Uhuru Kenyatta aliamua kumshinikiza Elachi kujiuzulu. Saa chache baada ya Elachi kuacha uspika, naibu wake John Kamangu anayekaimisha uspika na madiwani wengine 7 kutoka chama cha Jubilee waliamuriwa kufika mbele ya kamati ya nidhamu ya chama hicho siku ya Alhamisi. Kujiuzulu kwa Beatrice Elachi kunatoa nafasi kwa kamati inayosimamia shughuli katika bunge kujadili suala hilo kabla ya kurasmisha kujiuzulu kwa Elachi. Seth Olale, NTV, Nairobi.
Huku kukiwa na vidokezo kwamba mabadiliko makubwa yatafanywa serikalini wakati wowote, naibu wa rais William Ruto amejitokeza hadharani kutangaza msimamo wake, ambapo ameapa kutotikisika au kutishika kwa vyovyote katika safari yake ya kuwania urais mwaka 2022. Ruto amesema hilo siku chache baada ya naibu mwenyekiti wa Jubilee David Murathe na katibu mkuu wa KOTU Francis Atwoli kutangaza kuwa Raila tosha mwaka 2022. Jen Goiri ana maelezo zaidi.
Huku ngoma ya kisiasa ikiendelea kuchezwa kabla uchaguzi mkuu wa mwaka 2022, kila mwamba ngoma anazidi kuvuta ngozi kwake. Katika mkutano na ujumbe wa wakazi wa Kajiado ulioongozwa na wanasiasa, naibu wa rais hii leo amewarushia vijembe baadhi ya walio na mizizi katika serikali wanaotishia kukatiza safari yake ya kuingia Ikulu.
Kama ningekuwa mtu muoga, hatungeunda hii serikali ya Jubilee. Kama Uhuru Kenyatta angekuwa mtu muoga, hatungeunda hii serikali ya Jubilee, kwa sababu tulikuwa tunatishiwa mambo mingi. Choices have consequences. Nyinyi hamufai kwa sababu mko na kesi ya kule na ni kesi ya uongo. Ni vile tu tunaambiwa hata saa hii. Tunatishiwa ati iko system, ati iko deep state, ati iko watu watatuibia kura. Hata mkipiga kura namna gani, kuna watu wameketi mahali fulani wataamua. Mimi nataka niwaambie hawa watu tunawangojea. Hiyo deep state tunangojea, na hiyo system tunangojea. Watakuja na system, sisi tutakuja na wananchi na Mungu.
Matamshi ya naibu wa rais yametolewa siku chache baada ya naibu mwenyekiti wa chama cha Jubilee David Murathe na katibu mkuu wa KOTU Francis Atwoli kuwataka Wakenya kuwa tayari kumpokea kinara wa ODM Raila Odinga kama rais wa 5 wa jamhuri mwaka 2022.
He's the right person now, given his mature age, to bring this country together if elected a president.
The same way they did not succeed then, I want to tell you, they will not succeed now.
Katika siku za hivi majuzi, naibu wa rais William Ruto na wakereketwa wake wameonekana kutengwa na serikali na shughuli zake nyingi amekuwa akiendesha katika makazi ya naibu wa rais mtaani Karen. Sasa ni bayana naibu wa rais ameapa kutotikiswa licha ya duru za kuaminika kudokeza kwamba huenda kukawa na mabadiliko makubwa serikalini hivi karibuni, ambapo kuna uwezekano wafuasi wake watatemwa nje na wale wa Raila Odinga, Kalonzo Musyoka na Gideon Moi kupewa nyadhifa. Jen Goiri, NTV.
Asanteni sana.
Na tukielekea kaunti ya Kitui, mzee mmoja mwenye umri wa miaka 70 amefariki ghafla leo mjini Mwingi, kaunti ya Kitui, baada ya kupata matatizo ya kupumua na uchungu kifuani. Hali hiyo iliwatia wasiwasi wakazi wa eneo hilo ilipoibuka dhana kwamba huenda marehemu alifariki kutokana na virusi vya korona, kwani maafisa wa Wizara ya Afya walifika haraka na kuichukua maiti yake.
Ni hali iliyoshuhudiwa leo mjini Mwingi. Wahudumu wa afya waliovalia mavazi ya kujikinga korona walifika hapa hala baada ya mwanaume wa miaka 70 kufariki ghafla akiwa mtaani. Wapita njia walionekana kupigwa na butwaa kiasi cha kutozingatia kanuni ya kudumisha umbali wa mita 1.5 kati ya wawili. Inadaiwa kuwa mzee huyo alionyesha dalili za homa ya korona kabla ya kuzirai. Inaripotiwa kuwa mzee huyo alipelekwa hospitali ya Mwingi jana baada ya kulalamikia uchungu kifuani na tatizo la kupumua.
Tumeita DMH, amechukua necessary action na akapelekwa mochari, watapimwa onekane ni ugonjwa gani alikuwa naye, kama ni COVID-19. The public health officer will be able to advise.
Kamanda wa polisi hata hivyo anasema haijakuwa bayana marehemu walifariki kutokana na korona, ila walilazimika kuchukua tahadhari kutokana na dalili za marehemu kabla ya kufariki. Wakazi wa Mwingi wametakiwa kuchukua tahadhari na kutojificha wanapohisi maumivu yoyote. Wizara ya Afya inasema kuwa inaendelea na utafiti kuhusu vifo vya wazee hasa walio na magonjwa mengine ya kudumu.
Underway to be able to really look at our critical cases within the country and to be able to define exactly what a recovery rate looks like. It becomes important to note that when you're, say, diabetic and you have COVID-19, you may recover and turn negative at a point, but further assessments are required to see are there any longer-term effects of you having contracted COVID-19 and had another additional comorbid state.
Wizara ya Afya pia imesema kuwa inathamini njia mwafaka ya familia zinazofiwa na jamaa zao kutokana na homa ya corona kuweza kuwazika wapendwa wao bila unyanyapaa. Helen Aura, NTV.
Na katika kaunti ya Mombasa, polisi wanawasaka washukiwa wawili wa ujambazi waliomuua kwa kumpiga risasi mhudumu wa M-Pesa mnamo Ijumaa asubuhi na kutoroka kwa kutumia pikipiki. Winnie Ombese aliaga dunia kutokana na majeraha ya risasi, huku wahuni hao wakitoweka na kiasi cha pesa kisichojulikana. Mwanahabari wetu Kevin Mutai ana maelezo zaidi.
Leo hii iliyonaswa na kamera za CCTV eneo la Express katikati mwa jiji la Mombasa inaonyesha jamaa hawa wawili waliofika kwa pikipiki wakimfumania mwanamke huyu na kisha mmoja wao akajaribu kumpokonya kibeti chake. Msichana huyu ambaye tumebaini anaitwa Winnie Ombese alijaribu kutoroka, lakini jamaa huyu mwenye bunduki aina ya AK-47 alimpiga risasi na kumwangusha papo hapo kabla ya kunyakua kibeti chake na kutoroka. Tukio hilo lilishuhudiwa na msichana mmoja miongoni mwa wachuzi hapa.
Akaona hao watu wakimwaja kile dem. Alivomona yule akimwaja kile dem, akarudi na tamosi yake kidogo, akiona yule vile anashutiwa na hao majambazi, akafaint. Mpaka saa hizi venye yuko ndo ameanza kuongea kuanzia juzi, hata tulimpeleka hospitali.
Ombese alikuwa mhudumu wa duka la M-Pesa na inaaminika alikuwa amebeba kiasi kikubwa cha pesa akipeleka kwa benki. Picha hizi za CCTV zinaonyesha tuktuk iliyotumiwa kujaribu kumwokoa, ila alitangazwa kufariki alipofikishwa hospitalini.
Nilimwangalia tu kwa umbali, sikuweza kufika penye alikuwa.
Na hali yake ilikuwaje?
Hali yake alikuwa tulipomwona alikuwa amejawa na damu. Alikuwa amelala.
Maafisa wa upelelezi tayari wanawasaka washukiwa hawa wawili walionaswa na kamera zingine za CCTV wakitoroka kwa pikipiki. Polisi wanasema wamesikitishwa sana kuona kwamba waliokuwa karibu hawakujaribu kumsaidia mwanamke huyo. Kwa mfano, gari hili la matatu lilipita karibu mbali na baadhi ya wafanyabiashara kusalia madukani mwao aliposhambuliwa. Polisi aidha wanaomba wakazi kutoa habari zaidi ili kufanikisha upelelezi. Kevin Mutai, NTV, Mombasa.
Na taarifa hiyo inatupeleka mapumzikoni. Hapa Lumasa Jackson anasema maseneta wetu hawako tayari kupitisha mswada wa ugavi wa mapato kwa kaunti zetu. Wengi wao wanaweka siasa mbele. Na mtazamaji, anarejea na taarifa zaidi, tulia papo hapo.
Mbona hii mabati ya kina dad na mam bado inakaa mpya? Na hii nyumba imekuwa hapa for so many years. Na pia umelelewa hapa.
Wow, imagine hata nilikuwa sija notice. Rufus,
wewe ni fundi wangu wa miaka mingi sana. Haya mabati yatadumu kweli?
Huyu kijana nilimwambia anunue mabati ya Dumuzas.
Usibahatishe mabati. Hakikisha umeangalia alama za kudhibitisha Dumuzas halisi. Chagua Dumuzas, mabati inayodumu kudumu. Isitoshe, Dumuzas ndio mabati pekee inayokuja na warranty.
Sitaki tena kubahatisha.
Mabati inayodumu kudumu.
Beat sensitivity pain fast with Sensodyne Rapid Action for clinically proven relief in 60 seconds.
So you think like a champion? You believe you're a champion?
Catch ESPN on channel 218 and 219 on DSTV.
The risk of illness-causing germs is increasing. It is believed that the coronavirus can remain on surfaces in your home for up to 9 days. Touching infected surfaces is one of the ways in which germs spread. Regularly disinfect your floors, countertops, and kitchen surfaces with bleach, and use an effective toilet cleaner inside and outside your toilet bowl. This message is brought to you by Medifacts, Jig, and Harpic.
I have a well-paying job, my friend. I have a job.
Hii hapa ni Mercury. Na inauzwa 50,000.
My son is going to Harvard. I need him to take his SATs.
We can use this to get him ready as we reschedule for him.
Look here, madam. My son was born ready.
This is yours. Let's just try. Let's write your name.
Good.
Hii ni Mercury. Inatumia kutengeneza mpaka nini? Rocket.
What you have there is glycerin. Plus mercury is not used for that purpose, my friend.
Amani Ridge, the place of peace, is taking shape. The Solomonic Gate is complete. The stone perimeter wall is complete. And the title deeds for every plot. Call us today on 0790 300 300.
Karibu tena mtazamaji. Mapendekezo ya Wizara ya Elimu kufunza watoto katika mpangilio wa nyumba 10 kuliushangaza wengi. Lakini kwa wakazi wa Rongai, hii ni jambo la kawaida kwa jamii inayopangisha nyumba kwa ploti moja. Mwanahabari wetu Charity Mwangi alitembelea ploti hiyo na kuona ni vipi mafunzo haya yanafanyika.
Kwa miezi 5 sasa, watoto hawajaenda shule. Mwezi uliopita, Wizara ya Elimu ilitoa pendekezo hili lililoonekana kama hekaya ya Abunwasi.
The teacher is supposed to teach in that court. Either it is in the car park when the parents are not there, or if there's a big tree there, they can sit under a tree.
Lakini hali hii si geni kwa watoto hawa katika mtaa mmoja wa Rongai. Mpango huu wao sasa umepata umakinifu zaidi wakati huu wa janga la corona.
Sasa hiyo nikasikia watoto 4,000 wako na mimba na ni wale tangu shule imefungwa. Hiyo kitu ikaniuma sana, hata nikaomba Mungu.
Na si wasichana pekee walio hatarini.
Kuna vijana tu wamezaliwa hapa. Hawa vijana wadogo wanawashika, wanaanza kuwafunza kunywa bangi na drugs.
Na ndio maana Mama Mary Mudhike anayemiliki mtaa huu alitoa amri kwa watoto wa wapangaji wote.
Na nikawaambia sitaki mtoke hapa na sitaki mshikane watoto wengine kutoka nje, ni nyinyi tu.
Kila asubuhi wao hukusanyika hapa na kujiongoza wao kwa wao kulingana na kiwango cha elimu.
Kama sisi sasa ningekuwa nacheza na watch cartoon kwa nyumba.
I started teaching them when I was in class 5 and I'm seeing that I'm imposing a great change on them.
Inaweza kutusaidia tukirudi shule tukifanya mtihani tuweze kupita.
Wanafurahia nafasi hii. Mama huyu amelea vizazi vitatu, hivyo si mgeni katika kuweka nidhamu.
Wakikosa mimi nawachapa na wanajua namna hiyo. Na niko na kiboko.
Ukarimu wake pia unaelekezwa kwa wengine.
Baada ya masomo ni burudani. Wanatuambia kuwa maisha yao yamebadilika kutokana na ukarimu wa mama huyu. Charity Mwangi, NTV.
Kwingineko kwa watu wanaoishi katika mitaa ya mabanda, hofu ya maambukizi ya homa ya corona inaambatana na hofu ya kutojua kile watakacho kula kila siku. Shule pia huchangia sana mambo mengi mbali na elimu tu kwa watoto. Ni eneo salama na kadhalika la kuwawezesha kupata chakula. Tangu shule zifungwe, Kasisi Steve Mbugwa amekuwa akiwalisha zaidi ya watoto 1,000 eneo la Matopeni mtaani Kayole. Rose Wangoi anaarifu.
Sauti za kimaumbile kwenye mandhari haya zinaashiria siku mpya hapa Matopeni Kayole. Kila mtoto sharti azingatie kanuni ya kudumisha umbali wa mita 1.5 na mwenzake. Kuna alama sakafuni kumuonyesha kila mtoto anapofaa kusimama. Aidha, watoto wanavaa barakoa na kunawa mikono kila mara. Wao huja hapa kila siku baadhi saa 12 alfajiri, huku wakiwa wamebeba vyombo vya plastiki. Kasisi Steve Mbugua na shirika lake anasaidia wanyonge hapa nyakati hizi za janga la korona.
Wazazi wakapoteza makazi, wengine walikuwa kwa makampuni, wengine walikuwa walimu, wakaacha ualimu. Watoto wengine wametoka katika familia ambazo wazazi wao wako deep to alcohol, wengine tuligundua wanajilea huku kwa mapipa na kwa dark side, wengine tukagundua pia wametoka katika familia ambao they are humble, familia ambazo ni maskini zaidi.
Tangu kufungwa kwa shule, Mbugua amekuwa akilisha watoto wengi.
Hapa tuko kuna slums kadhaa zimetuzunguka. Kuna watoto hapa wanatoka Njiru. Njiru ni mbali sana kutoka hapa. Kuna watoto wanatoka pandi zinaitwa Spring Valley. Kuna watoto wanatoka pandi ambazo zinaitwa Soweto na wanatoka distant. Watoto ambao children's homes zilifungwa. Kwa hivyo nikagundua wako katika line zetu na wanapokea chakula mahali hapa ni kwa sababu hawana mahali pa kuenda. Na wakati wanapofika tunagundua ya kwamba wengine hata hawakukula hiyo usiku. Kwa hivyo ile chakula walipata hapa inakuwa wengine kwao hiyo chakula ni one meal kwao, hawana chakula ingine wana expect kupata.
Katika mitaa ya mabanda, wengi wanahangaikia sio tu kujikinga korona, bali pia chakula cha kila siku.
Tulianza hii feeding 3 years ago. Tulikuwa tuna feed watoto once per Saturday. Wakati COVID-19 ilitangazwa, feeding program ikatoka kutoka kwa ile namba tulikuwa tuna feed. Kitambo tulikuwa tuna feed 400, lakini sasa ikaenda 1000 na tukachukua hatua ya kuwa tunawafeed kila siku.
Mapambano dhidi ya COVID-19 hayaonekani kuisha karibu, ila wahisani kama Mbugua wanasitiri wengi kwa sasa. Ruzongoi, NTV.
Na tukiangalia taarifa ya tanzia, hali ya majonzi imetanda katika kijiji cha Kiuru Kino, eneo la Kikuyu, kaunti ya Kiambu, baada ya watoto wawili ambao ni ndugu kufa maji walipotumbukia kwenye shimo lililokuwa limechimbwa ndani ya mjengo mmoja unaoendelea kujengwa. Inasemekana wawili hao, Abigail Mbaire wa miaka 3 na Angela Wangoi wa miaka 4, walitoweka Jumapili. Miili yao imepatikana leo ndani ya shimo hilo pale wakazi walipokuwa wakiendelea kuwatafuta. Wakazi wa eneo hilo wanaitaka serikali kupitia idara husika kuwajibika kwa kuchukua hatua kali dhidi ya mwenye mjengo huo, kwani anadaiwa kukiuka masharti ya ujenzi, mapuuza yaliyosababisha vifo vya watoto hao.
Na wakafikiria kurudi nyumbani. Na waliporudi nyumbani hawakufika nyumbani. Wakaingia kwa hii construction, na walipoingia hakuna mtu, hata mimi mwenyewe sikuwa najua. Labda ile harakati ya kucheza wakaanguka katika ile maji. So hapo ndio watoto wangu wawili waliangamia. Yote ambaye ako na shimo na amechimba ama kuna mjengo wako nayo, wacha huyo mtu at least akie watu wengine. Juu kama huyu mtu angeweka gate, singepoteza watoto wangu wawili ambao niliwapenda sana, ambao walikuwa ni kama roho yangu, singepoteza.
Na mpole sana kwa familia hiyo, Mola awape subra. Na maafisa 4 wa kulinda sheria walijipata mashakani leo kwa tuhuma za kuvunja sheria na kufikishwa kotini wakidaiwa kuiba pombe ya shilingi milioni 1.9. Kamanda wa kituo cha polisi cha Boya, kaunti ya Kisumu, William Cheruiyot, na askari wake 3 walidaiwa kuiba vileo hivyo kutoka kwenye lori walilofaa kulinda kituoni, au kukusa na maelezo zaidi.
Inadaiwa uhalifu wa kuwa na kiu ulitokea hapa Jumatatu, Agosti 10, baada ya lori lilokuwa linasafirisha vileo kupata ajali. OCS Cheruiyot na maafisa wake Bernard Macharia, Jen Chepkemei na Rodrick Labuchusushet wanadaiwa kupora vileo hivyo vinavyomilikiwa na London Distillers Limited walipofika kwenye eneo la ajali. Mahakama iliambiwa 4 hao walipora mvinyo aina ya White Pearl Vodka na Guarana. Cheruiyot vilevile alishtakiwa kwa kosa la kupatikana na mali ya kuibwa iliyojumuisha chupa 72 za White Pearl Vodka zilizopatikana nyumbani mwake. Inadaiwa maafisa hao walitumia nguvu kuvunja mlango wa lori aina ya Isuzu FRR nambari KCK 959L na kupora vileo hivyo kabla ya kuvisafirisha kwa gari tofauti. Maafisa hao walikana mashtaka yote na kuachiliwa kwa dhamana ya shilingi 300,000 na mdhamini wa kiwango sawa.
Direct that this matter is coming up for hearing on 15 September 2020 with a mention on 27 August 2020.
Huko Kusa, NTV.
Na mtazamaji, taarifa hiyo inatamatishia awamu ya pili ya NTV jioni. Inarejea na taarifa za spoti.
Geisha aloe vera and honey, made with the goodness of aloe vera to calm and refresh your skin.
Be strong and last long. Mkate kweli ni selecta, ukikula kwanza na kachai. Tunasema mkate gani tamu zaidi, wenye afya tele tena to zaidi, bei yake bado ni ile ile nafuu, na unapatikana karibu na wewe. Selecta, selecta, selecta. Mkate ni Selecta. And now, Selecta comes with free Zesta jam for a limited period of time.
NTV Michezo imeletwa kwako na DSTV.
And DSTV gives you the best seat in the house. It's the thrilling rush to the UEFA Champions League final. Get connected to DSTV to experience every heart-stopping moment.
Na shukrani sana kwa kuendelea kuwa nasi. Uchaguzi wa bodi ya shirikisho la kandanda nchini FKF utafanywa Oktoba 17 baada ya bodi ya uchaguzi ya shirikisho hilo kutangaza kalenda na mwongozo wa shughuli nzima. Uchaguzi wa mashinani utafanywa katika kaunti zote 47 mnamo Septemba 19. Itakuwa mara ya 3 kwa uchaguzi wa FKF kufanywa katika mwaka mmoja uliopita. Chaguzi mbili za awali zilibatilishwa na mahakama ya usuluhishi wa mizozo katika spoti nchini SDT. Duru ya kwanza ilikuwa Disemba mwaka 2019, kisha uchaguzi wa pili ukafanywa Machi mwaka huu, lakini mwenyekiti wa bodi ya SDT John Ohaga aliamua kwamba sheria ilikiukwa wakati wa uchaguzi. Manchester United walihitaji penalti kutoka kwa Bruno Fernandes kuibandua FC Copenhagen na kufuzu kwa nusu finali ya kombe la ligi ya Europa. United ambao walitoa taji hilo miaka 4 iliyopita sasa watakutana na mshindi wa leo usiku kati ya klabu nyingine ya ligi ya Premier Wolves na wakwasi wa ligi ya Europa Sevilla. Mechi ya nusu finali itachezwa Düsseldorf Jumapili usiku. Katika mechi nyingine ya robo finali, Inter Milan ilifuzu kucheza katika awamu ya 4 bora kwa ushindi wa mabao 2-1 dhidi ya Bayern Leverkusen. Mabao yao mawili yalifungwa na Nicole Barella na Romelu Lukaku katika dakika 9 za kwanza kuwaweka Inter kifua mbele mabao 2-0 kabla ya Kai Havertz kufungia Leverkusen 1. Katika mechi nyingine ya robo finali leo usiku, Shakhtar Donetsk watakuwa wenyeji wa Basel.
Lukaku, minute on a assisté à
Na huenda aliyekuwa mchezaji stadi wa soka Ronaldinho Gocho akaachiliwa huru Agosti 24 baada ya kuzuiliwa Paraguay kwa miezi 5 kutokana na kosa la kutumia pasipoti gushi. Nyota wa zamani wa Barcelona anazuiliwa pamoja na kakake tangu Machi 6 wakikabiliwa na mashtaka ya kuingia Paraguay kwa kutumia pasipoti zisizo halali. Walizuiliwa gerezani kwa mwezi mmoja kabla ya kulipa dhamana ya dola milioni 1. Hata hivyo walihukumiwa kifungo cha nyumbani katika chumba cha hoteli ya kifahari katikati mwa jiji kuu la Paraguay. Kesi ya kaka hao wawili itasikizwa Agosti 4.
NTV Michezo imeletwa kwako na DSTV.
And DSTV gives you the best seat in the house. It's the thrilling rush to the UEFA Champions League final. Get connected to DSTV to experience every heart-stopping moment.
Na mtazamaji, ni haya kwenye taarifa za spoti. Na kinyang'anyiro cha urais mwaka 2022 kinazidi kuchacha. Aliyekuwa waziri katika serikali ya mzee Mwai Kibaki, Mohisa Kitui, amekiri kumezea mate kiti cha urais mwaka 2022. Ni mambo tu ambayo yako katika gazeti ya Taifa Leo. Pata nakala yako hapo kesho, mtazamaji, usikose. Mtazamaji, ni hayo tu kwenye NTV jioni, na tunakumbuka kwamba kuna wale ambao tayari wametoa maoni yao hapa. Baskari Dondo anasema viongozi wasalalamikie pesa tu, pia wanafaa wahamasishe raia kuhusu kufuata maagizo ya wahudumu wa afya. Pia walimu nao waangaliwe, kwani muda kama huu wao wanateseka katika hali ya uchumi. Naye Fedha Moffat anasema Ruto asikate tamaa, jikazi tu, wakati wake waja. Mwisho kabisa, Job Kinuthia anasema viongozi wakizungumzia siasa wakumbuke wananchi wanataka maendeleo. Ni hayo tu. Naitwa Nuru Abdulaziz, mwenzangu wa ishara ni Flora Atieno, wote waliofanikisha taarifa hizi. Shukran sana, alamsiki.
This is NTV.
I help women find independence by training them in fish farming. It's tough on my back, joints, and can cause headaches. Panadol Extra relieves multiple types of pain. If symptoms persist, seek medical advice.
So you think like a champion? You believe you're a champion?
Catch ESPN on channel 218 and 219 on DSTV.
The fans are for real. Like, they're feeling you, they'll show you they're feeling you.
I'm just grateful. So I'm just like taking every opportunity as it comes.
Through a fashion, you might end up falling in love with the music.
Being African is more of like, it's a home, it's a place, it's a feeling, you know?
Today, a Russian agent will travel to New York City to kill the president. This agent is KA-12.
The KA program is a myth. You can tell the rest of your story to one of my colleagues.
The name of the agent is Evelyn Salt.
My name is Evelyn Salt.
Then you are a Russian spy.
Where'd she go? What are you doing there? This doesn't look good.
I'm not a Russian spy.
Somebody is setting me up!
Maybe Salt is who she says she is. Maybe it's your department. Mine is catching her so we can find out.
This is NTV.
It is Tuesday, the 11th of August, 2020. A warm and hearty welcome to Business Redefined. This is your weekly, most comprehensive look at the world of business and economics. And tonight we are focusing on the subject of the insurance of bank deposits. 4.03 trillion shillings. That is the value of deposits in Kenya's banking sector, well, at least as of the end of June this year. Guaranteeing the safety of depositors' funds is a critical pillar in any financial system. And in Kenya, the Kenya Deposit Insurance Corporation is right at the center of safeguarding these funds. The collapse of Dubai, Imperial and Chase banks in quick succession between 2014 and 2016 brought to visibility the need for a robust deposit insurance framework which enhances confidence in a country's financial system. In the recent past, there have been significant reforms in Kenya's deposit insurance framework. First, the amount insured has been revised upwards from 100,000 shillings to 500,000 shillings effective July 1st this year. Second, and more significant, is the planned switch from a flat rate premium to a risk-based premium model effective July 1st, 2021. What do these changes mean for the safety of bank depositors' funds? What do these changes mean for the resilience and stability of the banking sector? How exactly will risk be calibrated under the risk-based premium model? And is there risk-perverse outcomes that could stem from this? Earlier today, I interviewed the Chief Executive Officer of KDIC, Mohamud Ahmed Mohamud, to unpack this and a lot more. Take a listen. Thank you so much for creating time for us for this conversation. And let's just kick off by having a view around COVID-19. Of course, the concern out here within many Kenyans is that potentially there could have been Kenyans reaching out for their deposits because, of course, many have lost jobs there in a very uncertain environment. How are you seeing the trend unfolding, especially from the bank deposit side?
Thank you, Julian. Thank you, Kenyans. Indeed, it's quite interesting that despite the COVID pandemic that has been with us from late February, we are witnessing a growth in the deposits with the banks, which actually shows that our depositors still have confidence with the banks, and our banking system is resilient, sound, and strong despite the pandemic. Kenyans are still doing business with their banks, despite what you can foresee as the pandemic has maybe affected jobs, has affected businesses. We are seeing a growth trend within the deposits in the bank. Because if you look at in February, the total deposit was about 3.6 billion. Today, as at end of June, the deposit base in the banks is about 4 billion. So you can see it's a growth. We thought now the propensity, what we call the propensity to consume will be higher. But incidentally, we are seeing savings is still also growing.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I should say that when you talk about deposits, you actually meant them in trillions, not billions.
Yes, in trillions. Thank you.
All right. And one of the key developments we have right now is this issue of a bump up in the insurance coverage provided by KDIC. Just explain that to us and why this is significant.
We got assistance from the U.S. Treasury. We really want to thank our development partners. They have really been assisting KDIC together with the World Bank and the IMF, and they did a study for us. Because our coverage has been 100,000 from 1985. But incidentally, a lot of people say, why 100,000? The 100,000 was covering 97% of the depositors.
Yeah.
Today, if I ask from this hall, how many people have more than 100,000 in the bank, you'll find it's only 3%. Because we are a micro country, this is a micro economy. All of us actually, whatever goes into a bank, we spend. So we are covering 97%. So it was felt, no, we need now, because 100,000 in 1985 and 100,000 today, the value, of course, you know. So they worked out some scenarios, then they settled at 500,000. Indeed, initially, the prescription was, we go to 250,000. Because if you look at our per capita income, because what they say the formula is twice your per capita. And when they were doing that study, our per capita was at $1,250.
Yeah.
So times 2 is $2,500.
Yeah.
We said, no, we thought it prudent, let us double that. And that is why the figure of 500,000 was actually settled. Although the experts were saying no, because with 500,000, our exposure also grows.
Yes.
Our exposure had grown from 255 billion exposure to KDIC, that in the very unlikely event of a total collapse maybe of our economy and maybe banks today close, our exposure is at 255 billion. Now with 500,000, our exposure has shot to 600 billion.
Yeah.
So we are expected to raise 600 billion as part of our target fund. But we have a very strong fund where we invest in government securities and with prudent investment. And the number 2, Julian, which I want Kenyans to understand, with 500,000, yes, we are all happy. We are actually the highest in sub-Saharan Africa. But in Africa, we are second to Morocco. Morocco is the only one which is higher than us. Sub-Saharan Africa, we are the highest. But to me, the 500,000 is just what I can call it is a backup strategy. We don't want to reach there.
Yeah.
Because the 500,000 is only payable when an institution is put in liquidation. But with now the new mechanism and the new resolution powers, which has been vested onto us through the KDI Act, we are able to resolve bank like what we did in Chase Bank, what we are doing in Imperial Bank, so that the liquidated bank will be a very small portion if it will be there.
Yeah.
Very small portion. And so that you might find 90 to 95% of the bank, we can transfer it to a strong bank and people can continue doing their business. The business of deposit insurance is not to close banks. The business of deposit insurance is to build confidence in the banking sector and to make sure that banks grow in a very healthy and sound environment. Indeed, our dreams, our objectives, our strategy, our drives is to ensure there is no bank failure in this country. And in the unlikely event of a bank failure in this country, we want to resolve it as fast as possible. We have the capacity, we have the legal powers, and we have the expertise. And that is one area that we really want to work on. We don't want the stories of the old ones where 30, 40 years we are still struggling with some old institutions. Even Chase Bank and Imperial, if you talk of Chase Bank and Imperial, we could have done better. But at that time we are undergoing some transitional challenges.
There has been the conversation that perhaps KDIC, the mandate should be widened, especially around this insurance provision, to include the savings and cooperative societies. I don't know what you think about that or how far that would go.
That is one of our dream initiatives. But first, we wanted to really anchor it through the banking industry. And the savings and cooperative societies, actually I even worked with them. They are coming up with something similar to a deposit insurance. They're calling it Deposit Guarantee Fund. So I think there are some things they're also trying to develop. Now they even have their regulatory authority. Eventually, that is the ultimate goal, is to bring all these under one roof. And that is why we have to make sure that we build a very strong deposit insurance base. And Julian, also to tell you that in Africa, we are the second to Nigeria. And indeed, today, most of the African countries who are coming up with deposit insurances, their point of call is Kenya Deposit Insurance Corporation.
And the bump up to 500,000 shillings is effective July 1st?
From 1st of July, Kenyans, in the very unlikely event, God forbid that a bank is put under liquidation, will pay you 500,000. The 500,000 will cover 99% of our depositors.
Yeah.
But of course, one thing we want to assure Kenyans, one thing we, as KDIC want to assure Kenyans, we are not going to reach there. That will be a last resort. I'm using the word last twice. Be a last resort. But before that, we are called a resolution authority. We are not a liquidator. A resolution authority, ours is to resolve problem banking. It's not to liquidate.
That point by Ahmed Mohamud takes us to a break. Remember, we'll be right back now, focusing on the discussion of a transition to a risk-based premium model. Stay tuned.
Pata smartphone mpya kuanzia 20 bob daily pekee ukilipa mdogo mdogo. Weka down payment ya 1000. Lipa kuanzia 20 bob daily kwa miezi 9. Piga star 544 hash kuona kama unafaulu kupata 4G Neon Ray Pro. Si hapo Safaricom ni yako kabisa.
The Champions League season is reaching a new peak. Are you ready for the ride? Europe's finest football clubs are about to experience unrivaled acceleration. And DSTV gives you the best seat in the house. It's the thrilling rush to the UEFA Champions League final. Get connected to DSTV to experience every heart-stopping moment.
For a better tomorrow, don't forget to do the 1, 2, 3 with Colgate every night.
Ndovu flowers are fortified with vitamins and minerals to provide wholesome goodness for the whole family. Ndovu all-purpose flour makes the most delicious chapatis, mandazis and all other pastries. Ndovu is readily available at your nearest shop. Ndovu Tosha.
Ati, naweza taka kwa hii kabambe, nipate 4G smartphone.
Wewe wacha. Yaani unasema badala ya kujikaza, ninaweza pata smartphone mpya na 20 bob peke yake daily.
Ati, badala hii tochi yangu naweza nunua hiyo 4G smartphone niangaliange vitabu kwa mtandao na ni 20 bob pekee daily. Pata smartphone mpya kuanzia 20 bob daily pekee ukilipa mdogo mdogo. Weka down payment ya 1000. Lipa kuanzia 20 bob daily kwa miezi 9. Piga star 544 hash kuona kama unafaulu kupata 4G Neon Ray Pro inayokuja na screen kubwa ya kutazama video, battery inayodumu, space mingi ya kuweka picha na videos, HD camera na apps zote za Google unazopenda.
Kuma bei ya smartphone hapa.
Smartphone.
Si hapo Safaricom ni yako kabisa.
Welcome back to Business Redefined. Tonight we are focusing on the Kenya Deposit Insurance Corporation and the mandate of ensuring that depositors' funds are safeguarded in Kenya's banking sector. And we have the Chief Executive Officer of the corporation, Ahmed Mohamud. Welcome back on set.
Thank you, Julian.
There is the transition to a risk-based premium model. We have been on a flat rate for quite a while, and of course, it was to take effect in July 2020. I understand it has been pushed forward. Perhaps you could begin by explaining to us why this transition is critical and why the push forward to next year.
Thank you, Julian. Indeed, as part of our strategy as Kenya Deposit Insurance Corporation, is that for the last almost 35 years, our premium, and this premium is just like the insurance of your car, Julian. Every year you must renew the premium of your car, isn't it?
Yes.
So even the banks must renew their premium every year by paying us that premium. And that is what we invest. We build the fund I've been talking about to cover the exposure. Remember the exposure of the 600 billion? That is the premium which we invest to cover that in the unlikely event of that closure. And that's where we get our money. We least go to the government for any money, but we have a backup that in the unlikely event of us overriding our fund, Parliament can approve for us from the consolidated fund. But that is an area where we really don't want to go, but we just gave ourselves that backup. So it was felt that the flat rate was, we were charging all the banks at 0.15% of their annual average deposits. So it was felt now, being a resolution authority and being a risk minimizer, since we are talking of risk, we should also now extrapolate this risk now into the premium. We should not only talk of other risk while we are charging the same rate. So this risk-based premium, it's a model which has been applied in so many other countries, and indeed that is what we want to really domesticate here. And it is one, it is equity, and two, it does what we call, it enhances what we call market discipline. Because a bank knows that the higher the risk, the higher the premium. Because most of the banks have shareholders. The shareholders will be asking, why are we being charged higher than another bank? You see, that will be a red flag on the management of that bank. So the management of that bank now will really make sure that they really manage the risks of the bank. The loans which now they give out, these loans, Julian, are actually financed by deposits.
Yeah.
And that's why we are talking deposit actually is the goose that lays the golden egg of the banks. And that's why you can see the deposit insurance, our primary focus is on that deposit because we know what it does and it can also be misused. So as part of our risk management initiative, because it is actually part of our mandate, because our mandate, our mission is to provide deposit insurance, incentives for risk management, and resolution of failed institutions. Yeah. So as part of our second mandate of risk management, we actually have a department called Risk and Examination, Compliance. We want now to bring the risk-based premium so that the banks now can be profiled on their risk basis. And most of the people ask me the question, what model will you use? Indeed, yes. Indeed, when the World Bank financed for us the study, the consultant came with a very complicated model. And we in KDIC thought that no, we already have a model. The central bank, which is the supervisory authority, does inspection of banks and come up with the ratings of those banks. So we shall use what we call the camel rating of the central bank in order to profile a bank, which is accepted by the bank, and which has been formulated from the inspection that has been done by the central bank. So I told them we don't need to reinvent the wheel. We already have that X. We already have it. So we are going to use that the Camel rating by the central bank, which now will rate now the banks according to their risk profile. And you see, this will also be an incentive for the banks to work on their risk management. Because if this year maybe your premium is higher, you'll have to work next year to make sure it goes down. Yeah. So you look at maybe in the profile, which are the areas I have a problem with. And you see that one also now speaks to reducing bank failures.
Yes.
So you can see how interconnected all these things are. Mm-hmm. And that is where KDIC comes in. Okay. And that's what I want Kenyans to understand. That is one of our roles. And working in conjunction with the central bank and the National Treasury and our membership who are the banks. So we came with the model, and the model was to kickstart on 1st of July, just like the coverage. However, with COVID, and when we looked at the COVID pandemic, when we were just trying to strategize on the impact of COVID pandemic, with my team, we thought it prudent that today, if you go and assess the risk environment of a bank, it will not give you the true picture, because there is another risk called COVID, yes, which has come in, which may not have been assessed, have not been identified, and have not been evaluated and mitigated. So we may wrongly or unjustly profile a bank. So why don't we give the banks another 1 year to sort out this pandemic, which actually to me is an external risk, which has just come into the bank, so that the banks within this 1 year can also now reconfigure their management frameworks and then come up. So by next year, 1st of July next year, God willingly, we shall go risk-based.
And holding on to that thought, just perhaps to get a little detail into the model of the risk profiling. One question that we have out here is that, of course, when banks lend to various sectors, the sectors have different risks. For example, if you look at the agriculture sector, because of some of the vulnerabilities the sector has, any bank that predominantly lends to that area will be deemed risky, or any bank that predominantly lends to SMEs will be deemed more risky. Don't you think there'll be the perverse outcome that because of this model, then banks will be cautious in terms of lending to these two areas?
And Julian, I don't think it will be they won't be that adverse, because the banks actually are experts in managing risks. And even financing some of these sectors, we are encouraging the banks to finance even the agricultural sector. But all these things, let me tell you, Julian, and you'll prove me right on this, is that most of this lending, the problem is maybe the monitoring part of it. They need to monitor and they need to follow. Because monitoring and evaluation is very, very important. Because one thing is, unfortunately, most of us is once you're given money, you can even divert that money. So we want to encourage, and I think banks now will also have to up their game and also to up their management style, because and even them, they must also manage these risks very, very well. Because if they don't manage the risk very well, there will be a failure. And a failure of a bank is actually, and this is what I always tell people, is that a failure of a bank affects lives and businesses and property, which is the cardinal principle of any state. That is why banks should really be very, very careful, even as a bank manager there, when you're giving out your money, you should make sure that the money goes to where it is worth. And I'm sure the banks know where to take their monies. They've been in this business for very, very long. They know what percentage maybe to. So they will also now be managing their own risk even more better than they were doing before. And you see, this one now speaks to that you'll find lesser failures of banks. Because one of the failures of banks mostly is corporate governance. That is the cause of the failure. Actually, that is the biggest risk to most of the banks, is corporate governance. So once the corporate, now you know that now you have been put now into another level, you'll also be more careful. But that does not mean that you're also going just to sit, because if we say risk, even when we leave our houses, we'll be exposed to risk. But you don't say, today I'm not leaving my bedroom because there is a risk outside there. You have to go face that risk, know how to identify the risk, mitigate that risk, evaluate and monitor the risk. because risks are actually, what is business? Business is risk.
For sure.
Thank you.
And as we wrap up our conversation, and really to the point that you've just mentioned, many are curious, and I particularly am curious to understand, how does this risk-based model now take into consideration qualitative factors like corporate governance? Because we can easily look at the quantitative metrics, whether it's NPLs, etc., or liquidity ratios, for instance. But when you talk about now the corporate governance, how does it play into that whole matrix?
And Julian, if you look at this, the supervisory parameters, which is called CAMEL, the M is management. So that's where the qualitative aspect comes in. Because you must know management, how is the management? What are the caliber of people in management? What kind of people do they have management? And procedures, are they in place? Is there what we call segregation of duties? You see, all those things now speak to the qualitative aspect. Okay? That is why the M is there. And that is where now that is also another rating that they are being given. Okay? So I'm not worried about the qualitative aspect, because the qualitative is also intertwined with the quantitative, because it also speaks to the quantitative.
And perhaps just really, just to defray any concerns that we normally have around, do you think mid and small tier banks will be disadvantaged in one area or another in light of this?
And to me, I'm looking at it more positively for the mid and the small banks. Indeed, it will now give them an opportunity also to work on their risk framework. Because maybe before it was, because they say too big to fail and too small to matter. We are telling them you also matter in this scenario. So I think even for them, it will be, because theirs, of course, you'll find maybe their risk elements might even be lower than maybe the bigger banks because of size. So I believe they will also take advantage of this to actually make sure that they pay less on the premium than maybe the bigger banks. So actually it's an opportunity. They might look at it as a threat, but to me they should look at it as an opportunity, okay, to reconfigure their risk framework, to really invest in the risk management and parameters.
And my final question, what's your outlook, especially from a bank resilience and financial sector soundness perspective, especially in light of COVID going forward?
And COVID, Julian, to me, I look at COVID, as much as people look at it as a threat, we should also look at it as an opportunity. COVID will be there with us. We have to learn to live with it. We have to learn to manage it, just like any other flu. Okay? I know that our government has invested heavily in management of the COVID pandemic. Then actually I've come up with what I call how to win the W, the 3 W's of how to win COVID. Make sure you wear a mask, first W, wash your hands, second W, and watch your distance, third W. With those 3, we shall win COVID, and we can continue doing our business.
All right.
Yeah.
And that takes us to the close of our conversation tonight, where we have been speaking to the Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer of the KDIC, that is Ahmed Mohamud. And we've been focusing on 2 key issues, that is the transition to a risk-based premium model for banking insurance, as well as the bump up of the coverage to 500,000 shillings from the initial 100,000 shillings. Up next is the Markets Report.
Markets Review, proudly brought to you by Business Daily. More possibilities.
Now let's take a look at how the capital markets closed the day. The NSE 20 share index closed at 1733.14. That has changed year to date, down 41.46%. Of course, significantly, it breached the 1800 mark last week, and then change day on day is down by 1.61%. And crossing over to the foreign exchange market, the shilling closed at 108.12 to the USD, and that's down 0.09 compared to yesterday. Against the sterling pound, it closed at 141.25, having gained marginally by 0.05%, and against the euro, closed at 127.24, up marginally again by 0.31%. And that's, of course, how the markets, both capital and forex, closed the day.
Markets Review, proudly brought to you by Business Daily. More possibilities.
And now that takes us to the close of business. We have been focusing tonight on the Kenya Deposit Insurance Corporation and the safeguarding of bank depositors' funds. Of course, you can be part of this conversation by tweeting at NTV Kenya, at AmbokoJH. The hashtag is Business Redefined, and we'll be sampling your views, of course, and to see how to build on this conversation going forward and how to create awareness on this particular subject, given the kind of history that Kenya has had in the recent past regarding the stability and resilience of the banking sector. Let's do this again on Tuesday next week, same place, same time. Don't touch the dial. Stay tuned to NTV.
I help women find independence by training them in fish farming. It's tough on my back, joints, and can cause headaches. Panadol Extra relieves multiple types of pain.
If symptoms persist, seek medical advice.
Do your gums hurt? Yeah. Does your toothpaste contain sage, eucalyptus, myrrh, chamomile? All that in one toothpaste? Yes, try Colgate Herbal. Colgate Herbal contains nature's best herbs and Colgate's fluoride technology to give you strong teeth and healthy gums. Ah, Colgate Herbal. Let's go. Colgate Herbal for strong teeth and healthy gums naturally.
From far with you. I even gifted you a magnificent house. Rosa, it's the thought that counts. Please help me.
When it comes to fever, you need to be both. Panadol Baby and Infant starts to work on fever in 15 minutes and is gentle on the tummy. Panadol Baby and Infant, tough on fever, gentle on your child.
Mambo mengine sio rahisi, lakini kupata 50% extra airtime ya kukonda kwa SMS ya Safaricom, mambo ni one touch. Pata 50% extra credo bila expiry ya kupiga na ku-SMS across networks. Piga *444* scratch card pin hash, na kama ni M-Pesa *444*2#. Safaricom for you.
Wazazi wangu wafanyi kazi saa hii, mimi ndio
and new pediatric kinds of viruses over the years. Why does it matter? Here's why it matters. Two reasons. One, 90 children have died.
A kangaroo court, I'll keep quiet. But Mr. Speaker, I was in this house when the President of the Republic of Kenya would be sitting next to you there, and I'd be heard until conclusion. I was never stopped. So, Mr. Speaker, what I'm saying is this. In that case in South Africa, the member of the Democratic Party went to the High Court in South Africa and said he was not allowed. He was not allowed as an elected representative to air his views in the National Assembly in South Africa. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm drawing your attention to this thing because the second component is an infringement of the right of the senator. That is very important. And if I stand up and I want to speak, because it's not me today, I've been in this house when some people are in the opposite party. Today I'm in the minority, but they want to be heard. And because people are shouting, that person is not heard. Mr. Speaker, you will go down in history. And I've been in this house with Slade, with Mati, with Ngeno, with so many other speakers, and with Kaparo, and with the great Marende. Never, never. In fact, Marende would call you he used to call Halwale. I want you to speak on this point before I make a decision. Even before Halwale would stand up, he would, actually, I think Senator Wetangula will remember this. He would want to hear Halwale on a point of procedure. And today we are becoming a kangaroo Senate because only the majority can be heard. I know when the vote comes, they will carry their day. Yeah, I agree. Senator Wambua, you will carry the day. I don't mind. But I'm telling you, for those who stood to bring democracy to this country, in the words of Voltaire, that great Frenchman of the French Revolution, he said, I may disagree with what you say, but I'll fight unto death to protect your right to say what you want to say. So today, in this parliament, where there are senior councils, where there are statesmen, you are stopping somebody to speak on an important issue like division of revenue. Mr. Speaker, I would appreciate if you stopped me from speaking on a statement or a petition. But this is a constitutional duty that we have. Article 217, the Senate shall determine. And you don't want to hear me. Mr. Speaker, even the voiceless, even the people who are quiet today, you must hear them. You must hear them. Unless we become a kangaroo Senate. And I tell you, me, I lived in this parliament when we are only 7. But we'll be heard. We'll be heard. We'll be heard. And today, we are in a free, democratic country at Constitution of 2010. Imagine in a baraza out there, somebody is being told that in the Senate you cannot speak. No, that cannot be. That cannot be. Mr. Speaker, allow everybody to speak.
Okay, order members. Senator Professor Ongeri. Let him finish. I'm going to give a ruling on that.
Mr. Speaker.
Order members. Order members. Order members. Order members. Order members.
Mr. Speaker,
okay,
I want to speak. Okay, it looks like some of us who are staying in the annex have no opportunity to come to this honest house and speak our mind. And Mr. Speaker...
Okay, there's a point of order, Senator Ongeri, just Senator Cheriot. Just a minute, Senator Cheriot. You are here, you are here.
Give me the mic.
Mr. Speaker, I need your attention, Mr. Speaker, so I'll wait for the Senator for Nyeri to finish first. Mr. Speaker, for Senator Orengo's long speech to make sense in this House, then we must draw a concession from you that the motion that was moved by Senator George Nyeri be respected as was moved at that particular time, because that motion stated clearly that we shall only rise upon the completion of order number 8. Therefore, we are not opposed to anyone speaking. Balance it within the probabilities of time, but assure us that we shall be here until we complete order number 8. If we get that assurance, Mr. Speaker, if we get that assurance, then we can allow people to speak as much as they can. Otherwise, Mr. Speaker, Senator Maura, please. Order.
Senator Maura, please.
Order.
Otherwise, Mr. Speaker, we know this trap because we've been down this journey. 2 weeks ago,
This house was made to rise unceremoniously and procedurally in a way that has never been done before. Therefore, we want, before we proceed, Mr. Speaker, can you assure the senators that Senator George Haniri's motion stands as was resolved by this House?
Order, Senator. Order, members. Order. Order, members. I don't know who has contradicted that motion. So why are you raising things that have not, nobody has contradicted it? Why don't we allow Senator Ongeri to? Okay, Senator Murkomen. Okay, there's a point of order there.
Mr. Speaker, I have tremendous respect for Senator Orengo, and you know that. And as a person I looked up to, even if he has left the chambers, I have tremendous respect. And I have respect for the chair, for the speaker. But Mr. Speaker, the country is watching. Consistency in your decisions is extremely important. Mr. Speaker, there was a time we wanted to have more time to speak, you cut us short. There is a time, Mr. Speaker, depending on who raises the motion for mover to reply, you allow it. Mr. Speaker, if we are going to be a house that will be respect its rules, we must, Mr. Speaker, accept when we are losing and when we are winning. We cannot allow, Mr. Speaker, some members to filibuster on the floor with the hope that when it reaches 9 o'clock, they will say, oh, there is some this rule and that we must adjourn. Number two, Mr. Speaker, just to follow what Senator Cheriot said, there was a time we rose from this house without following the standing orders. Today, Senator George Kaniri has moved a motion for extension of time to 9 o'clock. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, can I finish what I'm saying? Senator George Kaniri actually moved a motion that we must extend the sitting of the House until we finish the business in order number 8. Now, let me finish what I'm saying. Mr. Speaker, just check the answer. Mr. Speaker, the thing I want to say, which is more important as I conclude. Mr. Speaker, I hope, and like 2 weeks ago, a situation will not arise where at 9 o'clock, the Speaker will say, we adjourn, without anybody moving a motion to vote to adjourn at that particular time. If you assure us that the motion will be followed as it is, then we are going to stand with it. Last thing, I am waiting your ruling, Mr. Speaker, on Standing Order 104.
Order, members, I will make that ruling, Senator Ongeri. Let Senator Ongeri contribute.
Mr. Speaker, I patiently waited the whole day. It would appear, is the microphone?
Let's consult in low tone so that we can hear.
It would appear those of us who are in the extension side have no opportunity to raise voices like you are raising in the plenary. I have a right as a delegation from Kisii County to make my comments sound right. What we have seen here today is a high degree of impatience and intolerance, and we cannot afford to accept that kind of behavior because it impeaches on our rights to speak on behalf of the delegations that have elected us to this House. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, this formula, we are scrambling for a very small vote of 316.5 billion Kenya shillings. We should have, in fact, set our minds to reflect on what happens in the national vote, instead of causing unnecessary acrimony on 316.5 billion Kenya shillings. So when Senator Petronila moved this motion, it gave some rare hope that time to reflect, time to seriously think whether we should preoccupy our minds and our time on 316.5 or we should go beyond. And I think the best action and the best way out is to have a deep reflection what we want as a Senate to go to the future. Because going to the future is what matters. We can remain static here for the rest of the period of time, arguing about whether it should be 10% or 11% or otherwise. And you do not guarantee the counties their future. And we are here not only to maintain the current situation, but we must also give hope to the counties for the future. So, Mr. Speaker.
What's your point of order, Senator Kindiki?
Mr. Speaker, you ruled a little earlier that each speaker will have 3 minutes. I am not sure that we are observing your direction. I'm also, Mr. Speaker, pleading with you because of the dignity that the people of Kenya place in this House and your office to give us a ruling on the issue of time before we proceed, Mr. Speaker, humbly.
I will do that. The timekeepers, make sure you keep the time. I'll give a ruling. Senator.
Mr. Speaker, I respect Senator Kindiki, but he should have appreciated that I have not had the whole time to speak on this topic. So, Mr. Speaker, I think the way forward, time heals, and we know that time heals. You rush it, we put this country on a collision course. And my advice and my experience tells me that we should hold our horses. Let's see what is futuristic. Let's see what works. And let's see what can help this nation to come together. And that's why earlier on, I wanted to say that the most important thing to do is to look at the national level, the national kitty, and how we can leverage the huge sums of money at the national level that can help us to move forward. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Susan Kihika.
Okay, Mr. Speaker, mine was really a point of order. We know that there was a precedent that was set about 2 weeks ago, and that was we must be home by 9 o'clock, Mr. Speaker. You wait for your time to speak. I'm on the floor. Mr. Speaker, we are lawmakers and not lawbreakers. Mr. Speaker, the same people who are here trying to rush us were a couple of weeks ago talking about a Senate, that senators should not be given 2 to 3 minutes to make their points, but instead should be allowed a lot of time to be able to debate. So because the world is not ending today at 9 o'clock, Mr. Speaker, sir, it is our submission that we should be able to adjourn at least by 8:30, so that those of us who live far can get home by 9, because we are lawmakers and not lawbreakers.
Senator Orengo. Yeah, I'm going to give you the next one, Senator Sakaja.
On a point of order, Mr. Speaker, and if Senator Fernandi can give me time, there's an issue which we are being intimidated about, and I want to say it very clearly. There are some people who are saying that we are filibustering, Mr. Speaker, I want to quote to you what filibustering is. An action such as a prolonged speaking which obstructs progress in the legislative assembly in a way that does not technically contravene the required procedures. So, Mr. Speaker, filibustering is a legislative tool. You cannot be stopped because somebody is making a long speech. Mr. Speaker, I'm so disappointed Because there's a time when Mwai Kibaki would stand in the National Assembly and speak for a week. Speak for a week. Now we have a professor of law known as Senator Murkomen. I don't want Murkomen to speak for 1 minute or 3 minutes. I want to speak for 1 hour. On Article 217 of the Constitution, which has got several sub-articles, it's got several paragraphs and sub-paragraphs, because I know he's a great intellectual. And finally, Mr. Speaker, Article 10 of the Constitution requires every person to comply by the rule of law. Be it the president, be it senators. And I can tell you now, if you try to go to State House, you cannot get there because of COVID rules. So, Mr. Speaker, you should be very cautious. I'm a senior counsel, and Senator Mugeni is here. No,
He's on a point of order. He's on a point of order. He's on a point of order. He's on a point of order, Senator Mugeni.
In the courts now, I cannot access the courts now because of the COVID rules. And look at the way we are sitting, Mr. Speaker. It is a big shame. Look at this row, Mr. Speaker. The way people are sitting with masks, no masks, and so on. Is a danger even to you. So you cannot be allowed to break the law, Mr. Speaker. So the Senate cannot be allowed to break the law. So we are going on until 9 o'clock. When the curfew comes, we can come back at 4 in the morning. Let's come at 4 in the morning.
Senator Dulo. Order, members. Order, members. Order, members. Order, members. Order, members. Order, members. I'm going to give direction in a short while. Senator Dulo. Senator Dulo.
Mr. Speaker, I think this is a house of records. Mr. Speaker, there are so many point of orders that you have not given a ruling, especially the one by Senator Wetangula. Number 2, we are on record that the Senate is unable to make a decision, and the public is watching. Kenyans are anxious to get a decision from this House. Mr. Speaker, clearly it shows from the way the debate is going. With all these point of orders, Mr. Speaker, this is a way of defeating time to this particular motion. Mr. Speaker, you have had your time. Can you listen to me? Mr. Speaker, clearly, the way the debate is going is to defeat the motion and to make sure that we don't make a decision today. Mr. Speaker, I want to be on record that there is a certain way the decision of this House is expected. And that is the reason why this motion is delayed. Mr. Speaker, can you make a ruling? Can you make a ruling?
Order. She's on a order.
No.
She's on a point of order.
Order, Mr. Speaker.
Order, senators. Order.
I am on a point of order.
Order, senators. Order.
No.
Order, senators. Order, senators. Order, senators. I'm on my feet. Can you allow Senator Dulo to finish?
Mr. Speaker, I don't see why people are making noise here, because we have given opportunities to each and every senator in this house. Yeah? There are no senators who are special than others, and there is no county that is more special than others. Mr. Speaker, we must make a decision today, because that is the only way that Kenyans are going to trust this house. I thank you.
Senator Sakaja, what's your point of order?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker.
Order, senators. Let's consult in low tones. Order, order. Order, senators. Order. Can we listen to Senator Sakaja?
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we listened to Senator Orengo. We listened to the leader of minority. I think it will be good for him to answer, to listen to us. Senator Kwamboka, you're in my delegation. Nyenyekea, Mungu akutumie. Mr. Speaker, I want to say this. The Constitution of the Republic of Kenya is the supreme law of this land. Mr. Speaker, there is no other law, there is no other statute, there is no other even precedent that goes or that can override the authority of the Constitution. Anyone who's done law will tell you about the hierarchy of laws. Mr. Speaker, even within the laws, there is an order of precedence in how the Constitution is written. Standing Order number 1 says, Mr. Speaker, or rather Article 1, number 2. Number 1 says, all sovereign power belongs to the people of Kenya and shall be exercised only in accordance with the Constitution. 2 says, the people may exercise the sovereign power either directly or through their democratically elected representatives. Mr. Speaker, sovereign power is delegated to the following state organs. And the first one is Parliament and the legislative assemblies in the county governments, and others follow. Mr. Speaker, 126 says, the sitting of either house may be held at any place within Kenya and may commence at any time that the house appoints. Mr. Speaker, what we are doing here is exercise of sovereignty of the people of Kenya. And Mr. Speaker, the exercise...
Order, members, order, members.
Okay, those...
Order, members. Order, members, order, members. Order, order.
Mr. Speaker.
Order, members, order, members. Order, members.
Mr. Speaker.
Order, members, order, members. Order, members, order, members. Order, order,
Mr. Speaker.
Order.
You know, when
Senator Sakaja, you are reading the mood of the House. Please conclude. Conclude. Give him the mic to conclude.
Mr. Speaker, I will also be heard. And in the same way Senator Orengo said, the worst thing you will do is not to hear. I will be heard. And when people like Senator Cherargei and Kangata raise their voices, I will keep quiet and I will continue with the point I'm making. Mr. Speaker, this House has passed a motion by Senator Kaniri, which is part of the law, saying until what time we shall sit. Mr. Speaker, we have seen, even as late as 2:30, we've seen the NMS Director General inspecting projects. We are performing an essential service. And Mr. Speaker, let it be known. You know, Mr. Speaker, even when they make noise, it is hard out there. Mr. Speaker, let it be known that, Mr. Speaker, when some of us used to play football, when people are being defeated, they run away with the ball. when they're being defeated.
Order, senators. 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 Senator Sakaja, take your seat. Take your seat. Honorable senators, we have before us a very important debate that we are having. Looking at the requests here, and given that we have 2 more amendments to go, and given the ruling that I gave 2 weeks ago, it's not practical that we can be able to conclude these matters. Therefore, order members. 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 I want to direct order members. 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 I want order members. Order members. I want to direct I have ordered that we reconvene on Thursday to look at the 2 amendments and to make a voting on the main